participants, and finally a short wrap-up of the main outputs of this conference, of this side event. So first of all, I have the pleasure to introduce our panelists. So from left for you to right, first Shakil Ahmed, who is basically a geophysicist. He completed a PhD in hydrogeology from Mines Paris, France in 1987, and is now professor in Manu University, a federal university in India. He extensively worked on national aquifer mapping in India. Second, Sarah Kazi. She's from the Faculty of Hydrogeology, Department of Earth Sciences, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, India. Then Valérie Plein, she's a professor at Sorbonne University, Paris, professor of hydrogeology. Hélène Loiseau, just after, she's policy officer on fresh water at the French Direction for European and International Relations at the French Biodiversity Agency. And finally, Guillaume Benoit, who is member of the French Academy of Agriculture. He's the author of several reports on water, climate change, and agriculture, chairman of the Water, Soil, Agroecology and Food Security Working Group of the French Water Partnership. And finally, myself, I'm a hydrogeologist. I'm director of a research unit in the field of water, which name is Hydrosciences Montpellier, and I am the president of the French chapter of the IAH. So this being said, a few words about this side event. Most of you probably know that groundwater is recognized as a main driver to address SDG 6, number 6. And this is a very important point that will be addressed during the 2 days of the UN Groundwater Summit. Then in this side event, we would like to emphasize on some other topics than SDG 6. And such topics were discussed last May in Paris during the international conference organized by the French chapter of IAH, which was groundwater key to the SDGs. In fact, groundwater is also the key driver of several other SDGs than SDG 6. So we will mainly focus during this side event on this other role of groundwater as regard SDGs. So first question for Valérie. On which other SDGs than SDG 6 does groundwater play a key role, notably as regards co-benefits with SDG number 6?
Thank you, Patrick. So yeah, we have seen in the last conference in Paris in May that groundwater plays a key role in achieving many SDGs. For example, it plays an important role in the health of the population. This is SDG 3 because it's often of better quality than surface water. So it can be used safely for drinking water, but also for personal hygiene, especially during pandemics like we had these 2 last years. And access to groundwater also benefits to the education, the children education, and particularly the little girls who would be free to go to school if there were no need to fetch water from the nearest point in many countries. So in a lot of developing countries, 75% of water collection is done by little girls or women. So an access to groundwater could contribute greatly to the gender equality. This is SDG 5. Then the groundwater also contributes to the economic development of the countries. This is SDG 8. by allowing the development of artisanal, agricultural, or industrial activity. So this activity allows the people to earn a living, which means fighting against poverty. And this is a SDG 1. And if everybody has an access to groundwater with sufficient water and in quantity and of good quality to support their needs in all their needs, personal needs and professional needs, then groundwater contributes also to fight against inequalities, and this is SDG 10. So finally, many conflicts in the world between people or between nations can be avoided or at least better managed if groundwater was more accessible. And then the water itself or the sharing of the water will no longer be a threat or a weapon as it is today. So there's a lot of other points that probably the other panelists will explain.
Thanks a lot, Valerie, for this very clear statement about the other role of the co-benefits of SDG 6. Now let's shift to another very important role of groundwater, which deals with agriculture. So Guillaume, can you explain us in a few words how groundwater may contribute to achieve the targets related to food production in order to sustain mankind food supply? Could you also tell us what are the main assets and limitations of groundwater uses in agriculture?
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for inviting the French Water Partnership to contribute to this session. I am also speaking here as the rapporteur of the International North-South Sesame Seminars on water and food security in the Mediterranean and Sahel that France and Morocco organized together from 2014 to 2021. To answer your question, I will highlight 3 points. The first, the importance of groundwater for the achievement of SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and by this means, for the more global achievement of the whole 2030 agenda. At the latest IPCC report points out the global potential of mobilizable groundwater is high, and the exploitation of these resources provides major social and economic benefits, namely, and I quote them in order, food security, poverty reduction, improvement of rural life, and adaptation to climate change. Groundwaters have several advantages over surface waters. They are more reliable during droughts and can be mobilized year-round or when needed to secure food production in quality and quantity. They also have the advantage of covering large areas and for many of them of being accessible to small producers at an acceptable investment cost. They are therefore of great importance to achieve the target 2.3, double the productivity and income of small-scale agriculture, and to contribute to the achievement of target 2.4 by making agriculture more resilient to droughts and more productive, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where these resources, although abundant, including in the Sahel, are still very little mobilized. The example of the NGO Puits du Désert in Niger, presented at the Jussieu Preparatory Conference, showed the possible scope of this mobilization for the achievement of the 2030 agenda, including SDG 6 and SDG 16 peace. However, and this is my second point, many aquifers are today altered by agricultural pollution and or overexploitation, with the consequences of increasing costs, degradation of aquatic ecosystems, and salinization problems. On a global scale, it is estimated that 10% of cereal production is currently dependent of unsustainable groundwater resources. And then 10 million square kilometers of agricultural land is currently undergoing salinization or is at serious risk of salinization. These problems could be exacerbated by both climate change and human activities. Past benefits could be further eroded. What is not said enough, however, and this is my third and final point, is that agriculture, a source of problems for groundwater, can also be a source of solutions. For example, in France, the gravity irrigation of the Croix Plain provides 60% of the recharge of one of the largest aquifers in the country, securing access to quality drinking water for a population of nearly 300,000 inhabitants. In sub-Saharan Africa, rural communities have succeeded in regreening their environment through water and soil conservation work, which has led to a rise in the water table and strengthened their food security. All over the world, young farmers committed to the agroecological transition are improving soils and strengthening water and carbon storage. The co-benefits are numerous, including for water. Since the demand for irrigation water and chemical inputs is reduced, while the porosity and the infiltration of water in the soil are increased. In conclusion, these three major considerations lead us to believe that it would be appropriate today to put water, agriculture, and soils back together at the heart of sustainable development. I repeat, to put water, agriculture, and soils back together at the heart of sustainable development. It's a question of collective capacity to ensure our triple water, food, and climate security.
Thanks a lot, Guillaume, for this important statement about the role of groundwater in agriculture that can help to produce food, but not without drawbacks. So it must be managed to manage the quantitative and quality drawbacks related to the use of groundwater in agriculture. Another very different point. So I will ask you a question, Shakil. Some participants may not know that groundwater can contribute also to address SDG 7, which deals with clean energy. Can you develop this topic, please?
Good morning. Thank you, Patrick. It's very important thing. It's a new thing, as Patrick has told also, that this relation is very, very not well known. I will take you to the very old days when most of us were not born. You know, the groundwater is found under the ground, and to take it out, you need energy, obviously. Earlier, it was the human energy or animal energy, let me say. But during 70s, if I remember correctly, there was boom in drilling technology and the pumping technology. That's how we have been drilling the bore wells, and then we start pumping and we are exploiting. So there's a very clear relation between the energy and the groundwater. So we have been, then the question has come with the over-exploitation also, because we had chance to drill much more, and we completely changed the hydrodynamic of groundwater. Otherwise, first we used to take from the buckets or from some small pots, and then the hydrodynamic was not affected, but then you pump, the speed is totally different. So this is the relation I start with. And then you have so many things, like you have hydropower. As you know, that the groundwater is most affected by climate change. So the hydropower, of course, is gaining because you have more runoff and you have more water in the rivers, and then you can generate hydropower much better than. But then there is a geothermal energy, which is also from groundwater, in fact, that can be used, because this is definitely a clean energy, hydropower as well. And now come to the solar energy. Because nowadays solar energy is very popular because now we have the cells which can store energy in the cells, and then we can use for our electricity. And this electricity can be used for pumping. But there is, I think in this case, we're going negative, because more solar powers are there, then more pumping will be there, definitely. But this can be controlled only by the policy and the awareness. Because I can just quote very quickly an example that if you pump, there are certain places in India that the government says that, okay, we give you free electricity to pump water for agriculture. It's not correct, actually, because you can find at a hydrologist, you see that we have seen from our own eyes, the pumps are on, the water level, groundwater comes out because there is a water, but then soon it goes down below the pump. And then the water doesn't come out, but the pumps are running. So it's a waste of energy. So there are both relation, positive and negative, groundwater and energy, and we have to make a lot of awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakil, for this insight on the relationships between groundwater and energy. As you said, Shakil, some groundwater is flowing in the rivers, and you said that it is a contribution to hydropower. So now, Sarah, let's shift to the relationships between surface and groundwater. Often, surface and groundwater are considered separately, but can you explain us why they must be jointly considered? And can you explain us the main types of groundwater, surface water relationships?
Thank you, Patrick. So groundwater and surface water, it has to be taken as one resource because both of these are intricately intertwined. So during the low flow stage, it's the groundwater which recharges the river channels, and sometimes river channels also recharge the underlying aquifers. So in the base flow is the main interaction from groundwater to surface water. And if we talk about how they are interlinked, how they affect each other. So I will give you certain examples of India, where groundwater and surface water have affected each other. For example, the sand mining in the rivers have depleted, the springs have been dried because of the sand mining in the rivers, because the surface surface water levels have gone so down that they are no longer recharging the aquifers or springs. So that's one type of interaction. And not only that, they can also surface and groundwater can also impact each other because of these relations. They affect each other's biological, geochemical interactions, geochemical characteristics. So this is how there are main types of the relationships, and then how they are affecting each other. So these are few examples which are practical examples which we are seeing in India. So so this is the main type of interaction in the form of how they are affecting each other.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. So I hope you understood that groundwater as well as surface water are closely interlinked into the water cycle. And when during the dry season we see water in the rivers, in fact, it is groundwater. Thus, these groundwaters in the rivers, this groundwater in the rivers, in the wetlands, and so on, has a high value for ecosystems and biodiversity. Then, Hélène, may you explain us how public policies can jointly tackle the 3 SDGs on water, terrestrial and aquatic life?
Yes, thank you, Patrick. I think that Sarah really showed that groundwater is not a delimited, stable, isolated resource that just can be allocated and shared. It's part of a complex cycle with a lot of interaction. Our knowledge of it is still incomplete. And for public policies, if you want to tackle this, we need to have an integrated and adaptive approach. So in France, we have the framework of the Water Framework Directive with the objective of reaching good status for both surface water and groundwater. And at national and local level, It's translated into integrated water resource management with the importance of tackling together water ecosystem, surface water and groundwater. So the key point of this integrated water resource management, at least in the French approach, will be really the participatory approach, which is fundamental if you want to tackle all SDG at once. So water must be a common good and all uses must be discussed and with objective defined at local level. And another French characteristic, which is important, is that we often say water pays for water, but water in France also pays for water and biodiversity. The taxpayer money is used to finance water and sanitation project, but as well environmental project as well. Because acting preventively by preserving and restoring water ecosystem, and I insist on the notion of preserving because we speak a lot about ecosystem restoration, but it's still more efficient to preserve what already works. It's more cost efficient and efficient to preserve our groundwater rather than curative solutions such as water treatment plants, for instance. I will just give a really few quick examples of solutions that provide strong co-benefits both for groundwater and for biodiversity, such as catchment protection. In France, we have, of course, obligation in the dedicated perimeter around water catchment, but we can also encourage voluntary measure at basin level to encourage agroecological infrastructure, for instance, protection from diffuse pollution, we support to organic farming, monitoring and control, or awareness raising as well. And another solution is at urban level, we try to push forward a lot urban greening. France has adopted a national plan for rainwater management last year. And the idea is really to integrate urban greening and the fact of making our soil less permeable into the way we define land planning. And it provides really strong benefits for biodiversity, for, of course, groundwater, but also for climate adaptation in cities.
Thanks a lot, Hélène. So you were concluding the first part of this side event. Now we will shift to questions, to interactions between the room, online, and our panelists. So there are lots of questions coming from online. I will begin with them. But as you are numerous in the room, if you have some other question, please don't hesitate to raise a hand, and I will give you the microphone to ask your question. But first of all, we've got two very important questions coming from online. So the first question deals with what the person is saying, is explaining, is telling groundwater reserves, and he's asking us if groundwater reserves are enough, are sufficient to achieve water security and the 6 goals of SDGs. So Shakil, maybe can you answer this question?
Thank you, Patrick. Yes. The question is very interesting, of course, because you must have heard a couple of years ago in South Africa, there was something called Day Zero. Well, there have been a lot of talks about Day Zero, whether the groundwater can go zero reserves. So obviously this question is relevant to that. So obviously it is, as a hydrologist, you can say it is no, because groundwater or water resources is a renewable resource that you all know that it's a whole water cycle. And now the question is that there's enough for the water security or not, because this then the question comes of the climate change, because the climate change is very much visible. Everybody observes that, and then also as a hydrologist or a groundwater scientist that the climate change has impacted most groundwater. The rainfall pattern has changed, and the recharge is completely changed. So your groundwater, and now, if frankly speaking, groundwater has been reduced because the recharge has been reduced due to erratic rain. Surface water, of course, because the whole total water is same, so surface water has increased. So that way, if you take in totally, yes, but then of course it depends on the area to area, because in the whole world the climate change is not impacting the same way. That is also very well known. A lot of climate change models are there. And so once to answer exactly, it depends on the area in which place you are there. And then you have to go for artificial recharge in case groundwater is not enough, because groundwater is dynamic. And depending on the population, depending on the your use, then only you can decide whether it is secure, groundwater water security is there or not. So it exists, but then dynamic.
Thanks a lot, Shakil. You stressed on a very important point, which is that the science of groundwater, which name is hydrogeology, is already available for everybody everywhere in the world, and there are engineers and technicians that know it very well everywhere in the world. But Shakil stressed on the fact that now this science can be applied, but depending on the available data. So what is important is to stress on the fact that to manage groundwater, data are required, and these data are local, are site dependent, and this is how governance can apply. Thanks a lot, so Shakil, for this point. We have another question from online, and then we will go to question from the room. The question is how to protect groundwater for sustainable development. And maybe Valerie, you can try to answer.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, to protect groundwater, you have first to evaluate the vulnerability of the aquifer and the groundwater itself. And so you need a good understanding of the extension and the functioning of the aquifer, but also of the presence of the absence of a natural cover. And also, of course, a good mapping of the pressure on the aquifer, the anthropogenic pressure. And then when you know all of that, you need legislation to enforce the protection and to make protection catchment, like Hélène said before. And we can imagine that it was an idea of you have to fight also against diffuse contamination. And an idea developed by Guylain de Marcilly for a long time was to maybe have protection of big areas like a reserve, national reserve, just to protect groundwater. Could be a good idea in case of large resources of good quality that can be protected for the future. So maybe we can go back to this idea.
Thanks a lot, Valerie. I see that there is a question in the room. You can switch. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael Sinreich from Switzerland. You nicely showed the large range of SDG to which groundwater can make a contribution, maybe much more than we thought. What about competing goals, for instance, drinking water supply versus agriculture or food supply or biodiversity and clean energy? And maybe you can say something about this and how even hydrogeologists, besides society and politicians, can contribute to this discussion.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Maybe I can begin the answer, and the other panelists can complete what I will answer. Of course, groundwater, I would say, in a given place is unique and can be used for several different uses, and so for several different SDGs. My first point is that you address the concern of the governance of the water. As we said a few minutes ago, the hydrogeologists are the technicians, the engineers that can provide the basic information on how to use groundwater, how much groundwater is available, what will be the impacts of the abstraction of groundwater, and so on. So this is the technical part, but the main part is what will be the policies performed with this groundwater. And these policies, of course, to my opinion, they are not in the hand of the hydrogeologists. They are in the hand of the local stakeholders that must make the choice based on the technical information provided by the hydrogeologist, and also taking in account the local regulations on water. So the first answer for me to your question is that local stakeholders, all parties in a given watershed must join, have debates to make choices of water allocation based also on the technical advice from hydrogeologists.
Can I add some more?
Yes, Shakil.
Well, the question was whether completing the SDG, you remember that there was a Millennium Development Goal, and that after that completed, I'm not going to discuss the condition, but then we started SDG. Of course, SDG also, we have still 8 years to go, and we can definitely will be in a good position at the end of around 2030. But there will be something else to do, definitely, no doubt. We cannot say that in 2030 we can complete everything. And obviously, you see, let me tell you the example from, I'm coming from India. So example from India, we face a lot of problems. As Patrick told that hydrogeology is there and technicians are there, technical people are there. But then the policy also is very, very important in governance. Nowadays, we have to go with that. Let me tell you, for example, that in India, it is declared that the groundwater is the it is the private property, not public property. So you can do whatever you like to do that with this. I can take 1 square meter land and I pump all the groundwater of the whole area. That is good. That cannot make this sustainable, definitely. So the policy, governance, awareness, all together, we will definitely reach at some a considerable place 2030, but then there will be many things to do afterwards. For example, monitoring. Monitoring is also very important, I think. And as we are discussing here, the groundwater has found its importance in all these SDGs. So perhaps the next goal should be focusing much more on groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakil. There is a question in the room. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Kerstin Dannert from Ask for Water in Switzerland. It was mentioned in the opening that soil, water and agriculture needs to be brought back together again. And I'd just like to hear a little bit more about what went wrong and why and what's needed. And are there any examples of where that's being done well? Thank you.
Yes, we'll have 2 slides to answer your question. So that's it.
Yes, in the French Water Partnership, we think the need to link the SDG 2, 6, 13, and 15, and the soils are in the center of this question. We need water to have living soils, and with good soils we have better water and better food, and we also have solutions about climate change, adaptation and mitigation. And we need to also link with biodiversity and sustainable use of water. So we need this systemic view on SDGs. All the sustainable development agenda need to link these questions, and we need to manage all the biodiversity and living and resources about this question. The second slide, please. It's an example in Ethiopia, in north of Ethiopia, about 1 million square kilometers. It was very poor region, and the rural communities work hard to conserve soil and water in the mountains, to build a reserve, to keep the trees, and the results are very extraordinary, because after 10 years, the groundwater was not 30 meters below, but only 3 meters. So, and irrigation was strongly developed, and the poverty was reduced by half. So you see the necessity to link surface waters, soils, and groundwaters, and to link with agriculture and human development. It's a good example. But what I said about agroecology, in France, we have very good farmers in agroecological transition, and they produce not only agricultural goods, but also services, climatic and environmental services. So we think really that we need to link these 4 SDGs together and to put together water, soil, and agriculture at the heart of sustainable development.
Okay, thanks a lot, Guillaume. Now I will take a question. Yes, just after I will first take a question from online. Thanks a lot. We've got a general question about what are the limiting factors of groundwater in addressing SDGs. So, Sarah?
Thank you, Patrick. Monitoring of data in the first place is the most important thing which we have to address, which we have to carry out for addressing the these SDGs. And not only that, sharing of data is equally important because, and I'm talking globally. So unlike climate change panels, we don't have the groundwater resource panels, which emphasizes on the what problems is groundwater facing. So I think monitoring as well as sharing of data are the two most important limiting factors to address the SDGs.
Thank you, Sarah. Now we've got another question from online on how youth can contribute to the SDGs through water projects. So I think that Valérie can answer this question.
Yeah, exactly. As a teacher in the university, I am in contact with a lot of young people and students. And as you know, the youth is really engaged in various action about ecology, climate change, and environment. So what I've seen is that first they have to know the framework of the Agenda 2030 that they don't really know exactly, and they don't know also the holistic view of this agenda, and it can be taught at the university, and it's not always the case. And not only in the university, and the teaching and the education. And then we have, I think, to give them more responsibility and share the responsibility of the realization of the SDG. We have to find a way to give the youth the power, more power to make action. So they have already some projects and they are very active, but we have to keep in mind that we should give them more power about this subject.
Thanks a lot, Valérie. And I would add an important point to my opinion. You probably know that groundwater is not well known in the society. It's mostly taught at the university. So my proposal is that groundwater is also taught in the college or high school to sensitize the youth as soon as possible so that they can get involved in the debates in the society about groundwater. So it's just a thought to complete the answer from Valérie. Then there is a question in the room.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Patrick. It's wonderful being here this morning. I think when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, of all the Sustainable Development Goals, water is the most important, wherein it plays important role for the sanitation, health, or energy, whatever, industry, anything. There are two issues when you talk about sustainability. You have to see this issue in the two different words. One is a developed world and another is developing world, where there's a big gap in consumption and withdrawal. If you see the India, if you see the India, in India, even if you see the two region, urban and rural areas. In rural areas, consumption of water is about 25 to 30 liter per day per capita. But if you see the urban area, it is 50 liter, even more than that. And if you see the West world, it is much more. So I see in the age of urbanization in the cities, in the Asian cities, a lot of concretization is taking place. So the groundwater recharge is a big problem. So how to cope up with that? That is a big issue because there is less policies. Policies are there, laws are there, but who is going to regulate? That is a big question. So in order to address the sustainable development goals, you need to see this first, and you have to take a strong policy in action. Or maybe Shakil Sahib is the authority in India. Maybe say something. What to do then? Thank you.
Well, it's very simple thing. A lot of awareness is required because no hydrogeology, no technique can really answer that. Simple example is if I have more money in my bank, I could have come to UNESCO by taxi. And if not, then I'll take a metro. So simply, but then a lot of assessment is required. You've already made this. These norms have been already fixed, but these norms are dynamic also. It depends how much resource you have. So it totally depends that whatever resource you have, first you assess the resource and then decide your expenditure or your withdrawal or something. This is, and that's how it is important, because the groundwater assessment is not an easy thing. Groundwater is not visible. So we have to make the groundwater at least from invisible to visible. And for that, a lot of work is going on now. Let's say you must have heard about aquifer mapping. Aquifer mapping, we are scanning the ground subsurface so that we know exactly the variation in hydrogeology and ultimately groundwater, and hope so that this, to both scientific aspect as well as the awareness from public, should solve this problem.
Thanks, Shakil. Now we will skip to a question coming from online. The question is the following. In terms of groundwater distribution to various homes, what can be done to prevent water pollution and enhance safe drinking water at home? Hélène, maybe you can answer this question?
Yes, thank you. So this is a question that touches on various issues, but I can maybe underline what Valerie said as well on catchment areas and the need to adopt global measure at the level at a basin level in order to preserve functioning water ecosystem. They provide natural ecosystem services such as water depollution and encouraging a water recharge in the aquifers. So in France, we are really pushing forward at the French Biodiversity Agency's project of nature-based solution in order to restore functioning water ecosystem, in order to provide both this good functioning of groundwater and ecosystem services. So this would be one part of the solution.
Thanks a lot, Hélène. And there is a question in the room.
Thank you very much. My name's Andy Bullock. I work as an advisor with the African Minister Council on Water and supporting their efforts to prepare a groundwater program. I found the answer very interesting about how do you tackle opportunities and trade-offs among the SDGs. And the answer that you have groundwater people on the ground providing advice and information to local stakeholders is an important mechanism, and I agree with that. But I wonder if the panel would agree that actually the higher level political framing outside of the water arena is actually the bigger contributing factor. I mean, we look at countries like the UK and Germany and Korea, they are all 50% importers of their food, and they are probably one of the bigger drivers of irrigation and the use of water in agriculture than the local stakeholders. And therefore, I wonder whether you feel that the case is strongest for bringing stronger messages on the opportunities and trade-offs of groundwater into the higher level political arena and taking it out of as a crucial complement to the sort of local dialogue between hydrogeologists and local stakeholders, because really those bigger factors, those bigger political economy drivers are probably the bigger factor affecting groundwater use.
Yes, thanks for this very important question. Maybe Guillaume, maybe you could say a few words about what, if I summarize your question, what is the systemic view of the SDGs and how we can build differently in common goods, maybe. Are you able to les biens communs?
It was already said by Patrick. I think the solution for sustainable use of water is mainly at the local scale, where local actors can work together and find good solutions. And our main message is not to oppose solutions. We need to link the solutions to find good solutions adapted to each place. And for surface waters, from long time we have farmers, rural communities have a long know-how to manage water in common goods. It's more difficult with groundwater because we don't see the groundwater. And also groundwater may be large areas, so it's not so easy to link all the actors to have a common good management. But it is necessary. It's not to the state. The state must help. State and local authorities must help and find good solutions with local actors. But the solution, in my opinion, needs always to go by the local actors involved in the solution. We have the example in France for pollution, question of pollution, agricultural pollutions. Good solutions in France is where when local authorities are totally involved with all the farmers of the catchment area. So the other question concerning I want to point that not has been said already is important, that 70% of all groundwater use is for food. Food and water are two rights, access to food and access to water, to potable water, as two human essential rights. And we need to find solutions to assure these two rights. The question, and at the global scale, the withdrawal of groundwater is only 6%, so we have water. The question is the bad repartition of waters in the world, and the need so countries with rich in water must produce more at acceptable cost for countries with poor waters. We need exchanges and to think the relations between poor and rich countries, water countries, in kind of solutions and not only in problems. So the question of solidarity between poor and rich countries, the same for solidarity between cities and agriculture, and solidarity between mountains and plains. I think last point I wanted to say, to highlight, is the question of Africa. Africa has a lot of water, but the African people have no water. It's a big question. I looked at the data for the Sahel countries. Only 3% of renewable water are used. So there is a huge challenge in the 10 years coming to develop agriculture and good use of water in this part of the world.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Guillaume, for this insight and the links between real groundwater and virtual groundwater. There is a question in the room.
Tout d'abord, bonjour, je vais parler en français, d'accord. Donc, comme vous le saviez tous, l'eau est une ressource vitale qui a toujours été à l'origine du fondement des civilisations, ainsi que les conditions de vie et les revenus des populations, surtout en milieu rural, dépendent directement de la disponibilité de ces denrées précieuses. Par conséquent, la pénurie et la variabilité croissance de l'eau dans le contexte du changement climatique, comme le cas du Maroc, comme je suis d'origine, contribuent à perturber la stabilité des populations et ont aggravé la pauvreté dans les zones rurales. Mais le défi qu'on a au Maroc, c'est-à-dire on a une insuffisance pour la connaissance hydrogéologique. Et par conséquent, on aura des difficultés pour mieux évaluer la réserve naturelle qu'on a au niveau de nos aquifères. Donc, la question que je pose à vous, c'est comment relever ce défi de la connaissance hydrogéologique? Et merci.
Thanks for your question. I summarize it briefly. This question is coming from Morocco, and the main question is how to address the knowledge gaps in hydrogeology in some countries. And then addressing these knowledge gaps will help better manage the groundwater and address poverty issues. In fact, it's a pity, but I have not the answer. I would say that it is local policy choices to put more or less money on this knowledge. But you underline the right point, which is that hydrogeology, the rules of hydrogeology are well known in Morocco. This is your example. You've got lots of very good hydrogeologists. And now I would say the need is to focus on the knowledge of the main aquifers, of the aquifers in the regions, in order to set up governance rules in accordance with rules, with regulation, local regulation, and with the local stakeholders. We will shift to a last question before the conclusion. Please, a brief question.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So my question is, earlier in the session, there was talk about data as an impediment or data as an essential necessity for good governance or achieving SDGs. And it's nice to see many hydrogeologists on the panel. And a lot of time we hear things like good data, reliable data, or say good science. So what does this mean for hydrogeologists? The reason I'm asking this question is I come from India, and outside the government or the authorized agencies of the government, we see a lot of data being produced by hydrogeologists working with NGOs and working with civil society organizations. However, that data is still not qualified as good data. So what does this mean according to hydrogeologists when we say that it should be good data or it should be a reliable data? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. Sarah may answer.
Thank you. Good data actually means what you have collected from the ground, and it should be reliable. For example, you can fit the automatic water level recorders in the bore wells or dug wells, which gives you real-time and actual data from the well. So that's the most important thing. And those wells should not be used for the domestic water supplies. They should be only for the monitoring purposes.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. And I may just ask a very small point. You know, most of hydrogeological data are very simple. We measure the level of groundwater in wells. We measure the discharge of wells. And from that, you can monitor groundwater, you can compute the permeability of aquifers, and you see it's very basic data. So I would say that basic rigor about this data when you make you made the measurement on the field, when you store the data in files, when you save the data is essential. And you see it's very basic. So everybody may do that with some rigor. And I think we teach that in the universities to the students, first rigor. So thank you for this question, which was very interesting because it was a very important point to be addressed. Now let's go to the conclusion. And I will shift to Shakil and Valérie to say a few words about conclusions.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just like to add this discussion was very good actually about the data. We have both the points, good data as well as adequate data also. We should not first educate comes, then the good comes. Actually, what I like to add just between the whatever discussions I've had, that we should involve the stakeholder or the farmers in data collection. It will serve two purposes. They will, I don't say that they will be guarantee of good data, but the awareness which is much more required will go automatically. Then you don't have to teach them anything, because if you collect your own data, you will have to think about that. Okay, so now the time since running out, and I'd like to very quickly conclude, is that this session was then on the groundwater and its contribution to all SDGs actually, but we have a lot to do in groundwater itself, because groundwater is under the ground, although we have had, but we are not enough hydrogeologists, or the knowledge of the subsurface is important. So for that, you have to use your techniques. There are a lot of techniques available even now, because we are much better conditioned. But then the thing is that the same question that the old people were, although they didn't have the technique, they didn't have the equipments, but they were much more knowledgeable. We are going in another way. We are totally equipment based, but our knowledge is definitely decreasing. Perhaps we have to think about that. And that's why the theme this year was the groundwater making invisible visible. This is very important. And then because we have to go for artificial intelligence and all those things to enhance the groundwater resources. For that, knowledge is very important. Monitoring also goes together. So that's my conclusion.
Thank you. And so maybe to emphasize some things we have discussed today, we can say that hydrogeology is an applied science. There's a lot of groundwater experts all around the world. And we have the technical tools, we have the methods to work, but as it has been said, each site is unique. We need data, basic data, as told by Patrick, and then we can manage properly the groundwater. But we need also legislation, laws and guidelines to help to manage groundwater, because many aquifers extend over different political units, like local, regional, national, or international. And most of the case, we have some difficulties to manage all these levels. So governance should be flexible enough to manage groundwater at the international scale, but also at the local scale or the well scale. So maybe we need to focus on that. And we heard also that we need more finance and more political action to help groundwater to play the role it should play to achieve the SDG.
Thanks a lot, Valérie, for this final conclusion. I would like to thank our panelists, but also all the people in the room and online for your kind questions and discussion. And now let's switch to another session.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. This was a very interesting first session. We're going to have a 15 minutes break, so don't go too far. Time for a coffee, and we'll see you on the second session. Thank you.
I'm an optimistic guy. So
Technicians UNESCO? Technicien? Um, a French interpreter? Can you hear me? Bonjour.
not familiar with
French interpretation?
It works. Interpretation works.
Interpretation works?
No problem.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to start our second side event of today, entitled Enhancing the Contribution of Groundwater for Water Security. And I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Vladimir Mamaev, who will introduce and moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear participants. Thank you for coming for this side event. We believe that it's very interesting and interactive side event that has a few objectives. First of all, we have a family of groundwater projects supported by the Global Environmental Facility sitting at the panel. So we would like to exchange and discuss on solution through the implementation of this groundwater portfolio from local to transboundary level and beyond for water security involving groundwater interactions within the water cycle. And also we would like to learn from multiple contexts and multiple stakeholders involved in the implementation of the GF international water projects focusing on groundwater. Since our side event is very short, unfortunately, but we would like to go ahead and share some experience and lessons learned with you. And we're a pleasure to have with us Omar Sharif, who is the operational focal point of the GF in Libya, and he will be presenting us the MET program and the groundwater, coastal and groundwater aquifers and related ecosystems. So Omar, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Vladimir. Bonjour, good morning, everyone. So do we have the slides?
Can we have the slides, please?
Okay, thank you. So I'm Omar Sharif, GF Operation Focal Point from Libya. Our project, we have the MED program child project 2.1 is one of the MED program child projects focusing on Mediterranean coastal zones, water security, climate resilience, and habitat protection. And this one is the implemented partner is for UNESCO component is management of coastal aquifers and related ecosystems in Libya. And there are 7 countries they are participating in this project: Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Lebanon. The UNESCO component is a management of coastal aquifers and related ecosystems in Libya. As you know, Libya is a North Africa country, and we have a lot of sharing big and large borders with neighbors: Egypt, Sudan, Chad, Niger, Algeria, and Tunisia. And we have the shoreline extent of about more than 1,700 kilometers. So it has a lot contribution to the Mediterranean Sea. So it's very important to study the ecosystems and the coastal aquifers and ecosystems. So because we don't have time, we are focusing on studying the management of the aquifers or the coastal aquifers, because of the most populated cities are the coastal cities. You see over there on the top on the map. So these overpopulated cities, drain the natural resources of the country, including the water, so the surface and groundwater. As you see here, most groundwater covers around 88% of the country needs. So we are mainly depending on the groundwater. Due to the overpumping, to get the water, the fresh water for the people on the coastal cities, we have another issues with the seawater intrusion, and the water became undrinkable. So the government with the Gaddafi government implemented a project which is a man-made river to bring the water from the desert. As you see the blue lines, from the desert, we have the good aquifers and a large amount of water, fresh water, to bring it to the north coastal cities. To satisfy, the demand of the water. Our project focusing on studying the stats of the aquifers, because we don't have any updated data. The last studies were in 2006. So we have lack of data, and to have current stats of this aquifer and implement the management strategies. So we need this project is very important. So we defined or contracted 2 experts, national experts, one to focus on or identify the priority of the aquifers. So if you see the up of the map, you can see the Jafara Plain. This is our interested area, and the first expert will start in January now. We are quite behind the other countries, the 7 countries, implementing this project. So first of all, we will define the stakeholders in the country, and having the analysis the stakeholders who are contributing most to the water issues, to the water management, and who are participating as a policy, who's participating in the services and etc. So then we will prepare for development of strategy for preparing and conducting the dialogues with national stakeholders to prepare for a strategy, a management strategy. The other expert will contribute to output 2.1 and 2.3, which is characterization of the aquifer. So we will, next slide, please. So we will focus more on the characterization, so the water quality assessment. So the current stats of the water quality of this aquifer, the Jafara Plain, and groundwater information system using what are the topography, geology, hydrogeology, and hydrology. What are the water monitoring wells stations? How many are they? Are they effective or not? So all of these collecting data will help us in preparing and develop the groundwater management strategy. Of course, we need to identify the stakeholders again here. To be participating in developing the groundwater management strategy. And then what are the potential, so after getting all these data together and knowing the stats of this aquifer, we can put like a proper strategy for the management of surface and groundwater of this aquifer. And what are the potential solutions for these threats? For example, using our recycled water, for example, the wastewater treatment, we can use as an artificial discharge for to overcome of this problem, which is the seawater intrusion. So this is our project. It's very important for us because UNESCO, of course, I forgot to mention, UNESCO is contributing to this one by supporting in technical assessments. For example, implement some applications we don't have, capacity building, Also, they will support us through international advisory group. We will help us on preparing and develop, the management strategy for Libya or for the Jafara Plain aquifer. So this is very important, as I said, because we have transparency with other countries. So once we have these data, once we have updated and mapping, visualizing maps of the current status of this aquifer, we will contribute to other countries with this transparency. And I see we have another projects with Jeff. This one is gonna help us very much because we don't have data. We don't need, or we don't see the current stats of this aquifer or this coastal aquifers. But after this project, this will help us in participating in other projects because we have the data and we know what are the solutions and we can implement them. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just as a piece of information, GF is involved in the Mediterranean for many, many years, and we're happy to see finally the full integration of the groundwater and surface water and the marine, of course, LME ecosystem work together. Now we're moving from the Mediterranean to the Niger River Basin. Unfortunately, Mr. Dodo was not able to come here due to visa issues, but he will be connected online. He is the director of the Sahara and Sahel Observatory. Please, Mr. Dodo, are you online?
Hello. Good morning, Vladimir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I try my best to activate my camera.
Just try your camera. For all the participants, you can switch between English and French, I think on the channel 3. So because some of the presentation will be in French.
I need, can you give the floor to activate my camera, my webcam, the webcam.
So you are not able to activate your camera, that's what you're saying?
I try my best. I receive message, the animator should give the floor to me to activate.
Do we have your presentation? Maybe we'll put it from here.
Yeah, I can share my presentation as you like.
Yes, we can see your presentation. So you were on the slide 1.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know if you have my presentation. I will, otherwise I will share it.
No, we see it. We see you. We see the presentation. So please go ahead because you have only 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I would like to switch on French. Alors, moi, j'ai l'expérience donc du bassin du fleuve Niger avec le système aquifère du Liméden Taorini Tanezrouft. Je voudrais déjà d'abord remercier le GEF pour son appui, mais aussi la contribution des autres partenaires, à savoir l'UNESCO, bien sûr, avec qui nous travaillons, il y a l'autorité du bassin du Niger, il y a l'UNIDO et bien sûr les autres agences avec qui nous travaillons, qui sont donc à l'échelle locale. Alors, on peut voir la suite pour ma présentation.
Maybe you can say a few words. Yes, we have your slides that we can see, but can you maybe spend a few minutes on the substance of the project, on the main objectives and outcomes? Thank you so much.
Because I have an excellent figures, really to present about this, to comment very well about what you're doing in this area. Okay, well. Le système aquifère du Libéden Taudini Tanezruft, comme vous le voyez là, c'est ce que vous avez en bleu, donc bleu clair, qui est partagé par 7 pays. Il y a donc l'Algérie, le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, le Mali, le Niger, le Nigeria. Et vous avez au-dessus de cet aquifère donc le bassin du fleuve Niger, j'espère que vous voyez la flèche, qui est partagé par 9 pays, hein, à savoir donc le Bénin, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Cameroun, le Mali, le Niger, le Nigeria et le Tchad. Il y a donc 9 pays. Mais il se trouve qu'il y a des pays qui sont à la fois pour le bassin de fleuve Niger, tels que le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, le Mali, le Niger, le Nigeria, et les autres comme le Cameroun, le Tchad, la Côte d'Ivoire, la Guinée, ne sont que concernés par le fleuve Niger. Donc là, on a une question d'implication des pays en matière donc de gestion de ces ressources en eau de surface et souterraines. Il se trouve que les études que nous avons menées, d'abord, c'était de mieux comprendre les interactions entre ces deux grands bassins, donc bassin du fleuve Niger et les aquifères, et donc les études de modélisation que l'OSS est en train de développer depuis 2004 ont démontré donc cette interrelation entre donc ces aquifères, où le fleuve Niger en amont alimente les aquifères avec près de 30-35 millions de mètres cubes par an, tandis que les aquifères alimentent surtout dans le downstream, donc plus à l'aval, à partir du Mali jusqu'au Nigeria, avec un volume de 20 fois plus. Ça fait dans les 650 millions de mètres cubes donc, par an. Alors, on voit bien que cette interaction, elle est bien visible, on l'a bien évaluée entre les deux. Mais ça, c'est sur le plan quantitatif. Mais sur le plan qualitatif aussi, on a des interactions entre ces deux, à savoir que l'aquifère contient donc un minéral qui s'appelle l'apatite, notamment la fluorapatite, du fait qu'il y a un excès en fluor qui est extrêmement important, donc ça cause la fluorose osseuse et dentaire. De l'autre côté, vous avez le fleuve Niger qui reçoit toutes les pollutions domestiques et industrielles. J'ai des images qui montrent comment le fleuve Niger change sa couleur complètement donc orange. Et en fin de compte, donc, qu'est-ce qu'on a mis comme solution? C'est de mettre en place un système de suivi, d'observation, donc à la fois des eaux de surface et des eaux souterraines, que ce soit en quantité ou en qualité, avec notamment l'appui donc de l'UNIDO. On a identifié des hotspots en matière de pollution, et ça c'est très grave en matière d'impact pour la santé humaine, animale et végétale. Donc une des solutions c'est ça, mais aussi nous sommes en train de faire le modèle de transport pour voir donc cet impact de diffusivité donc de cette pollution, surtout des éléments indésirables, comment donc il affecte la déaération des eaux souterraines. De l'autre côté, l'INDO est en train d'appliquer sa méthode qui s'appelle TEST, TEST, donc pour rendre les unités industrielles plus écologiques, plus compétitives, de manière à ce qu'on puisse rejeter ce qui est normal par rapport donc aux normes standards. Mais en termes de gouvernance, déjà, on a l'autorité du bassin du Niger qui gère donc les eaux du fleuve Niger pendant donc au lendemain des indépendances. Et de l'autre côté, vous avez donc l'aquifère transfrontalier Unimeden Taudeni Tanezruft. Vous voyez bien, il y a les pays qui ne sont pas concernés du tout par le fleuve Niger. Vous prenez le Niger ou le Mali, au nord, personne déjà ignore ce qu'est le fleuve Niger, il n'y a aucun impact. Mais il y a des pays qui ne sont pas du tout concernés. Donc, en 2010, il y a déjà eu un premier protocole d'accord avec le Mali, Niger, Nigeria pour mieux gérer ces eaux souterraines. Et en 2014, cette fois-ci...
Monsieur Dodo, si vous pouvez summariser en 1 minute, je vous en prie. Oui, merci.
Ensuite, vous avez donc l'aquifère, le côté eaux souterraines. Donc, en 2014, les ministres se sont réunis à Abuja Et là, donc, il y a un autre protocole d'accord où déjà les 7 pays sont d'accord pour mettre en place ce protocole d'accord. Alors, ce qu'il faut se dire ici, on a un cas vraiment très spécifique en matière de conjoncture management, où vous avez donc des pays qui ne sont pas du tout concernés par les eaux souterraines et qui consomment énormément, même si on travaille à l'équilibre, et ceux qui sont concernés par les eaux de surface. Donc, le message que nous donnons ici, c'est d'éviter surtout de dire nous transposons les commissions des eaux souterraines pour les mettre dans les organismes de bassin. Ça ne marche pas du tout. C'est un cas particulier, ce n'est pas comme Stampriette ou bien Guarani qu'on a eu ce cas-là. Donc, le débat qui est là, c'était avec justement l'UNESCO qui a ce mandat de développer les options de gouvernance, de réfléchir sur le cadre de gestion qui va faire en sorte que tout le pays adhère à la gouvernance surface et souterrain à la fois. Merci beaucoup.
Merci bien. Well, now I have a pleasure to introduce you Dr. Maha Ismail from the GF UNDP Nile Basin Initiative, and she will be telling us about the conjunctive management of surface water and groundwater in the Nile River Basin. Maha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I was wondering what slides shall I share, because they said only 2 slides. So we have a lot of information and 2 slides is very little. So I chose this slide. This was shot by our driver when we were moving between the borders of Uganda and Tanzania. So I said, at least our driver, we have succeeded in raising his awareness regarding groundwater. You can see at the bottom, there are the flags that represents countries that engage in this project. We have in the Nile Basin 10 countries, but for this project, only 7 countries are involved. The project title is Enhancing Conjunctive Management of Surface and Groundwater, selecting 3 aquifers. Groundwater represents more than 72% of the rural water supply in the Nile Basin in total. And there are more than 107 shared aquifers in Africa, according to the IGRAC latest release. And in the Nile Basin, we have more than 43 shared aquifers. This project is going to work on aquifers selected in the upstream, that is the equatorial lakes, and one in the eastern region. The aquifers are number 1, Kagera, which is shared between Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and Uganda. The second one is Mount Elgon, which is shared between Uganda and Kenya. And the third one is Gadarif Adigrat, which is shared between Sudan and Ethiopia. As you know, climate change is building a gap between supply and demand that needs the management of the surface and groundwater to be integrated, because some places you have plenty of surface water, other places you have groundwater. But to bridge that gap, you need to manage equally all the resources you have. The conjunctive use of both resources provides water security not only to the people and cattle, but also to the supportive ecosystems, because we have in that region wetlands, we have peatlands, and they are all depending on water. Jeff supported Nile Basin Initiative through UNDP in this project that includes 3 aquifers distributed between 7 countries. We have conducted a lot of investigations, including physical and socioeconomical. Next slide, please. Socioeconomical. And then we have developed, this is the aquifers, as you can see. The project is 5.3 donated by Jeff and 27.8 supported by countries. The project is focusing on shared aquifers in the upper regions, in the upper streams, Equatorial Niles, and one in Eastern Africa. The next slide, please. As I have said, we have conducted a lot of investigations, and we have developed water balance models, scenarios under stress, of socioeconomic climate change, and from recent up to 2050. And most of the investigations, they found that we are expecting more rainy days and we're expecting more temperature. That means more evapotranspiration and evaporation. But levels will be maintained until 2070. So we need to do more investigation beyond 2070 with more demographic transformation from other areas towards the Nile Basin. The action plans will recommend to use management of aquifer recharge mostly because most of these aquifers are intensively populated, and most of them, they do both agriculture and pastoralism. And therefore, we need to develop different techniques on water harvesting and management of aquifer recharge, monitoring, assessment of resources, in addition to awareness raising. There are many challenges and opportunities that has faced this project, including the political instability situation between Sudan, between Ethiopia, Rwanda, Congo, DRC, and Rwanda and Uganda. There was some restriction of movement between the different countries. And you know, all these aquifers are border aquifers, transboundary aquifers. So accessing aquifer area was a little bit challenging. Also data sharing, data quality, and homogeneity, because you know some countries are using French standards, some countries are using British standards, some countries are using local standards. So how to harmonize all these standards into one system, that was a big challenge. Even geological formations are named differently across the different countries. Opportunities, there was a formation of groundwater community among 7 countries in the Nile Basin, sharing information and sharing experience, engagement of various stakeholders at the various levels, including non-professionals. This picture was taken in Isinguru in Uganda, and it shows that this well was full of water. Farmers were properly using it, but now it is completely dry. Therefore, identification of aquifer management and aquifer recharge was a base item on terms of water security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maha, and thank you for sharing with us the progress made in this project. And we are looking forward for the midterm evaluation of this project that will be publicly available, and will be also posted on the iwlearn.net website, as many other documents ever produced by the GF International Waters Project. So I welcome you to look at this website. We stay on this continent, and we are welcoming the Director of the Water Resource Management and Planning in the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, Senegal, Mr. Ndour. The floor is yours. Tell us about the building of existing institutions for cooperation on the transboundary aquifers in the Senegal-Mauritanian aquifer system, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Allow me to make my presentation in French. Merci, bonjour. Donc, je vais faire ma présentation en français. Je vais m'entretenir avec vous sur le dialogue régional que nous avons eu à faire dans le cadre du bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien et le rôle important des organismes de bassin comme l'OMVS et l'OMVG. C'est des organismes de bassin de réseau hydrographique que beaucoup de gens connaissent. Next slide, please. Comme vous le voyez, le bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien est composé de 4 pays. Hein. Il y a la Gambie, la Guinée-Bissau, la Mauritanie, le Sénégal. Et il y a également les organes de bassin, comme je viens de le dire, l'OMVS, l'OMVG. Et nous avons actuellement l'OSS également qui est qui est dans le cadre, qui est dans le dialogue également, avec un projet GEF que nous sommes en train de formuler. Mais ce dialogue a été appuyé par beaucoup de partenaires comme l'UNES, Geneva Water Hub, IGRAD, avec des financeurs comme la coopération suisse, l'Union européenne. Bon, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, le GEF, et nous sommes en train de formuler un projet avec le GEF et le PNIE. Donc, prochain slide. Comme vous le voyez un peu au niveau du diapo, le bassin. Next slide, please. Voilà, le bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien a une superficie à peu près de 300 000 km². Et la particularité de ce bassin, c'est que 80% les pays, disons, les pays du bassin dépendent plus de 80% de ces ressources souterraines. Donc, la majeure partie des pays composant le bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien prélèvent au niveau, en termes d'eau, au niveau de ce bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien. La particularité, c'est que c'est un bassin sédimentaire qui regorge beaucoup d'eau. Et voilà. Et lorsque nous avons analysé un peu les défis et les opportunités concernant ce bassin, nous avons vu qu'il y a une forte croissance démographique avec des ressources stratégiques qui peuvent constituer en quelque sorte une force en ce qui concerne l'adaptation au changement climatique, parce que la plupart des scientifiques disent que les ressources en eau souterraine peuvent constituer une clé, une solution pour l'adaptation au changement climatique. Beaucoup de défis ont été analysés, des enjeux, mais nous avons vu également, dans le cadre de l'atteinte des ODD, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, si 80% des prélèvements de ces populations viennent au niveau du bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien, cela veut dire que c'est un aquifère très important pour l'atteinte des ODD, notamment l'ODD 6. Et nous avons fait aussi l'analyse en regardant particulièrement l'ODD 6.5 concernant la coopération. Nous avons été cités en termes de réseau de coopération concernant les réseaux hydrographiques très en avance, mais il manquait de mettre quand même un cadre pour ce bassin aquifère. C'est pourquoi nous avons entamé ce dialogue. Donc, entre autres défis, il y a plusieurs défis et enjeux qui nous ont poussé, qui a poussé ces États à aller vers ça. Et depuis février 2019, nous avons mis en place un groupe de travail pour y réfléchir avec les partenaires qui nous accompagnent, pour mettre en place une vision commune autour du bassin et mettre en place également un projet et des programmes pour aller vers une véritable coopération. Et en septembre 2021, les ministres de ces pays, next slide, s'il vous plaît. Prochain slide. Voilà, les 4 ministres des pays composant le bassin ont endossé la vision commune pour une gestion intégrée et durable du bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien. Ils ont validé également le projet régional. Ils ont renforcé le mandat du groupe de travail qui a fait plusieurs réunions, pas moins d'une dizaine de réunions depuis 2019, et ils ont initié un processus de mise en place de cadres juridiques et institutionnels du bassin. Et la particularité, et c'est l'importance de cette présentation, c'est qu'ils ont conféré la responsabilité à l'organisme de bassin de mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal, qui est l'OMVS, et l'organisme de bassin de mise en valeur du fleuve Gambie, l'OMVG, qui sont 2 bassins hydrographiques, pour assurer le secrétariat du groupe de travail régional et héberger le projet régional. Allez-y, next slide, c'est le dernier slide. Next slide. Et comme vous le voyez sur la figure, il y a le groupe de travail régional qui est composé des 4 pays, mais également l'OMVG et l'OSS, et le secrétariat du GTR, qui est l'OMVG et l'OMVS. Et derrière, les partenaires qui s'agrandissent pour appuyer vraiment ce partenariat. Et ce qui est important de retenir ici, c'est l'approche de mise en œuvre, qui est basée sur une gestion intégrée, ressources en eau de surface ou souterraine, une prévention des conflits d'usage, comme vous le voyez, c'est une région sahélienne. Donc, le fait de mettre en place ce cadre de gouvernance pour prévenir ça, valoriser les ressources, mais également construire sur l'existant. Vraiment, il y a une forte expérience de coopération en ce qui concerne les fleuves Sénégal et le fleuve Gambie, qui est l'OMVG. Donc, il faut construire autour de cela pour aller vers une véritable coopération autour du bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanie. Voilà un peu ce que je voulais présenter. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. And now we're moving to a different continent, and we are very happy to be in the Latin America and the Caribbean, and welcome Alberto Monganelli, who is the Executive Director, Regional Center for Groundwater Management. And he will be talking about the Guarani Aquifer Agreement. Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Well, I will be talking about the Guarani Aquifer Agreement as a regional framework for local governance. The Guarani Aquifer Agreement is one of the few international treaties related to transboundary aquifers. It applies to the Guarani Aquifer system, which covers an area of more than 1 million square kilometers beneath the surface of Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Although there is still some lack of knowledge about this aquifer, the level of scientific knowledge has increased enormously in recent years, mainly as a result of the GEF project for the environmental protection and sustainable development of the Guarani Aquifer system carried out between 2003 and 2009. Today, a new project is being executed. On August 2, 2010, the 4 states signed the Guarani Aquifer Agreement. It should be highlighted that this agreement was signed in absence of conflicts over the aquifer, thus representing a preventive and precautionary approach in the management of this TBA. The development process of the agreement is exemplary since from its beginning it was based on science through the mentioned process that increased the scientific knowledge of the physical environmental characteristics of the area and was made up of an extensive consultative process that included academia, government entities, international organizations, and private sectors. Now, how can effective governance of transboundary aquifer be achieved? Actions can start at the highest echelons of government, where environment, water, or natural resources ministers determine that a shared aquifer should be managed to protect and preserve it for future needs. When actions start at the top, solutions can often be devised quickly, but may not always fit the unique needs of a particular region or locality. But actions can also start at the local level. Citizens of both sides of a border may realize the importance of an aquifer to their local communities and economies. When governance is led by the local community, solutions often meet the precise need of that community and are therefore likely to be more readily accepted by the population. In the case of the Guarani Aquifer system, regional actions have served as a vehicle to conduct local actions and vice versa. What has become clear is that without the regional framework, local actions would not have taken place or would have taken much longer to take place and, above all, to attract the attention of the regional and international community. Today, the Guarani Aquifer system is an example worldwide, but we must place our service in the context of 20 years ago, when the prepared and presented was the first project in a transboundary aquifer approved by the GEF International Waters. Without this project, with a regional scope for the entire extension of the aquifer, it would have been practically impossible to address local transboundary issues in the way that this project allowed to do so. We all know that groundwater issues are basically local in scope. given the slow movement of groundwater. But the regional vision, especially in large-scale aquifers, help to facilitate and improve all aspects of local management and governance. The Guarani Agreement entered into force in 2020, but it is not yet operational. The 4 countries had begun to meet to make this agreement operational. Initially, these actions are negotiated through the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, and generally the local levels do not have any type of participation, although later it will be in their territory where the application of the agreement will take place. Therefore, it is very important that from the early stages, those who negotiate the different operational aspects of the agreement take into consideration the different local issues and the idiosyncrasies of the populations of both sides of the border in order to prevent errors and conflicts due to the application itself of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, and thank you very much for keeping it right on time. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. Now we're going to the Amazon basin, and I'm very pleased to have with us a long-standing partner and friend of the GEF of Groundwater and International Water Resources, Maria Apostolova, who is now the regional coordinator of the GEF UNEP Amazon Basin SAP implementation project. And I like very much the title of her presentation, Completing the Amazon Puzzle, Understanding, Protecting, and Managing the Amazon Aquifer Systems. So please tell us about the Amazon Puzzle.
Thank you, Vladimir, and good morning, everybody. We are, thank you for this opportunity to present a little bit of what we are doing in the Amazon basin, and we intend to follow in the example and the steps of the Guarani project, which has been the experience very inspiring to us. As you know, the Amazon is a large, complex, and interconnected system. We have the Amazon River flowing for almost 7,000 kilometers from the Andes Mountains through dense rainforest, through small villages and huge cities, all the way along to the Atlantic Ocean. And there is still another flying rivers, as they are sometimes called, transporting billions of tons of water vapor. But still, there is another invisible piece to this complex Amazon puzzle, and this is the Amazon aquifer systems lying beneath much of the basin, which are not fully known and studied yet. Initiatives show estimates of the National Water Agency of Brazil and also of UNESCO suggest an extension of more than 3.9 million square kilometers of the aquifer systems and almost 124,000 cubic kilometers of permanent water reserve in Brazil alone. So in the Amazon, groundwater plays a major role in the hydrological and ecological cycles, with a large influence in the rainforest ecosystems and climate variability, especially during the dry season. And groundwater is also a strategic source and reserve for water, food, environmental security, and socioeconomic sustainability in the Amazon. It is estimated that almost 2/3 of municipal centers in the Brazilian Amazon use groundwater as the only source or the main source of water supply. But this source is, the aquifer is also unknown and vulnerable resource, as uncontrolled local exploitation, pollution, and potential climate change effects affect aquifer levels, recharge, and changes in groundwater regimes, as well as groundwater quality. In this context, the 8 Amazon countries agreed to cooperate and expand the knowledge of the Amazon aquifer, access the conjunctive use of surface and groundwater for water supply, and promote transboundary planning and source protection. And the first step was made through the Jeff Amazon project implemented by UNEP and executed by the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. By integrating groundwater in regional strategic planning for IWRM through the Agreed Strategic Action Program, which was approved by the countries in 2017. The process leading to the development of the SAP built on the results of a targeted research study of the aquifers in the Amazon hydrological province in Brazil, carried out by the Brazilian National Water Agency in 2 pilot projects at the municipal level in Manaus, and also conjunctive use of groundwaters and surface waters in the border area between Brazil, Colombia, and Peru. And the knowledge and experience and recommendations from these pilots and the study led to the formulation of 2 strategic actions in the regional SAP. First, developing a groundwater use and protection program for public supply in the Amazon region, and second, protecting, managing, and monitoring aquifers in the Amazon River. In this sense, the countries agreed on the importance of both the local level management systems in urban areas and a regional framework governance management priority in order to ensure the protection and monitoring and sustainable management of the aquifer at the system level as essential life-sustaining element in the Amazon society and ecosystems. In this sense, the current Amazon SAMP implementation project includes local interventions and actions assessing and managing water supply from groundwater and providing source protection solutions to reduce contamination in 4 of the countries. Nevertheless, the knowledge of the aquifer is still insufficient to have a coherent, integrated understanding of its features and at the transboundary level, supporting coordinating regional protection, governance, and management. And moreover, there is a need to create and implement national public policies aligned to the specificities of the Amazon region and improve technical and legal capacities in the countries. In this sense, the 8 ACTO member countries have partnered with UNEP and the Inter-American Development Bank to develop a new regional project focusing on the Amazon aquifer systems. And this initiative will provide the missing element of the Amazon puzzle for a true system vision and transformation change in this system-wide governance, management, and protection to improve water security, the resilience of groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and sustainable food productions. And we hope to have financing for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. And that's a very interesting puzzle. And we hope that you will be able to find enough finances for finalize this puzzle and help to better understand the functioning of the groundwater systems. As a scientist, I always want to study more. And unfortunately, as you know, GF is not always supporting the science, but through the TDA mentioned a few times today, the transboundary diagnostic analysis, that's the way of really accessing the GF resources. I have a small information for people that in the Balkans and for the global community. The Dinaric Karst project that was in preparation for several years was finally approved by the implementing agency, by UNDP last week as a present to this global forum, and we pushed very hard. But we're very pleased that now we are starting the implementation of this project together with UNESCO IHP. And I believe we have Zoran, who was, yes, Zoran, if you could say a few words, who was instrumental in the development and of this project. Can you say a few words about this project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So finally, we came to Europe and the transboundary aquifer system in this part of the world. So we have a very good project implemented its first phase between the 2012 and 2015. It consumed about 5 million euro from the funds. There were 4 countries as eligible partners. It was Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Albania. And the project was conducted in a very specific hydrogeological settings. This is the karst aquifer, which is sometimes very rich in water, but is a problem. Its characterization due to a very complex system and heterogeneity and anisotropy, and it is very vulnerable to pollution. And we had many of the hotspots as results, either from local agriculture activities, industrial activities, or even as a post-war conflict, which happened in former Yugoslavia. So in these circumstances, they were not so easy to manage project, but we had a very good technical background because on one side, we have a former Yugoslavia good database on the hydrogeology for that region and a very successful project, but we had also some lack of the data in certain parts. And this is something that we already face in the many similar projects in the undeveloped world. Lack of monitoring and lack of sufficient data for creating platform for transboundary management. So we completed the transboundary diagnostic analysis. And in the next stage, we supposed to implement the strategic action plan, which we create, and that was a result of the first phase. In fact, monitoring system should be significantly improved. And the second, we have to create the consultation informative body for data exchange, for also sharing information and creating the steps towards the sustainable water management. So we hope all these things will happen as our Vladimir has said, in a very near future, in maybe coming weeks or months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zoran. Yes, this is very important. It's another project that went from the foundational phase to the implementation phase, and we're very happy to see countries agreeing on specific actions through the strategic action program that you mentioned. And so, of course, we will be starting this project very soon. Since this is a GF session, I would like also to acknowledge the presence in the audience of a grandfather of all the GF groundwater projects, Andrea Merla. Without him, there will be no groundwater in the IW strategy. Believe me, we worked with him for many, many years. Now we have, before we conclude, I would like to ask the audience if you would like to have, or you have any burning questions to any of our presenters. If not, you could take it bilaterally. Okay, I don't see any burning questions, but all the participants are here for the next couple of days, and please do interact, because one of the objectives of the summit is to interact, to share experience and learn. And one more time, I would like to say iwlearn.net. This is the website of the global corporate project that is sharing information of all the international waters project globally since 1992. Now I would like for the final concluding remarks to welcome our Aurélien Dumont, who is the champion in IHP UNESCO, and please, Aurélien, help us to close this session nicely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Good morning, everybody. Je vais profiter des possibilités d'interprétation pour parler en français. Donc, voilà. Donc, et pour commencer ces quelques remarques conclusives, je voulais souligner que, comme nous l'avons entendu au cours de la session de ce matin, les solutions basées sur les eaux souterraines peuvent apporter de multiples avantages pour les personnes et les écosystèmes en créant de la valeur tout en minimisant les impacts, comme l'a montré un peu le cas de la Libye, dans un contexte côtier. Alors, cela qu'il s'agisse en fait de mobiliser seulement les eaux souterraines en tant que telles, ou de développer une gestion conjointe des eaux de surface et des eaux souterraines, comme on a vu plus en détail dans les cas du bassin du Nil et de l'Amazone, ces deux grands fleuves, ces deux plus grands fleuves à l'échelle mondiale qui ont finalement aussi, bien sûr, des aquifères associés, et donc la gestion conjointe est particulièrement intéressante à développer. Et en fait, en effet, quand on s'appuie sur cette composante du cycle de l'eau qui sont les aquifères, les eaux souterraines, on peut aussi améliorer la résilience des sociétés, des systèmes aux variations climatiques, par exemple. Et donc, on a vu aussi que les innovations qui étaient présentées dans cette session ne sont pas seulement liées à une meilleure évaluation des flux d'eau souterraine et à leur valorisation dans le cycle de l'eau, mais il était aussi envisagé de créer les conditions favorables, les conditions de gouvernance pour mieux considérer les eaux souterraines comme une solution pour générer plus de bénéfices et prévenir les impacts particuliers au niveau transfrontalier. Et d'ailleurs, à ce niveau transfrontalier, la question de l'échelle de coopération est vraiment essentielle, puisque en fait, on voit beaucoup d'accords qui ont été établis jusqu'à présent qui peuvent ne considérer qu'une bande de part et d'autre de la frontière, qui ont une portée assez locale, que ce soit pour gérer les questions de quantité ou de qualité, où il y a d'autres projets. Je pense par exemple à celui de l'aquifère du Genevois, où c'est pour mettre en place aussi une gestion assez locale sur un projet de recharge artificielle. Mais si on change d'échelle, si on s'appuie là un peu, par exemple, sur l'expérience de l'aquifère Guarani, ce que nous dit cette expérience, c'est qu'il est toujours aussi possible d'établir des accords à l'échelle de très grands aquifères, même si, bien sûr, quand on va pomper très loin d'une frontière, on aura potentiellement très peu d'impact dans le pays voisin. Mais en fait, travailler à cette échelle permet d'établir les conditions de coopération pour ensuite développer des accords peut-être à l'échelle plus locale ou des projets à l'échelle plus locale. Donc, ça peut à la fois pousser les pays à travailler ensemble pour une meilleure connaissance de l'aquifère, développer une confiance, et donc pour pouvoir ensuite traiter les impacts plus locaux, même si bien sûr on connaît la dynamique des aquifères et des eaux souterraines qui est très spécifique, si on compare par exemple avec les bassins fluviaux en particulier. Et donc, c'est aussi un peu cette thématique qui a été abordée, qui est développée dans ce projet du bassin du Niger et son interaction avec le système ITAS, le sénégalo-mauritanien, et comment des organismes de bassin existants, l'OMVS, l'OMVG, qui sont initialement développés pour donc les eaux de surface à des échelles du bassin hydrographique, finalement, on s'appuie sur ces organismes existants pour intégrer aussi les eaux souterraines, même si parfois les frontières de ces systèmes aquifères et systèmes de bassins hydrographiques ne se superposent pas, mais on a des possibilités justement de se baser sur les institutions existantes, les arrangements, pour pouvoir intégrer davantage les eaux souterraines. Donc c'est ce qu'on essaye de mettre en évidence dans ces projets. Et donc voilà, qui vont aussi avoir des résultats, et on espère un appui des pays pour la mise en place de ces mécanismes de gouvernance dans les prochains mois. J'avais un dernier point qui concernait l'aspect financier, car en fait, de nombreuses solutions basées sur les eaux souterraines sont rentables, mais c'est pas assez connu, et c'est loin d'être aussi visible. Ces solutions sont loin d'être aussi visibles que celles qui sont basées sur les eaux de surface, par exemple la construction d'un barrage. Voilà. Et donc, c'est en caractérisant mieux les flux d'eau souterraine, en collectant davantage de données, à la fois pour connaître mieux le système et aussi pour mieux suivre les solutions qu'on va mettre en œuvre, qu'on va pouvoir finalement plaider en faveur de ces eaux souterraines et montrer que les solutions qui impliquent les eaux souterraines peuvent améliorer la vie des gens et générer du développement tout en minimisant les impacts. Donc, c'est vraiment ce genre d'expérience qu'on va continuer à partager, en particulier au niveau des projets du FEM, donc du GEF, par l'intermédiaire de ce réseau, ce projet IWLearn. qui existe déjà depuis de nombreuses années, et les partenaires qui ont été impliqués dans l'organisation de cette session d'aujourd'hui. Et donc, effectivement, et aussi au niveau de l'UNESCO, ce sont des thématiques les eaux souterraines qui mobilisent pleinement le PHI de l'UNESCO là depuis plus de 20 ans et pour lesquelles nous allons continuer bien sûr à agir. Et donc, c'était vraiment une grande satisfaction, un grand plaisir d'entendre aujourd'hui la confirmation, cette annonce qui a été faite aujourd'hui, de la confirmation d'une nouvelle phase pour ce projet d'ICTAS, qui va permettre finalement de mettre en œuvre les décisions qui avaient été formulées par les pays lors de cette première phase il y a quelques années, dans ce contexte si particulier des Balkans, où vraiment l'importance de la coopération à travers l'eau est si importante. Donc voilà, je terminerai là-dessus et merci encore d'avoir assisté à cette session. Et puis donc, je vous souhaite un bon sommet des eaux souterraines. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much, Aurelian. I would like to welcome all the participants to read carefully the GF8 strategy, specifically International Water Strategy, where you will find that the water security, specifically in the groundwater basins, is in the heart of this strategy. GF will be supporting a number of new initiatives to develop, for example, TDA and the SAP, but also will continue to support the countries with the implementation of the grid actions through the implementation of the regional transboundary strategic action programs. I would like to thank all the participants of the panel and all the presenters today. Thank you very much, and thank you for the audience.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to have a 15-minute break. I invite you to stay in the room for the next session, or for the ones following us online, stay connected. See you soon. press. It should follow me. but-
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. May I have your attention? We're going to start now with our third session of the day, a session on valuing the ancient water cultures, an inspiring source of innovation for sustainable groundwater management. And I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Alberto Eulise, who will be the moderator of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and guests, I have the pleasure to introduce this side event. My name is Alberto Eulise, Director of the Global Network of Water Museums, which is a flagship initiative of the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program of UNESCO. So the goal of this side event, organized by WAMUNET, the acronym of the Global Network of Water Museums, is to discuss how historical practices of groundwater management and related heritage based on local and indigenous knowledge systems can inspire, still today, institutions and policymakers to build just and sustainable futures. The side event is linked to a parallel exhibition with the same title, Valuing Ancient Water Cultures, which is close to the main entrance that you can visit. The exhibition illustrates 8 paradigmatic case studies of historical groundwater management from different parts of the world, from India to Oman, to Italy and the Mediterranean basin, Morocco, Algeria, Chile, and Mexico. Both the side event and the exhibition are organized by WAMUNET in cooperation with the 9 institutional partners. And I invite you to pick up a brochure to know more about the partners and also the 8 case studies. The brochures are available here. So the 2 overarching questions that now will be discussed by 8 distinguished speakers are: first, can historical groundwater management structures, systems, and practices contribute to inspire policymakers and institutions to address future resilience planning and better adaptation in order to face the challenges of climate change and growing water scarcity? Concerning the second question, I'm pleased to introduce Professor Eddie Moores, who is Director of IHE Delft and also President of the Global Network of Water Museums, who will provide some initial statements to the following question, the second question. What is the role and the contribution of water museums to make the invisible visible and build novel approaches on water awareness education for more forward-looking water uses targeted by the UN SDGs? Please, Professor Eddie Morse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roberto, and I'm quite pleased that I have the possibility to say a few words to you on something that I think is dear to everybody, and that's water. So why do we want to have water museums? One reason I think that's quite important is that we think that part of the new younger generation may have lost some of the values that water has. And we think it's very important that we try to create a new bond between this new generation with water. And we think we can help doing that through the water museums. What I also would like to stress is that when we use the word museums here, it's not only the traditional museums that you all know, but it's also about other sorts of museums. So it's about pop-up museums, it's about eco-museums, it's about communities, and all that we would like to use to create this value for our young generation. But I just want to give you a few numbers of what WAMINET is at the moment. At the moment, there are more than 80 members with WAMINET spread over 33 countries. And we have also about 30 million visitors on a yearly basis. So it's a quite large group of people that come to those museums. And we think that that also gives an opportunity. That also maybe explains a little bit why UNESCO is interested to have WAMINET, so the Water Museum Network, as one of their flagship projects. And that is because of this large and maybe a little bit unusual target group, which is the young generation coming from a science program, like the Intergovernmental Hydrology Program is. The other reason is that the water museums, they are looking backwards, they're looking at traditions, but also very much looking forward. So all the members of those museums are also interested to see what we can learn from the past and what we can apply to the future to solve, for example, issues like climate change, but also the population increase that we have. And what we think is that we have lost maybe some of the traditional ways that were quite a nice way of handling water. Of course, you need some adjustments because the world has changed, but we do think that that can be used. Again, to stress a bit what the museum does, so it's about education. So a lot of the partners that we have in there, they will try to train young people or create awareness. One of the things that we're doing, that is about the youth contest that we have. That's the Water We Want, as you can see on the slide over here. This is a contest where youngsters are invited actually to express how they think about water, but also the water they would like to have. We have different age classes and different ways how that can be done. So that's one way how we participate with the global network. A second important one is the global digital exhibition that we have. That is I Remember Water. That was especially coming up during COVID time when it was quite difficult for museums to have visitors there. So at that moment in time, we created this nice exhibition that gives the opportunity for people to also from home or another situation to see why water is so important. So I invite you also to have a look there. I think it's a quite interesting part. But another exhibition that we have is Valuing Ancient Water Cultures. And again, this is one where we collaborate as a network together. And of course, there is the exhibition that will be opened tomorrow. But if you're really interested, you can already have a look at the exhibition, because it's actually when you enter the main entrance of the building here, you can have a look at those different, I think, information states with quite nice pictures. And like Roberto already announced, it's about the groundwater system, the invisible water. The water museums, they have a wider ambition than only groundwater. They also would like to look at surface water. And the last part I would like to ask your attention for is that at the moment there is an open call to participate in an inventory to know in which countries there are water museums. That's about the existing water museums, but as a global network, we're also quite interested to hear about new initiatives. And I'm quite happy that I already heard some people that wanted to talk to us about new initiatives to see if they could establish a water museum in their country or in their region. So in both cases, please feel free to contact us. Roberto here is the main contact point of the Water Museum Network, but there are other members here also in the room. Maybe I should just ask who's a member of the Water Museum Network. Maybe they can just raise their hand, so people can also see. I see Alexander, you should raise your hand there as well. But so just in case that you have questions, then please feel free to approach them. And I hope that together we're able to create this value for our new generation about why water is so important. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you so much, Professor Eddie Morse. I'm now pleased to introduce the second speaker. We have two overview presentations. The first one will be made by Elisabeth Lichtewald. You know already, I think, Elisabeth, Director of IGRAC. So the main question that I would like to answer concerning the first two overview presentations is the following. Can insights from local and indigenous knowledge systems contribute solving today's water challenges? Please, Elisabeth, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Heriberto. Very honored to have been invited to this side event and to be here. So I have a few slides. Maybe you can go to the first one, the next one. Yes, this one. Yeah, it's changing. Okay. So worldwide, we find vestiges of structures developed by past civilization and culture to meet their water needs. Next one, please. In arid and semi-arid areas and in regions also historically affected by adverse events, prolonged droughts, floods, like the Mediterranean region, North Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, India, China, the Andean Cordillera. There we can find vestiges of groundwater use and management. So we can divide, next slide speed, we can divide those vestiges in three big types of structures. The first one are the structures used to store water by implementing systems which facilitates groundwater recharge. The second type are structures used to retain water by improving infiltration, drainage, and using the capacity of natural reservoirs like wetlands. And the third ones are structures used to collect water by developing systems for extraction of groundwater. And for example, hand-dug wells or deep hand-dug wells, and like the underground filtration galleries, most known as Canat, Carez, Quetara, Fogara, Socavones, they have different names, Viajes de Agua, they have different names all over the world. Those structures are considered as one of the oldest and biggest achievement of human engineering. So, but today, most of those structures are abandoned, or many of them, to the benefit of pump, well, and drill boreholes. So, and other modern technology. At best, they are preserved and maintained as human heritage for cultural and touristic use. But even if they are preserved, the knowledge behind the realization of those structures is disappearing from memories, if not already disappeared. So it is disappearing, this knowledge is disappearing from the memories of the people, and especially from the memory of the people who most desperately would need this knowledge to survive in harsh environments affected by droughts, floods, etc. Instead, sometimes of waiting hopelessly for external support. And this is, I think, one critical question and challenge for the Water Museum Network. So reviving this knowledge behind the implementation of those structures is part of the solution in some areas, and in some regions. But in many regions, realistically, in many regions where widespread use of pumped boreholes and wells is being made for intensive groundwater use, those structures are not able today to meet the water demands. And why? Let's look, next one. Yes. Let's look at the filtration galleries, which is a system developed between 800 and 600 BC in the ancient, no, before you, yeah. In the ancient Persia, and then spread to other parts of the world and to other cultures. This system is based on passive tapping of groundwater. This means that the natural supply of water in a filtration gallery can never exceed the groundwater recharge. This is the definition of sustainable groundwater use. But today, those structures are abandoned because we need more than what nature can give us. But ancestral and local knowledge is not all about realizing impressive structures. And I just would like to speak about Andean culture and Andean communities, which have been pre-Columbian culture and communities have developed ingenious adaptive solution for to balance an irregular supply with them affected by droughts and floods with their demand. And as all other cultures around the world, they have an integrated and holistic understanding of the water cycle, and even beyond, and that costs us so much today, because the water cycle connects the earth and the atmosphere. And for those communities, all the elements, even human beings, constitute a unity. And in order to maintain this unity, you need to maintain dialogue between all these elements. And the central, and in order to maintain this dialogue, the central concept is reciprocity. And reciprocity means that if I want nature to be good at me and to provide me all what I need to be good at nature. If I fail in this duty, all kind of disaster and catastrophe will happen. So they have developed this unique and cultural concept of the obligation of humans to preserve and maintain nature. And this summarizes the cosmovision of the Andean community, and this is maybe one of the most ecological thinking ever developed by any culture today, no? So today we have the same challenges. We have an ever increasing irregular supply of water affected by drought, floods, and we have a very high demand. So we can be inspired by the ingenious adaptive solution developed by those culture, and this is what we receive now. But will we be able to integrate reciprocity to avoid the tragedy of the commons? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for highlighting this important concept about reciprocity. And I'm pleased now to introduce the next speaker, Professor Jordi Morato Ferreras from the Technical University of Barcelona. I will ask the same questions about ancestral hydrotechnologies, how they can support institutions to better adapt to climate change. Please, Jordi, the floor is yours.
Bonjour, good morning. You can put the slide presentation. We want to focus our talk about the ancestral hydrotechnologies for climate adaptation, for climate emergency. Next slide, please. The first question, if we can learn from the past in order to adapt to our future. In that sense, human beings have been able, obviously, able to adapt to extreme conditions. In any location, populations have developed during centuries socio-ecological and technical and cultural systems that are basic for their adaptation. Today, it's really basic to understand that knowledge, mainly based in the intangible cultural heritage linked to water, linked to habitat, if we want to improve climate adaptation. Next slide, please. In that sense, we can define a vulnerability for any place as a component of two issues, a biophysical vulnerability defined by the geographic context, but more important, the social vulnerability that is defined by the social fabric, the experience, the perception of communities during centuries. Next slide, please. Therefore, as a summary, we can find local or indigenous knowledge systems, and today we want to improve that knowledge to understand in order to manage our adaptation to the environment. Next, please. In the Mediterranean area, it's curious to know that most of the water systems, the water supply systems, the water distribution system and water sanitation were developed many centuries ago, even during the Bronze Age. Many of our systems come directly from the Egyptian water culture and the Minoan civilization. Outside the Mediterranean, there were really interesting developments in the Indus Valley in the same Bronze Age. And in Latin America, we have different partners and different joint offices with Latin American countries. We have interesting systems of hydrotechnologies in the Zenus society in Colombia or the pre-Hispanic Amunas. In that sense, the scientific community increased the interest in water heritage, and you can see on the left a figure around the scientific publications around the concept water heritage, and you can notice a significant increase during the last 5 years of the number of scientific papers around water heritage. Other similar concepts that we find were hydrotechnologies, hydraulic heritage, ancestral water, or ancient water. Next slide, please. Then we have different lessons learned from that water heritage. The first lesson is that these civilizations understood the importance of sanitation, of water supply and drainage, not just for human survival, even for human well-being. And even they make an essential part of the urban planning to achieve water resource sustainability. A second lesson is that they obviously recognize water quality and water security as the critical aspects. A third lesson is that they combine a smaller scale measure with bigger or large scale water supply projects. And finally, that water technologies were really simple and easy of operation. Some examples in the next two slides of that hydrotechnologies from Latin American countries like the Amunas in Peru, rain harvesting in the upper part of the Andes. They inject in some rocks and they collect that water many months later and many meters below, and you can see the comparison without in the water flow without harvesting these systems and with that system. Next slide is another example. The ZENU system in Colombia, where is a really multifunctional system for flowing control, water security, and food security. Next slide, please. You can see that system. Oh, yeah. Oh, 1 minute, no, 5 minutes. Okay, 4. No problem. Then the ZENU system were really interesting because were developed 400 years before Christ. And you can see that today the scientists are working a lot in the quadruple nexus and the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus. And this is an incredible example of that quadruple nexus, no? Because they can maintain the agriculture in the rainy season, not please, below, and then during the flooding season, and they can maintain the agriculture during the dry season. Today we can replicate that ancestral hydrotechnologies. We can have different examples of that system. Today, people lost that knowledge, and during the rainy season, all the soil is flooded, and during the dry season, all is dry. And next slide, please. We have examples of replication, and in Colombia, in the next slide, we have an example of really beautiful replication of that ancestral model of the ZENU system, and more 100 families live with agroecology in that system. No? Finally, in the next slide, today there's a new trend about nature-based solutions, and obviously there's in the next slide, please. There's a direct connection with the traditional ecological knowledge, that cumulative body of multi-generational knowledge with nature-based solutions. No? As a final remark in the last slide, we can have different issues and different fields of research today related to that traditional ecological knowledge, to that sets that are, for example, ecohydrology. You can, the next slide, please. Okay. Bioengineering, phytotechnologies. There is a new trend to use solutions based in nature, no? Solutions that are obviously that we want to design to address that societal challenges in a resource efficient and adaptive manner, and we want to design in order to achieve not just environmental benefits, also economic and social benefits. No? You can see even the elephants know that filtered water is safer than drink directly from the river. No? Then finally, and last slide, next slide, please. There's really a vast need of that sustainable and cost-effective water supply, water sanitation, water drainage facilities. And there are several of that ancestral hydrotechnologies that could be considered not just as historical artifacts, but also potential models for sustainable water technologies for our adaptation. And you are invited to our international conference that we organize in close collaboration with OAMUNED and other partners next February in Barcelona. All of you are invited in order to discuss that ancestral hydrotechnologies as a response to climate, health, and food emergency focus in the Mediterranean area. No? All the details in our webpage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Morato Ferreras. So thank you for illustrating additional concepts, key concepts, not only reciprocity, but nature-based solutions, how this historical groundwater heritage can still be used and inspire institutions to provide new solutions. So now we move to the final part of our session, and we have 4 additional speakers that are going to illustrate specific case studies. 3 of them are also included in the exhibition, one from Venice, Italy, from India, from Algeria, and I hope that our online speaker, Sarah Hamed from India, can hear me.
Yes.
Hello, Sarah.
I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So Sarah Hamed is the director of the Living Waters Museum from Pune, India. I would like to ask Sarah in 5 minutes to illustrate a bit, well, 5 minutes is not easy, but the outstanding heritage of Indian sacred step wells, not only their history and function, but try to focus also considering the worrying state of abandonment. What are the opportunities for revival and rehabilitation, and how this heritage can illustrate novel concept for water cooperation? Please, Sarah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Roberto. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
So the
Thank
first
you.
slide,
Okay,
please.
yes.
The first slide. So there are more than 3,000 step wells that dot the semi-arid landscape of Western India, right up to Central Asia along the trade route. And these step wells are, I mean, I don't know how many of you have seen step wells in India, but these are amazing underground structures that mark the invisible landscape of groundwater. And basically, they could be anything from 60 to 80 feet deep. And whilst they're based on an aquifer source, they're also recharged by rainwater through a process of seepage. These step wells, when they were built by wealthy people, kings and queens and merchants who wanted to do a meritorious act, because water is a gift in India. It's the gift of water. Unfortunately, and as one of the speakers mentioned earlier, with the introduction of piped water systems under colonial and post-colonial rule in India, step wells were disregarded. No one really went to them. In the 1980s, there was a big campaign around guinea worms, and when women going down to draw water from the step wells were being affected by guinea worms. So and now many of these abandoned step wells have been converted into community halls, some into temples, and so on. Next slide, please. So what do? We're a virtual museum. And we know that there are many beautiful books out there on the step wells in India, but a lot of people don't even know that there is a step well in their backyard virtually. So we're trying to bring this out. We've been trying to work on an interactive map on step wells that people who use the map can click on and see the stories behind different step wells. We've been using technology to map digital heritage like photogrammetry, and also creating storybooks for children. So this is a book that tells the story about a little girl in a futuristic world where there's no water, and she falls down a step well, much as Alice in Wonderland fell down tunnel, and she's looking for water. And she finds that all these taps, which you see in the picture, are inverted, and they're actually drawing water up from these aquifers for urbanization and urban development and so on. So the story touches upon rural-urban water conflicts. It talks about water values. It talks about women's role in fetching water. And finally, this girl has to negotiate her way back through the help of spiritual interfaces, if you like, or oracles. Next slide. So, Roberto, you asked me about the role of communities and partnerships. So in 2019, the Water Ministry in India, the Jal Shakti Ministry, realized the importance of what have now become our secondary water systems, and launched a mission called Jal Jeevan, Water and Life. And basically the idea was to use funding from the government, but also from other sources, to revive some of these ancient structures so that people could understand, where their water came from as well. But also these became reflective pieces. So the picture that you see on the slide is from Jodhpur in Rajasthan. It's a step well called Tudki Tijara. And around the step well, unfortunately, you don't see that in this picture, but there are many cafes and restaurants and shops and all. So this was a multi-stakeholder partnership that involved commercial interests, obviously, because they wanted to create a beautiful place. And in the evenings, the place is full of young people who come and just sit on the steps and, think about water and so forth. We also have examples from community-based NGOs in India that have also worked with smaller step wells, not these beautiful structures, but smaller step wells in semi-arid landscapes like Kutch, and try to revive them to provide water security for communities. And I know in one case, there were 400 families who were getting water from the pipeline system once in 10 days. And
1 minute left, Sarah. Thank you.
I'm done. Through reviving the smaller step wells, they were able to provide water security, also water for livestock, water for small enterprises. And many of these structures are now being managed by community groups, including women. So I just wanted to end by saying that, yes, there is a lot of work happening in India, but you can only work with step wells where there is an active aquifer, So I think that's all I have to say, Roberto.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Sarah Med is also Vice President of the Global Network of Water Museums, very active, one of the 2 water museums from India, which are part of our network. So we get closer to Paris and we move to Venice. And I'm pleased to introduce now Professor David Gentilcore, which is the principal investigator of the ERC project, the Water Cultures of Italy, at the Venice University of Ca' Foscari. So in the case of Venice, we don't have a similar heritage in a state of comparable disrepair, but it's a kind of hidden heritage, not always so visible in the city, that can have also new functions for the future, kind of second life. And this concerns not only Venice, but also other examples in the Mediterranean. Please, David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Heriberto, and good morning, everyone. Could I have the next slide, please? I don't know how many of you have been to Venice, but it gets about 5.5 million tourists every year. And many of them will admire these lovely wellheads that you can find in almost every square and private courtyard throughout the city. But probably without realizing that, or probably assuming that these are normal wells in the sense that they tap groundwater. But in fact, they're quite elaborate systems for capturing rainwater, for filtering it, and for storing it. Next slide, please. And obviously, you'll know as well as I that rainwater harvesting was absolutely vital throughout large areas of the Mediterranean, where for climate and geography, there were severe limits on sources of fresh water. The technology was ancient. Many areas was used well into the 19th, the 20th century, perhaps even now. In Europe, at least, it was used throughout up until the 19th century in religious settings, like this monastery here in southern Italy, in rural areas, rural communities, and fortresses or military settings where they needed to be independent. But also in areas like islands in the Mediterranean, where they have no other rivers or sources of fresh water. And this is the case of Venice. Next slide, please. Located, as you know, in the midst of a saltwater lagoon and crisscrossed by saltwater canals. So Venice wasn't unique in relying on underground rainwater systems, but with a population historically of over 150,000, its approach was so systematic and widespread, the city so populous, and the technology so sophisticated. I mean, nowhere was it so sophisticated and managed so carefully as in Venice historically. So that, as you see in this map, by the 19th century, there were over 6,000 rainwater cisterns in the city, public and private. So pretty much whenever you're walking on solid ground, you're walking over a rainwater cistern. So the whole built environment becomes or exists to service the collection of rainwater. So the squares, the paved areas, the squares, the streets, but also the rooftops of buildings. Next slide, please. Here, I just put up a slide to give you an idea how an individual cistern would look like, how it would work, in the sense that the whole surface area of the square slopes down so it can collect and capture the rainwater as it falls. They're actually quite large structures occupying the whole width and breadth of the square, down to a depth of 3 or 4 meters below the normal high tide level. And there are holes in the paving carefully dispersed to allow the rainwater to go through, and then it gets filtered through a layer of sand, and then deposits in the well shaft immediately underneath the well head. So it allows people to access it. And the water that they contained was managed as a public good. It was meant as a public service, managed by the Venetian state in the days when it was an independent republic, by the state on behalf of the inhabitants. And it was the inhabitants of these squares who were tasked with, keeping them clean so that they could do their job. Next slide, please. But after the construction of the aqueduct of the city in the 1880s, the cisterns slowly fell into disuse and disrepair. Rainwater, when I left Venice the other day, it was absolutely pouring. Rainwater is lost. It just flows directly into the canals now. Occasionally, efforts are made to bring these rainwater cisterns back into use in specific locations and with specific tasks, watering gardens or using them to flush toilets, that sort of thing. But nothing ever comes of these timid possibilities, timid attempts. So I put this last slide here to show recently a student residence opened a couple of years ago at Ca' Foscari, uses rainwater collected from the roofs to water the gardens there around, and hopefully, they say, to flush some of the toilets. But it's really just very timid beginnings that suggest maybe some of the possibilities to recover at least part of this whole water culture that was associated with rainwater capture in the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gentilcore. I'm very grateful to all speakers to stay within these time limits. So now we move to the next speaker, Farah Amamouche, who together with Amin Saidani developed an interesting case study, also included in our exhibition. So we move now to a kind of a living waters heritage, not only something that was functioning in the past. Farah Amamouche is from UMR, GO, and CIRAD branch, belonging to this institution. And so we move now to this case study, focusing on the historical heritage of groundwater in the Algerian Sahara. Today, most of oases are abandoned. Nevertheless, in some cases, the ones that are still in function highlight how the concept of circularity, in particular, can target the SDGs. So, Farah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you show me? Sorry. Good afternoon. So I'm going to present the case study of the Mzab Valley Oasis, which have proved through time to be a pragmatic model for sustainable irrigation and agriculture. So the pertinence of this oasis lies in the ancestral practices of the circularity. So the case study is located in the Gardaya department, about 600 kilometers from the capital of Algiers. And in this region, three farming models coexisted. So we have the ancient oasis, including those the Mzab Valley. So the irrigation communities of the oasis people has developed a hydraulic and agricultural system based on the principle of the circularity for the management of the local and natural resources, including the shallow groundwater. So another large-scale pioneer front pioneer farming promoted by state and carried by investors have emerged in the recent decade in the Sahara. So in contrast to the ancient oasis, this intensive farming, farming is based in intensive use of a little renewable water resources and chemical inputs. So, however, the oasis people aware that the intensive agriculture is incompatible with the specificity and characteristic of the Sahara, have developed another model, a small scale farming outside of the oasis at the periphery in the new agriculture land. So this farmer have drawn on the circular practices and traditional knowledge inherited from the ancient oasis while combining with the recent technologies and practices, agriculture practices, to develop a healthy and a more sustainable agriculture, market agriculture. Next. So faced with the climate variabilities and the low rainfall in the Sahara, less than 100 millimeter per year, the irrigation communities have developed during the 11th centuries an ingenious hydraulic system that consists to capture rare and flash flood water and to divert it to the palm grove not only to irrigate the crops, but also to artificially recharge the shallow groundwater. So the water is then made available during the dry period through the collective wells. So in addition to the collective initiative for managing the aquifer, so the principle of the circularity is the health oasis life. For example, the human and animal waste are reused as an organic fertilizer, manure, but also the agriculture waste has building material. Next. So by ignoring the hydrogeological cycle and its specificities, that mean where the water comes and how the water is returned to nature, serious environmental problems have been induced by the intensive agriculture in the Sahara. So it will be necessary to rethink the sustainable groundwater management while trying to find a balance between the livelihood goal and the exploitation of natural resources. So the ancestral water culture highlights a good practices that should be promoted further to foster and more far-sighted development paradigm and face climate change. So public authorities should be inspired by the ancient practices and knowledge to promote a sustainable agricultural strategy in the Sahara. So in our case study, ancestral knowledge of the circular irrigation system or the practices of the circularity and the ability of the oasis actor to shape a new institution and technical arrangement and to adapt her production system can provide a lesson for more efficient and beneficial use of water and energy, and for produce a healthy food. So in addition, the reappropriation and the readaptation of the practices of the circularity outside oasis can represent a source of aspiration for ecology sustainable and socially equitable forms. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. I invite you also to watch the interesting video that is in part of our exhibition. We now move to the next speaker, Monica Cardillo, maître de conférence à l'Université de Limoges et président de l'Académie de l'eau. Please, Monica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Heriberto. Good morning to everyone. So I want to share with you my reflection on 3 points about the inclusion of indigenous juridical systems to frame the concept of sustainable management of groundwater. The next slide, please. Okay. So the first point on general statement about indigenous juridical systems. There are socio-political and cultural contexts where the legal regime of groundwaters is multiple. Alongside the state public property, there is a sort of divine public property. Next to the state that owns and manages the aquifers, there are superior invisible entities that control these same waters and enable the local communities to have access and manage this water. To use groundwaters, people must obtain permission from the state service. However, those who attach a religious and divine character to these waters also perform special ceremony to pay tribute to the water genuses in order to get access to water. This ancestral system is a part of oral rights and not written rights. The next slide, please. Sub-Saharan Africa, when groundwater is discovered by a seeker, spring digger, or shaman, it's considered miraculous. This double way of managing groundwaters, material on the one hand and sacred on the other, can create conflicts of uses between the national hydrological management system and local ancestral practice, and that especially in rural areas. This conflict will be exacerbated by climate change with increasingly intense and frequent heat waves and drought. Groundwater, if protected, also considering previous legal frameworks, is a crucial resource. Next slide, please. To avoid increasing rivalries, and that's my second point, it is important to formally recognize the ancestral techniques of groundwater management and the existence of an intangible ancestral legal heritage. It is necessary to make visible this invisible conceptual legal framework related to water. A framework that is often hidden by the weight of history and colonialism. The next slide, please. Indeed, indigenous legal systems are aiming to foster better protection and reasonable use of these valuable but limited resources, promote farsighted and reasonable management of local waters in a context of scarcity and global climate change, and naturally contribute to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thus, the recognition of these ancestral legal systems would make it possible to reconcile environmental concerns, the challenges of keeping peace and consolidating democracy, and respect for different forms of juridical expression other than those of the Western world. The next slide, please. So what is the role of the global network of water museum in supporting this process of recognition of traditional indigenous legal system? It could be to promote scientific research, to acknowledge local water rights, elaborate an inventory of ancestral legal practices, and foster the development of national action plans to recognize and combine both ancient and modern knowledge as regards groundwater management. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Monica. We move to the last speaker to state some conclusions. Professor Francesco Vallerani, UNESCO Chair at the Ca' Foscari University of Venice. Please, Francesco.
Good morning. It's not very simple to close in very few minutes. Anyway, at the end of this inspiring meeting, I think that very suggesting remarks have been emphasized to develop a new approach in groundwater management. This approach is proposed by our network, Water Museum of Global Network. During this side event, and thanks to the effectual presentation we have just appreciated, and to the small but full information and the well-detailed exhibition that I suggest you to visit in the main hall, this exhibition, all participants are sharing a wide range of initiatives, helping to develop new visions and a cultural alternative to obtain a more sustainable groundwater management. Water Museum Global Network is strongly promoting research on historical practices, as we have just listened from the colleagues, aiming at the collection and recovery of local and indigenous knowledge, and furthermore to foster the awareness that groundwater is a limited resource. The second here, keywords are change of paradigm. This is the keywords. As we can easily appreciate in the exhibited case studies, there are so many inspiring experiences based on a collective groundwater management, more respectful of underground hydrological dynamics. Developing countries and rural societies are mostly involved in this process. The next one, please. In many worldwide areas, it's still possible to learn from history and from local ecological relationships between biosphere and the societies, shifting from domination of nature. It's well known that ancient cultures with their balanced exploitation are based on holistic expertise. All this requires a coherent educational approach. Finally, the last one, I know that I have to skip to the last slide, please. I do think that thanks to well-organized activities, water museums will be able to go on in improving the spread of traditional water knowledge with special focuses on traditional groundwater practices and finally promoting innovative approaches for future resilience planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all participants and all the speakers for these inspiring sessions. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions. If you can address your questions, we'll answer bilaterally by emails. I'm sorry, we don't have time.
Juste un compliment. Compliment, c'est un compliment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if you are interested, today we are going to make an official visit to the Sewage Museum of Paris, Musée des Égouts. So there is a list, you should add your name if you're interested on the main desk, the info desk, and the visit will be at 5. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Just a brief announcement, everyone. We're having a 1-hour break. We'll be back at 2 p.m. with more very interesting sessions. Thank you. Ah oui.
Hello, Michaela.
Hi.
Hi, can we just see your camera?
Yes, sure. Okay,
Looks
I might
perfect,
have
thank
to
you.
close down my curtains here 1 second to make the lighting better.
Looks good.
I will switch on the lights. There's still some, 1 second. Okay, I think this is better, no? Can you hear me?
Nice to see you. Good to see you.
Very good. There's a bit of an echo.
This will be better afterwards. It's just now.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
You will be
We'll-
displaying the presentation, I assume.
Yes, we start the presentation from here.
Okay.
And also click forward. So please.
But I will say the next slide when I need the next slide. Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Technician, is the French interpretation ready? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You're behind the computer. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this session that's now starting. The session will be about the future of groundwater monitoring and foresight concepts in support of SDG 6. And I have the pleasure to give now the floor to Mr. Ernst Uberheiter, who's going to be the moderator of the session. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita, for this kind introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the side event of Austria, of the Republic of Austria, Future of Groundwater Monitoring and Foresight Concepts in support of SDG 6. I have some organizational remarks in the beginning. This is an hybrid event, so I welcome everybody in the room and online following us. Many thanks to our rapporteur, Ms. Lisa Unterlerchner, and very many thanks to UNESCO for providing this honorable frame for our side event here. We have translation from English to French language provided, so please use it if necessary. Our side event is structured in 2 parts. The first part covers 3 presentations, 10 minutes each, with national and EU examples of groundwater monitoring and foresight concepts. The second part will be a panel discussion with the possibility of interventions from you, from the audience. For your interventions from the audience, from the room as well as online, please use the Slido link. Second slide, please. That is provided on the screen. We will take it away during the presentations and put it on the screen afterwards again. I hope to address your questions late in the panel discussion to the panelists. But now I give the floor to Mr. Günther Liebel, General Secretary in the Austrian Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Regions and Water Management for his opening statement. Mr. Liebel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, a really warm welcome from my side. It is really a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you here on behalf of the Austrian Ministry for Agriculture, Forestry, Regions and Water Management. We are very pleased that UNESCO gave us the possibility to organize this side event as part of this UNESCO Groundwater Summit here in Paris. And we did it in close cooperation with partners and friends from Europe and also outside of Europe. I want to thank all the speakers and the panelists here on the podium, but also our colleague from the European Commission who will join us later on via the web. The main topics of this side event will be presentations about the groundwater situation in Austria, followed by an introduction from the European side to give us insight about the European perspective, but followed then by a presentation from a colleague from Armenia who will give us details about the concrete implementation of groundwater policy in his country. After the speakers, there will be a panel discussion, and we are very happy that we could also find on the podium 2 colleagues from Finland and from our neighboring country, Slovenia. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very much for joining us. It's really a pleasure to have all of you with us, and I think we can now start with the program.
Thank you, Mr. Liebel, for your intervention and your welcome remarks. I wish then to invite Mr. Johannes Grad as first speaker. He's team leader on groundwater resources in the Austrian Environment Agency, and I ask him for his presentation. Mr. Grad, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In the presentation, I will provide information on groundwater, the Austrian water treasure, on current available groundwater resources, and on current water demand. Moreover, I will look at possible future developments based on scenarios for the time horizon 2050. So Austria is known as a water-rich country, but the resources are unevenly distributed. In particular, in the Alpine region of Austria, we have high precipitation rates, whereas predominantly in the eastern part of Austria, where there are flat areas with agricultural use and low precipitation. In recent years, effects of climate change became visible. We are facing with longer dry periods, with increasing temperatures and more frequent heat waves. These facts led to the decision to perform a comprehensive study, Austria's water treasure. Next, please.
The scope of the study and the objectives were to determine water demand and groundwater availability, covering current and all future interests in the best possible way, considering effects of climate change and socio-economic developments for the time horizon 2050. This covers data regarding current and future available groundwater resources, data regarding various economic sectors' current and future water demand, data regarding the intensity of current and future groundwater use. This information shall secure the sustainable use and ecological functions of the water bodies adapted to the respective natural environment. Next, please. First, some information on the available groundwater resource, which is the volume of water which can be sustainably withdrawn from the groundwater without over-exploitation or impairment of ecosystems. The total annual precipitation of about 1,190 millimeter, which falls on a long-term average on the federal territory, corresponds to a water volume of about 100 billion cubic meters per year. Of this volume, a major part flows off on the surface via running waters, or the water evaporates. On Austrian average, a share of almost 27% of precipitation is contributing to groundwater recharge. And 5% of the precipitation, or 5.1 billion cubic meter per year, can be sustainably withdrawn from the groundwater without overexploitation or impairment of ecosystems. Next. The current water demand and the water demand by 2050 was assessed for the different sectors as there are water supply for private households and companies that are connected to the public water supply system, water demand for agriculture covering irrigation and animal husbandry, the water demand for industry and the trade sector, and the water demand for some selected services, as there, for example, ski slopes. Now, some results on the next slide. You see on the pie chart on the left, the total annual water demand in Austria, which is about 3.1 billion cubic meter, of which 60% are abstracted from surface water. This is presented in the white part, and 40% abstracted from groundwater, shown in blue. On the pie chart to the right, you can see the demand for the different sectors covered by groundwater, and the highest proportion for water supply of private households by about 61%, for industry and trade in purple 29%, for agriculture, irrigation and animal husbandry about 10% shown in green, and only a small proportion for different services with less than 1%. So far, some information on the uses, and now, as mentioned in the beginning, since the objective was to provide figures for the available groundwater resource and the water demand for today and for the time horizon 2050, some information shown here on the bar charts. For the time horizon 2050, different scenarios were developed, and the results are given for the unfavorable scenario. On the left, you can see the available groundwater resource, which is 5.1 billion cubic meter today, and there may be a decrease of about 23% to 3.9 billion cubic meter. On the right part of the chart, you see the water demand abstracted from wells, which is today of 0.83 billion cubic meter, and this may increase to about 1 billion cubic meter by 2050, which is about an increase of 21%. So far, some figures at the national level. So it is important not only to look at the figures at the national level, but also to look at it with a higher spatial resolution. Hence, we summarized the results at groundwater body level as intensity of use, which is the ratio of water demand abstracted from wells to the available groundwater resource. And on the next slide, then you can see summarized the results for the intensity of groundwater use. The upper map shows the current situation, and the map below results for the unfavorable scenario by time horizon 2050. The color scale goes from light yellow, representing low intensity, less than 20% of use, to brown and red, indicating higher and high intensity of use. In the current situation, the demand can be met sustainably in all groundwater bodies. Higher intensity of use occurs in the east, on the one hand, due to smaller available resources, and on the other hand, also due to higher water demand. The scenario for 2050 shows an increase in use intensity in several regions. And in 2050, in the unfavorable scenario, the red color indicates that in some areas, the demand may exceed the available resource if no measures are taken. Now let me conclude. The project Austria's Water Treasure provides an essential basis for forward-looking long-term water management and planning, and serves as a basis for the discussion and development of specific measures also at the national level. Moreover, experience made and lessons learned in the project are used to support the discussions at the European level within the so-called Common Implementation Strategy Working Group Groundwater, and also within international cooperation concerning groundwater and integrated water resources management. The study was performed in cooperation of the Environment Agency Austria, the University of Natural Resources and Applied Life Sciences, and the Engineering Office Holler on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Regions and Water Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grad, for your presentation about the Austrian situation of groundwater resources and uses. This should give an impression why it makes sense to have also for a water-rich country this overview of groundwater resources and uses, especially when we have a look to the future and considering climate change. Austria's is a country at the heart of the European Union, and so I wish then to invite Ms. Michaela Hauf as next speaker. She's team leader for sector connectivity, energy efficiency, environment and climate change at the European Commission. And I ask her for a presentation. She will speak about the EU know-how transfer beyond EU borders. Ms. Hauf is online, and I ask her for her presentation. Ms. Hauf, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and greetings from Brussels to everyone in the room and online. And I see my presentation is being started. Here we go. Perfect. So as was mentioned, I work in the European Commission. I work in the Director General dealing with enlargement and neighborhood countries. And I'm responsible for all our regional programs for the Eastern Partnership. And the program which I will be presenting in my presentation, the EU Water Initiative Plus, is one of these regional programs which we had in the past, which was running from 2016 to 2021. And I will share our experiences and lessons learned. But now a bit of background, and with this we move to the next slide. So here I present to you the Eastern Partnership and the Economic and Investment Plan. So just that you can put the project a bit in its political framework. So the EU Water Initiative Plus project was implemented for our Eastern Partnership region. So this covers countries such as Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia in the South Caucasus, Ukraine and Moldova, and at the time also Belarus. At the moment, we have no cooperation with Belarus because cooperation is on hold. So overall, the Eastern Partnership is our strategic partnership with Eastern partner countries. It's based on common values, mutual interest, and the key principle is shared responsibility and ownership. And the purpose of this strategic partnership is closer political association and economic integration between our partner countries and the EU and its member states. Interestingly, the Eastern Partnership also is key in delivering on a number of global policy objectives, such as, for instance, the Paris Agreement on climate change, or also the UN 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of our vision for the Eastern Partnership and our policy priorities, our new priorities for the post-2020 period, these priorities were presented in a communication back in March 2020, and were then further elaborated and more detailed and also put into specific targets in a joint staff working document in July 2021. And this one, just to give you an impression as well, also includes the so-called Economic and Investment Plan for the Eastern Partnership, which is about not only the governance side of things, but also really mobilizing public and private investments for our Eastern partner countries of up to 17 billion euros. And here, interestingly, if we look into the details of the Economic and Investment Plan, and this is also why I'm mentioning this, we also have the water sector there. So the water sector features very prominently in the Economic and Investment Plan, and we're aiming to have at least 700 million euros of investments to upgrade water supply and sanitation, but also to implement all the measures which are identified in the river basin management plans. So this was basically my setting the scene slide to give you an understanding what is the Eastern Partnership, what is it all about, and how also does it link to what I'm going to be presenting in the next slide. And with this, let's please move to the next slide. Here we go. So here we have the key achievements of the program I am presenting, the EU Water Initiative Plus, which, as I said, was running from 2016 to 2021 in the Eastern partner countries. First of all, as the key basis for the program, we had the EU Water Framework Directive and also the Water Convention. These were really our key references providing the foundation for this program. Interestingly, and also important to note, is that obviously the EU Water Framework Directive is part of the key EU acquis, which are Eastern partner countries, the ones who have an association agreement, and now also the European perspective, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, have to implement. But it's also stipulated in our agreement with Armenia, for instance, the so-called SEPA. So just to show again the importance of this program. Then in terms of what have we achieved overall, more generally, with the EU Water Initiative Plus, so the partner countries progressed with the strategic planning, they updated or drafted new water strategies. We carried out 44 surveys in rivers, ground and coastal waters, which covered over 1,000 sites. We also produced knowledge products and analytical equipment was delivered, and 9 water labs were modernized. And overall, 11 new or revised river basin management plans were adopted, and 30 million people have benefited from that, the people living in these areas. Let's now move to the next slide, where I will focus more precisely on the groundwater aspect of the EU Water Initiative Plus. So in the previous slide, I presented our achievements overall, but given that obviously today's event is about groundwater, let's now dive deep a bit into the outcomes and achievement when it comes to groundwater. So I mentioned the 11 river basin management plans, which we put in place in the 6 countries, and all of them included all the necessary aspects and chapters on groundwater. So the thematic issue of groundwater was fully covered in there. Also, we were working as part of the EU Water Initiative Plus on the delineation and characterization of 117 groundwater bodies. And out of those, 42 are transboundary. So obviously this transboundary element is key because, first of all, we're talking here about a regional program, so cooperation between the countries is key, but obviously also water does not really know any borders, so it's very important also for countries to cooperate. We also carried out 15 groundwater surveys. We covered with this 325 monitoring sites, and we had a different amount of parameters in the different surveys ranging from 15 to 100. And finally, we were also working on transboundary groundwater body harmonization between Ukraine and Belarus. As I mentioned beforehand, at the time, Belarus was still part of our cooperation. This is no longer the case in the successor program, where at the moment cooperation is on hold. Let's now move to the next one. So this slide is focusing on the lessons learned. So I've given you a few facts and figures, but this is more, let's say, that the not so easy to touch part of the lessons learned. So what is the outcome of the program? What have we learned? What do we want to replicate in other programs? So first of all, and this is really one of the key lessons learned, is the peer-to-peer experience. So it's really important, and that was really the success of the program, that the member states, in this case, our colleagues from Austria, were working hand in hand with the colleagues in the country. So this is really key, and this also created trust, and it enabled better progress for better reforms and for better implementation. I already mentioned the importance of working with member states. Here, why do we generally in our programs work with member states? The important is indeed that through working with member states, our partner countries will really get this first-hand information on what's happening in the EU with EU policies. If, let's say, a directive is being updated or there are new developments, new practices, then they will know that firsthand. They will know it live, basically. So this is really a key lesson learned. Another key lesson learned was that, of course, we need to work on technical level. We need to work with the experts on the ground who really know all the details and have the technical expertise, but at the same time, we also need to work with policymakers. So we did that within the framework of so-called national policy dialogue. So we really needed to bring together all these different levels, and we did this, and this made the program a success. And then a lesson learned, or let's say more like an outcome of what we have to bear in mind with a topic as such as water management. Of course, it's super important to have all the wide expertise from different layers. It's coming from legal, from economic, expertise. You also need to have the policy expertise. So you all need to bring that all together, and all these experts need to work together. And then finally, what's also important is not to only just bring in the external support, which we were giving from the EU side, which our Austrian colleagues were given, but you also need to have local resources. And in this case, we don't only mean local resources in terms of human resources, so people on the ground, but also financial resources. So for instance, in Armenia, we had, and we will get further information on that later on, the Armenian side that financed a lab. So you just need to bring all these different pieces of the puzzle together, because this will also create more ownership and then also sustainability once the project is finished. So these were the lessons learned. And now you might also be wondering, okay, the program is finished. What has happened after 2021? And I will tell you that in the next slide. Exactly. So here we can see our new program, some information about the new program. We have launched at the beginning of this year a new program, the so-called EU for Environment, Water and Data program, which is partly the successor program of the EU Water Initiative Plus. And we build on the success and the experience of the previous program, but of course we're doing also some things differently because it's a step up. The countries have already a certain knowledge. So what are we planning to do in the coming years? Of course, we will continue with river basin management planning. In some of the countries, we will have the second cycle, so the second round for the same rivers. For instance, in Moldova and other countries, we start with other rivers and do the first cycle of river basin management planning. Of course, we will continue working on water strategies, but what is a bit different now is also the focus on climate-proofing measures. So we need to ensure that whatever we do, this also addresses the issues of, for instance, erosion or climate change, higher temperatures. Another new point which we've been working on is linking up water and health, the so-called water for health agenda. So what does that mean? We have already been carrying out in all the Eastern partner countries. So we have been carrying out in Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, COVID wastewater monitoring, which is basically to detect if there is COVID in the wastewater to see what is the level of the spread of the disease at the current point in time. A similar work was also done in Ukraine with the help of our colleagues from the US. So this is something new, which has already kicked off and has been quite successful. Then obviously in this new edition, we will also focus on novel approaches to water monitoring in general. And very importantly, we will also look at the economic aspect of water strategies and policies. So we will also be working with water users. We're looking at water tariffs or harmful subsidies. And then finally, and that is something which is very close to my heart, as you know, the EU Water Initiative Plus and also now the EU for Environment, Water and Data program, these are technical assistance programs focusing on governance. But investment is key. This is also why I mentioned beforehand the economic and investment plan. And now with this new edition of the program, we will also help partner countries to mobilize the necessary finance by linking up what we are doing with IFIs, with banks, with international financial institutions. And we already have a very good example here in Georgia, where we have an upcoming demonstration project in the Simu-Samgori region, where we will be working on integrated water management through a pilot project on irrigation, and where we work together with the European Investment Bank and AFD, the French bank, just to give you an example. And then with this, we're already at the last slide, which is just for your own consumption, because it gives you some more further reading. Because of course this was just a little snapshot and I had to be very quick. So if you are intrigued now by the EU Water Initiative Plus, please click on these links or watch the video. Thank you very much again for having me, and back to you, Mr. Überreiter.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hoff, for taking your time and joining us from Brussels, and for giving us an impression about the outreach of EU activities to our Eastern partner countries. So I think this was the perfect bridge also to the third presentation we have. I wish then to invite Mr. Atash Aginian, hydrologist and associated professor at the Yerevan State University, Faculty of Geology, Geography, for his presentation. He's talking about the OIV Plus East project implementation of EU groundwater management concepts on the example of Armenia. Mr. Atash Aginian, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. I'm glad to be invited by Austrian side. Many thanks. Dear audience, the topic of my presentation concerns the cooperation between European Union and Armenia in groundwater sector. The territory of Armenia is characterized by mountainous relief with small intermountain basins. Armenia is one of the unique countries where 97% of drinking water provided from groundwaters without additional treatment. About 97% of the water used for drinking and 40% of water used in the country comes from groundwater. Generally, groundwaters are naturally protected from contamination in comparison with surface waters. Nevertheless, groundwater under the impact of growing population and risks of contamination and depletion are continuously rising. Under these conditions, sustainable water management is essential, which requires significant financial resources and appropriate legal regulations. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Next slide, please. The European Union is providing great support in this regard. In particular, in 2017, the Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement between Government of the Republic of Armenia and European Union was signed to align national legislation with European Union regulations. The cooperation with European Union member states enriches the knowledge and skills of local stakeholders in applying European Union Water Framework Directive concepts and approaches to water resources management in Armenia. Following thematic areas were covered by this agreement. Legislation. The amendments in Water Code and other key legislation were conducted. Water quality standards were updated. Next sphere is policy development and institutional capacity building. The National Methodological Guidance Document for implementing river basin management plans in Armenia was developed. Water quality monitoring systems. The National Laboratory for the Hydrometeorological Center was established. Next sphere is data management and public awareness. The project to develop automatic tools for better collection of data and indicators has started. Under European Union support, river basin management plans were developed in 3 river basins out of 5. 1 river basin management plan was adopted. 2 management plans are developed and ready for adoption. The European Union Water Initiative Plus program supported the refurbishment of 13 existing monitoring sites and establishment of 12 new monitoring sites. And it is only first step to be continued in coming years. Next, please. Next slide. Groundwater chemical monitoring capacities were improved through personal training and procurement of modern monitoring equipment. During European Union Water Initiative Plus, existing monitoring networks have been assessed against the requirements of the Water Framework Directive. As a result, the current groundwater monitoring network in Armenia doesn't meet the Water Framework Directive requirements. The number of monitoring sites is too small. The assessment of groundwater monitoring network in other river basin districts, which were not yet covered by this program, should be performed once groundwater bodies are identified and delineated. As a nation, next slide, please. As a local hydrogeologist, in cooperation with Austrian colleagues, I have developed national methodology for assessment of available groundwater resources in mountainous regions. On the example of 2 river basins in Armenia. On the slide, you can see graph that is specific for mountainous regions. Here, three zones separated each from other: recharge zone, zone of transit, and zone of accumulation. My work related to assessment in mountainous part, or recharge zone and zone of transit. Next. Two methods were applied: water balance method and river flow partitioning method or separation method. As a result, I managed to separate components of river flow and deep groundwater flow that consists of drainage, runoff, spring runoff of water outlets, and deep runoff that bypasses river basin. Available resource I want once again to mention is resource that can be abstracted continuously. It is less than natural groundwater resource. Next, please. Available resource must be less or equal to 50% of the natural assessed natural groundwater resource, and this can be abstracted in environmentally friendly way. Next. Crucial findings. The method allows the water management agency provide water to water users strictly with calculated resources for exploitation. Water management agency can calculate the change in river flow when water users are provided with spring and drainage flows. They can conduct hydrogeological monitoring to clarify data. This methodology can be used to assess the groundwater resources in other river basins of mountainous regions. The estimated groundwater resources are included in the ready for adoption river basin management plans, and threshold values cannot be exceeded. Proper water management based on this methodology can contribute to achievement of SDG 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aginian, for your presentation. And after those three presentations, I now have the pleasure to introduce our panelists that will provide us further insights on groundwater monitoring and foresight concepts from different perspectives and scales to contribute to SDG 6 acceleration. Additionally, to our already introduced three speakers, we have two new faces in the panel. It's Mr. Aleš Pisiak. He's a water cooperation specialist at the EU Coordination and International Affairs Service in the Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning of the Republic of Slovenia. And Ms. Anuka Lipponen, she is a chief specialist focusing on the international cooperation in water management at the Finnish Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Before I gather questions from the audience, from you as well as online, I will give the floor to the new two panelists. As a reminder for you in the audience and online, for your interventions, please use the Slido link that will be provided on the screen afterwards. So we can, yeah. So you here have the Slido link you can use with your mobile phone, and please use it to give us your interventions from the audience. My first question is for Mr. Pisiak. Mr. Pisiak, Slovenia and Austria are neighboring countries. Please tell us about the transboundary groundwater management between our countries on the example of the Karavanke region.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you also for the invitation to the side event, which brings to our attention also the transboundary water cooperation, in my opinion, a prerequisite for a truly and full-scale integrated water resources management. This is becoming more and more important activity in contemporary states and societies, and will also be an important topic at the UN 2023 Water Conference, being very present in one of the interactive dialogues and hopefully also recorded in commitments. Slovenia has a well-established tradition of transboundary water cooperation on all levels, bilateral, sub-regional, regional, and international, being Sava River Basin Commission, Danube Commission for or the Water Convention. Transboundary water cooperation on bilateral level was mostly inherited from former country Yugoslavia, except with the Croatia, which was newly established country. On bilateral level, cooperation among Slovenia and Austria has the longest tradition of all bilateral relations. On the Drava River, for example, since 1955, and on the Mura River since 1956. Those who know a bit of the post-Second World War history can see the logic in these years. Both agreements, agreement on water management issues of the Drava River and agreement on water management issues of the frontier sector of the Mura River, have been transposed to the new countries, that means to Slovenia's law, in 1993. Though I would like to just remind you that I have seen even older documents, more than 90 years old, for the needs of transboundary water cooperation on Mura River among Dravska, Banovina, and Austria. So regarding the transboundary groundwater body Karavanke, I shall tell you that in 1990s, an in-depth bilateral research on groundwater body Karavanke along the Slovenian-Austrian states border was conducted. So in before the adoption of the EU Water Framework Directive. And the main findings were that the groundwater body carries enough water of a very good quality, both in quantitative and qualitative view. However, the aquifer is highly vulnerable due to its natural structure and potential anthropogenic pressures. Therefore, the two countries, based on a strong consensus in 2003 at the 12th session of the Permanent Slovenian-Austrian Commission for the Drava River, formed bilateral working group, Reserves of Drinking Water in Karavanke, which was dedicated to common groundwater body Karavanke. So let me briefly tell you on what terms, management terms, the common groundwater body Karavanke is defined. The first one is established mandates. It has some established mandates for data exchange. We conduct regular, diverse, and agreed types of data exchange. We ensure data quality control by ISO standard. We have regular frequency of data exchanges annually. We are managing the data storage. We are establishing joint reporting. As the time is scarce, I have to conclude now shortly, but I would tell this. Common groundwater body Karavanke is a showcase for provisions and practices of the Water Framework Directive and the Water Convention, even beyond the region. So let me conclude that the members of the Drava River Commission, the administrations of both countries, experts from different fields of work are proud of the common groundwater body Karavanke and are doing their best that it would remain in the same, if not even better condition, that is in good quantity status and good chemical status. We are aware about it and we are looking forward to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisiak. Thank you very much, Aleš. This was important from my perspective to underline the necessity of water cooperation for a good and trustful neighborship. My second question is for Ms. Lipponen. Ms. Lipponen, you have long-lasting experience and high expertise in international water cooperation. How do you see the importance and value of joint assessment and monitoring cooperation on transboundary groundwaters?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Secretary General, Mr. Liebel, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Many thanks to Austria for the kind invitation. Groundwater is a dear topic to me. Firstly, the this 2022 groundwater edition of the UN World Water Development Report, it had a whole chapter on transboundary aquifers, and this demonstrates the importance of our topic. And among the main messages and findings from the report was that monitoring is a vital component of transboundary aquifer management, as ensuring there is necessary knowledge base. And as national approaches differ, for monitoring to be effective, data should be coordinated, harmonized, or comparable and shared aquifer states. Of course, in the European Union, the common legal basis, it helps, but work is still involved in ensuring this harmonization. From this report, there actually, as a case, this cooperation between Belarus and Ukraine, which Ms. Hauf also mentioned, it's highlighted as a case as it demonstrates the process and the necessity of harmonization when identifying transboundary groundwater bodies. And it also demonstrates the challenge of shifting from one particular system of assessment, like more hydrogeology and chemistry based, to more holistic and accounting also for the human pressures. From the decades of work under the 1992 Water Convention, it can actually be seen that the value of joint assessment and monitoring, it's really crucial for taking transboundary cooperation forward overall. And notably, regional assessments have provided a political framework for discussing technical and scientific information. And now that there have been 2 cycles of reporting on the 2030 agenda on the SDG indicator 6.5.2 on transboundary cooperation, this has actually provided political attention to the level of knowledge and cooperation on transboundary groundwaters as the extent of the aquifers fully counts. Various guidelines have been developed for assessment and monitoring, notably the EU Common Implementation Strategy guidance, which is very technical and specific and therefore very valuable. But then under the Water Convention, fully complementary guidance at the strategic level has been developed. And now, in fact, also thanks to Austrian experts for contribution, this convention's strategies for monitoring and assessment of transboundary rivers, lakes, and groundwaters is issued as issued very soon as a updated global edition, which looks further into the specifics of groundwaters also. Thanks again for inviting me.
Thank you, Ms. Lipponen, for your intervention. I now would take one question from the audience. We have one provided here via Slido, and I read it out. How to get started with transboundary groundwater monitoring? What governance level? Bottom up with local experts or top down with national agreements? So I'm not sure who will answer. It's Ms. Lipponen, I guess.
Well, I can take it. In fact, there's no formula as far as I can see. It can go either way. Either it's sometimes easier to start with gradually, step by step, which is very much the convention's approach also, from technical matters and sharing information or sharing information about approaches also. And then it can, as it develops further, it can acquire a more political dimension and importance. But also it depends on the governance context and how the management and responsibilities on groundwaters are set. That it might also be that the high level political connection and understanding is needed as in order to start discussing technical issues.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bisek, do you also want to intervene on this point? Do you also want to intervene on this point? Okay. Then thank you very much. I have another question here in the Slido online from the audience. It's to Mr. Grad. Austria seems to have a lot of water and good monitoring of groundwater. Do you see need of improvement of monitoring?
Thank you. So, as I mentioned in the presentation, Austria is in general a water-rich country, but the resources are unevenly distributed. So whereas we have in the Alpine region rather high amounts, so in the eastern part rather low resources available, and the demand is higher. And that leads to the fact that we have already right now higher intensities of use. And based on the scenarios we performed, we see that this intensity will increase in future. And I think that in these areas, the monitoring should be improved or intensified. And in particular, also the water demand shall be assessed, the demand by different sectors and the abstractions which are taken or planned. So far, I think this should be the focus for the next period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grad. This were some interesting response, and thank you to all for your very rich inputs. I think we now have to come to the closing round. I have an intervention from the floor.
Yeah, just an additional questions to what Mr. Grad mentioned, this discrepancy between the availability and the demand, which may be much higher even in other regions than in Austria or Switzerland, where I'm coming from. My question is, how realistic is it that we face this situation with some technical solutions, with infrastructure? As I know in Austria, Vienna is fed by alpine groundwater. So is this some perspective, maybe even transboundary perspective, that regions with a higher availability supply regions where we have a lack of groundwater or water in general?
Who likes to answer?
Thank you very much. So I think you are addressing a very important point or points. And I think if once the information is available, first on the available resource, on water demand for different sectors and also for different purposes, so these steps you mentioned, technical solutions or also improvement in efficiency and so on, could then be implemented as next steps.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and for the answer. I'm afraid we have now to come to the final round of a question to everybody. It's about the key messages. And I would ask all of our panelists, what is from your perspective and your scale you were talking about before, the most important issue to ensure protection and sustainable uses of groundwater resources? What are your key messages? And 2 sentences maximum, please. I guess we start with Mr. Grad.
I just would like to repeat what we had already now in the discussion. So I think it is essential to have good knowledge on groundwater, to have conceptual understanding of the groundwater system based on monitoring and data for the demand, data for abstractions and for different uses. I think that's key for sustainable groundwater management and use of groundwater, and also for considering the effects of climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Grad. And then I hand over to Ms. Michaela Hauf. Are you still there with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm still here. Indeed, it's always hard to just name one issue. So for the Eastern Partner country, if I really had to pick one overarching issue, I have to repeat what Mr. Gras just said, and to say that climate change and its impact on the sustainable use of groundwater resources is really a key issue, given that obviously groundwater, as we have seen in many of the presentations, is a finite resource. And then, since I can never leave it with one, I would also add that for Eastern Partner countries, the issue of ownership is key, and also the importance to continue working on an integrated approach towards water management. So these are my takeaways specifically for Eastern Partner countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoff. This was clear. Then I hand over to Mr. Aginian. What are your key messages?
Thank you. My key message from my point of view to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of groundwater resources. The main issues are accurate assessment of groundwater resources, control of regime of water abstraction, and continuous control of groundwater monitoring data to prevent undesirable consequences and in groundwater parameters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aginian. And now I hand over to Mr. Bisiek.
Thank you. So let me go back to the transboundary water cooperation. I recognize this as a very sensitive job. Therefore, in my experiences, the first and the ultimate condition for persistent transboundary water cooperation is trust among administrations, representatives, experts, and general public on both sides of the border or on all sides of the borders. With no trust, no super IT assistance, and no contemporary modeling and no assessment approaches and no data management can assure sustainability of a common groundwater body use. So trust is a subjective issue, and we shall build on it. And when we will have trust among each other, we will have all the techniques and successes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alish, for this remark, which I can fully underline. And now, Ms. Lipponen, what are your key messages?
Thank you. Like Ms. Hauva, I was also thinking about integration, but not only groundwater, surface water, which is important link, but also that this like integration in transboundary dialogues, it should include integrate technical information with understanding of the changing demands for groundwater and related drivers, so the social. And for sustainability, it's important that this integration it's taken forward in institutions like bilateral or basin level commissions.
Thank you very much to all our panelists for these clear messages. And now we really come to a close and end of the session. And I kindly ask General Secretary Mr. Günther Liebl for his wrap-up and conclusions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I again want to thank all our speakers and panelists, but also the audience via the web for being with us today. I think that this session shows clearly that there is an urgent need for further efforts in securing the groundwater situation. Climate change and the effect of climate change are visible worldwide, in Europe, and we have seen also in a water-rich country like Austria. Therefore, groundwater has to be comprehensively monitored to generate data for sustainable resource management. Considering the principle, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. Close cooperation and coordination is needed on local, regional, national, and international level. Stakeholders, users, also the science, has to be involved in future work. Furthermore, awareness of all water users has to be raised, and potential polluters have to be involved to protect high quality and quantity of groundwater resources. Coming to the end, I again want to thank UNESCO for holding this groundwater summit here in Paris during the next 2 days. I think that this summit is an essential step forward to the UN Water Decade event next March in New York. And the summit will provide important messages and inputs for this worldwide event. So thank you very much again for your attention. And I can close this side event exactly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We have now a 15-minute break, so time for a coffee, but don't go too far. We will have a next session with the ministers of Africa. So stay around. Also for the colleagues joining us online, please stay connected. Thank you. One more information. There was a phone lost in this room. So if you've lost your phone, come and see us in the end because we have it. Thank you.
Tudor, tu peux mettre la slide que j'ai sur mon écran? Juste pour une photo.
Speak from there when you finish.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us in one more side event of the UN Water Summit on Groundwater 2022. We will proceed with the side event brought to us by MCOW, the Strategic Groundwater Program for Water Security and Resilience in Africa. And I have the pleasure of introducing you to Mr. Moshood Tijani, who will be moderating this session. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome all to this event. And this event is about AMCO's Strategic Groundwater Program. And as a way of background, since 2020, with the support and collaboration of partners, AMCO has shown through the working group, has demonstrated the potential of groundwater to improve life and livelihood in Africa. And we want to take this further to show the fact that there are more benefit and a socioeconomic benefit that groundwater can deliver to the African nations and member states. It is in this line that we are developing currently a new strategic program that we drive the water security and resilience in Africa. So this section today is to showcase what we've done within the framework of this strategic program to the wider audience here for input, for discussion, so that we'll be aware as community of groundwater experts here, what AMCO is doing in terms of driving the sustainable development and management of groundwater resources in Africa. We're a bit limited with time in this section, barely 55 minutes maximum we have for this section. In view of this, I want to seek the indulgence of the high-level panel on the table that we may not be able to read too much of their citation in this event. Rather than to introduce them, you are well recognized, and we thank you for your time for this event. So on the high table here, we have the Executive Secretary of AMCO in person of Dr. Rashid Mbazira. And we also have on the high table, Mr. Abu Amanin, the Director of Water Division, UNESCO here. Of course, we also have the representative of the president of the BGR, Professor Dr. Thomas Himmelsberg, who is here representing Mr. Ralph Watson. Also, here we have our AMCO tax chair, Madam India Kupi, here also, here on the high table is the AMCO tax chair and is the Executive Director in the Ministry of Water, Land Reform and Agriculture, Namibia. Of course, here also we have our panelists, four in number. One is online. We have Professor Sefu Kebede of University of KwaZulu-Natal. We have James Aramba, the Executive Director of SADC GMI, who is also one of our panelists during the session. And then we have Mr. Wasinun Gwenen of AFDB. Sorry for the pronunciation, is to talk to us on the terms of finance in the groundwater. We have Madam Rukan Manas of UNCDF. So he's also going to talk to us in the panel discussion. So on this note, I want to once again welcome all of us to this event. So for the high-level panelists, we want to have a welcome word from our Executive Secretary to this section, which is to present to this wider audience here about our strategic program to drive groundwater, water security and resilience in Africa. So I seek your indulgence. We have 3 minutes intervention to give our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Moshood. Ladies and gentlemen on the panel, and ladies and gentlemen in our audience, I welcome you to this panel and also look forward to your inputs to the program that we're trying to put together to raise the profile of groundwater in our water resources management in Africa. As a body that is responsible for providing the political leadership on how we utilize our resources to drive sustainable and inclusive growth in Africa and social transformation. And also bearing in mind that groundwater is supporting our rural economy, on which the bulk of our population drives a livelihood. But there is, in quite a number of our member states, a significant lack of knowledge on the resource that we have, how much of it can support, how best it can support us, and how to best manage it. And realizing this, yes, we've done quite a lot in moving on integrated water resources management, but we still find that groundwater as a component of our water resources is not fully well understood and therefore not well managed. So this is the background to this program, that how can we improve in those member states where it's not really fully understood, but yet contributing immensely to our GDP? How do we better understand this resource and then move on to manage it in such a way that it's sustainably utilized to support our development ambitions, and also to also provide the buffer to our climate resilience, communities that are climate resilient. So that's the background to this. And for me, I would not really like to preempt the discussion, but I look forward to having gone through what has been proposed as the technical mechanisms to understand it better. How can you contribute to us improving it even better so that we provide that function that meets the challenge that we are facing in the knowledge and also the utilization of our groundwater resources? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, the Executive Secretary. So thank you so much for the overview, and then the need that the partners support us in getting this document to the right frame. Yeah, I want to call on Mr. Abu Amani, the Director of Water Division, UNESCO, who is our host here, to please just give a welcome remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moshood, for the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here with you today during this side event on AMCO Strategic Groundwater Program for Water Security and Resilience in Africa. Of course, I will not explain to you why water is critical for Africa. We all know that. What I want to do is really to reassure AMCO on the dedication and commitment of UNESCO in providing support. We have been already working together, but this strategic move of AMCO to come out with a comprehensive program on groundwater for water security and the resilience in Africa is the right move. Why UNESCO is supportive of that? The first reason is that, as you know, we have a program which is called the UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, working on the issue of science and education in supporting member states of UNESCO to better shape their policy and also to better manage their water resources based on evidence. Within the framework of this program, we believe that it's essential to provide support to all member states of UNESCO. The other reason is that within UNESCO, Africa is one of the two cross-cutting priorities. Across all our programs, we have two cross-cutting priorities, Africa and gender. So it's natural for UNESCO to have a clear focus within the implementation of IHP for Africa. And this is why we signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with AMCO in 2019. And following this MOU, we have been working even before the MOU. The MOU all formalized what we have been doing together. So within the framework of this that MOU, I want to read to you two elements which were identified to show you already we are anticipating this issue of groundwater. Improving the knowledge of groundwater, and especially its transboundary groundwater in Africa, to improve the knowledge base The second element is on promoting water cooperation and water diplomacy in Africa. So just to summarize the fact that we have already an agreement, a framework of cooperation for AMCO. So we are pleased to provide support to AMCO within the IHP 9 phase. As you know, we have a new program we are implementing, and across the 5 priorities of the IHP 9, groundwater is cutting all across. The first priority is scientific research and innovation. So you want also to work to improve the knowledge base on groundwater in Africa. We have education. We need to educate to have more skilled people on groundwater aspect. We have the issue of data. We need to have data to take decision on groundwater. We have groundwater in the global change. If you have global change, we need to tap on groundwater. And then the last one is on governance for evidence-based decision for mitigation, adaptation, and the resilience. So you see that we have some terminology already within our within IHP and what you want to do. So for us is natural, and I want to end by saying that we will revamp and strengthen already our ongoing IHP groundwater-related program in Africa. We have ASARM. ASARM is the internationally shared groundwater resource management. We have already 4 networks in Africa, in West, in South, in Central, and East. We will revamp them to support this new program for AMCO. We have also GRAPHIC, which is the groundwater resource assessment in the climate change and human pressure. This one also you want to work in Africa on that. We have MAR, Managing Aquifer Recharge. This is also a program we are supporting and will strengthen it in Africa. And the last one is WAMAP. As you know, there was an update which was provided for West Africa on groundwater mapping for ECOWAS. So all those to reassure you of the dedication, the commitment, and the continued support of UNESCO in accompanying you, shaping this program and also implementing it. And I saw in the room my colleague, I don't know if he's still around, Alexandro Makrikakis, who is our regional hydrologist. He's based in Nairobi, and who will be leading the contribution of UNESCO in this program you are implementing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Director. Thank you. I think the collaboration and the support of UNESCO, we cannot undermine that, and then we think we can move that to a higher level. Thank you. Yeah, next is to have a speech from one of our supporters, I would say, because BGR has been a strong supporter of the groundwater program for the past 2 years, and also helping in driving, supporting the development of the new program. So representing the president here is the vice president, Thomas Himmelspach. So please, you have the floor. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Yeah, a lot of things have already been said, so it doesn't make sense to recapitulate them. I would like to add some other perspectives also. The main question is how much groundwater is in the subsurface. We can deal it with geophysics, airborne and satellite imagery. But the next question, major question, how long will this resource last if we treat it in a way that it's renewed? If we have semi-permeable aquifers, semi-fossil aquifers, or how long will they last if we're treating or talking about fossil aquifers? The main objective, to my opinion, is that we have to talk about perspective for the next 50 or 100 years. And this especially with regard to climate change, population growth, sustainable agriculture, and preservance of livelihood and lives in Southern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. And this aspect of the perspective, time perspective for the use of groundwater needs groundwater modeling as well, needs isotope techniques, needs investigations of the recharge processes in the countries, not only the reservoir subsurface, also the recharge processes. And this entire picture will round up that we get a better understanding for the very valuable, high valuable groundwater resources in Africa. And I repeat again, with regard to climate change, and if we look back to the severe hunger we have had in the Horn of Africa, or the more and more increasing frequency of droughts in Africa, yeah, this will be the major concern. This is something I just want to add. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for highlighting the key aspect, which is one of the key major thematic area of the program, resource assessment. We need to understand what we have before we can think of sustainable development and management. That understanding, that assessment to understand what we have in the underground, I think is key. And you have mentioned a couple of innovative research approach and methodology that can be adopted. Thank you. Now, the last but not the least, as our tax chair is Madam India Kupi, to please give a welcome remark on this occasion. Is the Executive Director in the Ministry of Water, Land and Agriculture, Land Reform and Agriculture Ministry of, Republic of Namibia. So you are welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Directors of Proceedings. In my capacity as the chairperson of the Technical Advisory Committee of AMCAO, I really welcome you to this important session on AMCAO's strategic groundwater program for water security and resilience in Africa. It is estimated that Africa's natural endowment of groundwater resources is 20 times more than our surface water resources. Despite this fact, many still lacks access to adequate and safe water supply for basic human needs, especially in rural areas of Africa. However, sustainable development of the much untapped potential of groundwater can undoubtedly enhance water supplies for our growing populations, smallholder irrigation agriculture, and other industrial productions. Despite this potential, groundwater does not receive the required attention in national water strategies and development plans, resulting in minor and fragmented investments in groundwater. In addition, many countries are struggling to implement sustainable groundwater management practices, including potential from overexploitation and contaminations. Hence, water management is very much disconnected from social, economical, and environmental development plans. Therefore, there is a need for adequate human and institutional capacity among strategies to develop and manage groundwater for social economic development. It is worth noting that since 2020, AMCAO has demonstrated the potential of groundwater to improve lives and livelihoods and accelerate attainment of SDG 6. AMCAO efforted has been with the support and collaborations of partners under different thematic groups of the Pan-African groundwater programs. However, there is the need to further demonstrate the values of groundwater to support socio-economic growth of member states to achieve development outcomes. Hence, the development of the new AMCAO strategic water program. The new AMCAO strategic water program is a welcome initiative. It is coming when there is increasing global attention on groundwater, with this year's Water Day, World Water Day 2022, themed tagged groundwater, making the invisible visible. The rationale of the strategic groundwater program is to develop strategic actions planned to improve policy, practice, and capacity development in groundwater and transboundary water management in Africa. The strategy is designed to advance water security and resilience in Africa with the framework of integrated water resource management. Also, the strategic program is anchored on 4 strategic pillars, namely sustainable development and integrated water resource management, groundwater governance and institutional arrangements, assessment of groundwater resources, and strengthening collaborative partnership of groundwater development. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, this sideline session provides the platform of opportunities for AMCAO and stakeholders present here to have a clear insight of the new strategic program on groundwater. On this note, and through the discourse of this session, it is my hope that we'll help to further enrich and shape the strategic program on groundwater into actionable documents that will help the mainstream groundwater into the development agenda of the African member states, thus helping to accelerate the unlocking of groundwater resources to overall socio-economic development of Africa at large. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam, for I think the next phase step is to move into the main program. And you will agree with me at this point that it's difficult to give a whole, within this framework of time, to give a detailed insight into the draft program. What this presentation that I'm going to present now is to give us a snapshot of the key component of the program that we are envisaging and what we intend doing, so that this wider audience of the community of groundwater here we have an insight into what we are doing at AMCO, and then on that we'll crave your indulgence to see it and then collaborate with us to move it into the implementation phase. Yeah, as I said, the AMCO Groundwater Strategic Program for Water Security and Resilience in Africa 2023 to 2027. So first of all, it is known clearly that within the context of Africa, we know groundwater resources are unevenly distributed. We know that. Of course, it's the largest freshwater resources that we have that can be harnessed for various socio-economic advantage and multiple use that have been mentioned by some of the speakers already. So on that note, I think we know that is established. There is this huge potential that is we are yet to tap. How do we tap it? How do we transform it into an advantage to benefit the socio-economic transformation of Africa? That is the key message here. What have we done at AMCO? So we have a trajectory of, for the past, when the AMCO mainstream groundwater into its strategic program. So we developed what we call the upper group, which is the Pan-African groundwater program. So this has moved into various phases up to this point with the support of partners. We have working group, we have developed some program assisting us to move it for. So from 2008, when there is a information, when the meeting in Tunis, the roadmap about groundwater, 2017, there's a committee decision that upper growth should be established. And then we move up to the point that we got to the point that the upper group is kick off in 2020. We've worked through the partners with the support of the partners up to this point, and we are moving towards the phase that, okay, we've shown the value of groundwater. and all the advantages that we can benefit from. How do we move it to the next level where we really show the socio-economic impact it can have, the multiple advantage you can gain by developing groundwater to sustain life and livelihood in Africa and improve the socio-economic dimension in Africa. So now, the new strategic program that we are now developing, what is the focus? Number one, African Groundwater Strategic Program, it's going to be a platform to share knowledge and support AMCO member states to improve water security and livelihood through sustainable utilization of the groundwater in the member states. Of course, at the continental level, what are the global initiative that this will support is the fact that we have the African Water Vision, we have the AMCO Strategic Program, we have the African Agenda 2063, and all these and the other continental and global initiative. This will be in line with achieving those continental and global initiatives. Therefore, the main objective of this is to provide a means for implementation of the groundwater strategic program under the priority of AMCO groundwater activities, and to transform this into a kind of strengthening the policy and strengthening the practice of groundwater to improve life and livelihood in Africa. So the strategic focus, as I said, is also that member states are the primary focus in this case. How do we empower member states? How do we enhance the capacity of member states? How do we mainstream groundwater into the activities of the River Basin Organization in Africa? Currently, many of the river basins are just dealing with the surface water and where they are sitting on transboundary aquifer. How do we mainstream groundwater into their activities? 3 categories of member states based on the World Report Assessment Report on water is that within the African continent, we have member states that can be grouped into 3 based on different capacities in terms of the groundwater governance. So how do we improve the capacity of these member states, transforming those who are the lower level into the next level, those who are in the middle level of understanding into the next level, and of course, how do we advance groundwater development and management in Africa? So of course, we want to also see how do we implement this within the strategic framework of a AMCO program. So the key guiding principle will be to look at the water security and the climate resilience as a fundamental requirement for inclusive growth. We want to look at the sustainable development for all integrated water resources management in Africa. We want to look at the transboundary water resources management development as a key driver for regional economic integration, promoting sustainable and equitable access to water resources and attaining SDG is also an underlying principle. Of course, we want to also ensure equitable social welfare and economic growth that require application of the water resources, integrated water resources approach. So the strategic approach that AMCO want to employ is that we want to build new partnership within this framework. We are building new partnership to see how to drive this. We want to deepen the existing partnership, of course, and then we have to also look at what are the priority areas that we need to focus on in driving this. And a number of these priority areas listed here. We want to increase the feasibility of groundwater for water security, improve the understanding of the role of groundwater in enhancing climate resilience. We want to engage evidence-based policy dialogue. We want to support the enhancement of groundwater governance and institution within the member state. We want to mobilize resources to sustain the equitable groundwater development. Of course, private sector involvement is also going to be there. So with this, we want to catalyze partnership and broker knowledge that we address water security through the utilization of sustainable utilization of groundwater in Africa. So what are the key component or thematic area and the enabling team of this program that we are talking about? So we are looking at the sustainable development within the framework of groundwater development, within the framework of integrated water resources management. We want to look at the groundwater governance. Of course, the resource assessment that has been talked about is also very key. And then climate change and resilience aspect. And then, of course, within this framework now, we need to implement a regional and at national level. Is that we have some cross-cutting and an enabling team that follows, scaling up and deepening the dissemination of knowledge. We want to increase the finance and enhancing the effectiveness of intervention in this area. We want to increase the capacity for sustainable conjunctive use of both surface and groundwater resources. And then, of course, we want to leverage on innovation and technology when it comes to the resource assessment. We're talking of the satellite and remote sensing method in resource assessment. And then, of course, collaboration and partnership, as I mentioned, is one of the key enabling environment that will sustain this main theme of the program. Next, please. Now, within this, we've come up with some possible priority areas of activities that could be engaged. And for the sake of time, I'll just quickly, you can see we have some strategic action based on each of the team. So, and for the team one, we have about 3 strategic action areas that could be used to drive the sustainable development within the framework of integrated water resources. In terms of the partnership based on groundwater governance, we have a series of other strategic action that can be employed in developing that aspect of that. One of it is to see how do we learn from the SADC region in terms of this SADC GMI. Can we replicate such kind of institutional capacity in different regions of Africa? These are some of these strategic action areas that we can adopt. For the 3rd and 4th priority of a team, which is resource assessment and monitoring, which is a key component. How do we develop the capacity to plan and manage national and transboundary aquifer and monitoring assessment in the member states? This is a key aspect where a lot of support and partnership is needed. We want to coordinate how do we the establishment of a shared and regional and national information and decision support system. These are things that we need for the member states to be able for them to have to develop their capacity and the groundwater governance. For the climate change resilience, of course, we need to talk about how do we invest in establishing better and an understanding of groundwater resources under the climate change impact scenarios. So how do we also attract climate finance into the groundwater sector? So these are critical areas that. So the entry point, as I said earlier, is that we need to tackle this at different levels. We have the subnational level. There are some specific interventions that we think can be undertaken at subnational level, at the national level, at the regional level, and at the Pan-African continental level, where we engage partners and regional economic community. Also, we will also have a lot of impact. And these are what we listed here. Next, please. Now, in terms of resource mobilization and how do we move around this, we also have this idea that, look, we have the country level, we have the strategic knowledge and support pathway that we can give, pathway 1, 2, 3, depending on the capacity of the different countries. As I said, currently, we have different level of capacity of the countries, 3 groupings of the African member states. So we have these different pathways. From these different pathways, we can support those countries where advocacy and technical guidance is needed to improve the understanding of groundwater in those areas. We could also go on to those that already have some existing knowledge and capacity, but they need guidelines to develop, to have a kind of monitoring and control of their resources. So these are different pathways that we can use to assist member states based on their different capacity need to improve the groundwater governance. And then this will be able to develop tools with some specific interest in addressing the result. But for the resource mobilization, I think we need to also identify the finance need that is needed in driving this, improving the allocation of domestic and public resources is also there. We need to also see how do we enhance the access to international sources of finance, including climate finance, which is key in driving the developments. Next. So we want to leverage on critical enabling enablers and partnership. And in this, we mean that we need to work at the point of level where we have the AMCO at the top there, but we have the member state being able to enhance their capacity to generate information and data sharing. This will go into the regional level where we have to carry along the regional economic community, regional institutions, the RBOs, Lake and River Basin Organization, and how this leverage together with the partners and where partners can come in to support some of the specific programs. Of course, we have the key principle to establish the groundwater partnership, that is the institutional and legal structure, clear purpose of vision, to uphold the rule of law, and gender effectiveness and efficiency, inclusiveness and consciousness of the consensus building is also key. Like credibility and transparency in the governance and so on. These are areas that we want to build the partnership around so that we can, at the end of the day, have that kind of continental and regional coordination, ownership and leadership to demonstrate the value of groundwater to the African community. Of course, we need to strengthen the capacity, as said, of member states to unlock the opportunities in groundwater. Next. So finally, towards the end now, I'm trying to see what are the core values of this program. As I said, the core values that this program is member state oriented. It's also have to ensure ecosystem protection. While we are developing the groundwater resources, we need to also be mindful of the other need of the environment and the ecosystem. We need to also support the livelihood improvement. Regional cooperation is one of the key. If we can develop our transboundary aquifer successfully, there will be regional cooperation that will come up. Stakeholder collaboration, which is also key. That is why we are presenting this year, because we believe at the end of the day, AMCO alone will not be able to do this. We need collaboration and support from partnership. So these are the core values at the center of this program. Next. So to summarize briefly, groundwater has the potential to provide societies the tremendous social and economic and environmental benefit, including climate adaptation and resilience. Therefore, AMCO strategy program is to advance the policy, practice, and governance of groundwater in the at the national and regional level to put that into the developmental agenda in Africa. Of course, arising from this, we also want to be sure that we appraise the challenges, opportunity in the context of groundwater resources development and management. We want to focus on aquifer assessment, that is the resource assessment, to unlock the potential for water security and socio-economic development. And we also want to address the knowledge and capacity gap, both at national and regional level, and define the pathways so that member states will be able to manage and develop the groundwater resources sustainably for the economic transformation. So on this note, I want to say thank you for the listening attention at this point. Thank you. So with that overview, as I said, within the framework of these 55 minutes that we have for this program, it's difficult to present more detail than this. So, but to also try to look at this in a different dimension, we have our panelists here that we want to also help to help us look at this component. In terms of the resource assessment, what is it that Africa need? What are the topical areas of focus if you are going to look at the groundwater assessment and the resource assessment? The understanding of that resources for the development, for the socio-economic transformation. On this note, I want to, first of all, call on our first speaker in this respect to respond to this. How do we, what do you see, Professor Sefu Kebede, what do you see as the priority for the African member state? And within the framework of this program, what do you think is the main focus that we could put our energy into in terms of this resource assessment? How do you think this will be easily, in terms of the technical capability that are needed and the resources that are needed in this? How do we think within the framework of this program, this can be easily accomplished in our member states? And what are the methodology, the approach that you think could quickly drive this? Because I believe the key is understanding these resources before we move to the management and development.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Masood, for inviting me and for this question, very important question. And just to simplify, I would say three priorities. Yeah. Number one is know where the knowledge, data, and information on African groundwater is sitting. It happens that most of the works and most of the knowledge on the geology and hydrogeology in Africa sits in the north, not in Africa itself. So this has started back in 19th century, travelers report, and cooperation, knowledge that has been created through cooperation programs in 60s, 70s, and 80s. And the treasure about, the basics, let's say the 50% of the information that we need is sitting in BGR, in BGS, in BRGM, in CNRS, etc. This must be unearthed and made available. And how? Of course, through partnerships of good institutions that are collaborating. So that is number one. We start from there. That is a starting point. And number two, I would say capitalize on the culture and the norms in Africa. If you see where the knowledge sits in Africa, it is in the brains of the people. So informal knowledge, thousands and tens of thousands of hydrogeologists and drillers and practitioners. And then we tend to kind of emphasize on capturing this tacit knowledge on computers, and we don't succeed most of the time. What we need to do, in my view, is create a platform for information sharing, data exchange by creating associations, drillers associations, hydrogeology associations, etc., and capture this enormous tacit knowledge. So we combine the explicit knowledge that is sitting in the north and the tacit knowledge that is sitting in Africa, and combine this, and then you have already worked maybe 50, 60% of what is needed, and this will be enabled, of course, by technology. And finally, I would say prioritize. Prioritize how? There are a number of initiatives, programs, projects coming through partners to Africa, including, of course, in area of knowledge creation. And most of these are tempting to, tempting, very interesting, and they would say, okay, okay, okay for everything. But I think we need to learn how to say no for some of those with huge transaction cost. And which one is up to you, up to APCAO and African countries to prioritize. So yeah, these are the three shopping list, Professor Masood.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that insight. I think knowledge, both tactics and implicit knowledge, is very key. And that is what you just emphasized. And not to also forget the fact that the technical know-how to advance this, the understanding of the groundwater resource base in Africa. So next is Mr. James Aromba, this Executive Director of SADC GMI, is online joining us. I don't know whether you are hearing us. So SADC GMI has in the Southern Africa, as an institution, have established a strong groundwater system, and looking at the strategic program that AMCO is trying to put forward now, what can you say will be the learning curve and the message and experience that could be gained from the SADC region, and now this can be replicated within the framework of this program in other regions of Africa. What are the challenges? What are the experiences? And how do we ensure that this can be better done in other parts of Africa?
Thank you, Prof. Tijani, for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. From SADC region, we have had experiences establishing the SADC Groundwater Management Institute. And I think the very basic question to answer is groundwater for what? Because I think it then tends to be something that is abstract if we don't contextualize it into why are we talking about groundwater. It is groundwater to answer a few questions. Some of them are about socioeconomic development, which is basically the main issue. And within that context, we look at a few pillars of the theory of change, which looks at improved coordination of the development of this resource. We also look at improved stewardship of this resource, and we also talk to the improved knowledge. When you look at these three pillars, you look at capacity of the different institutions that exist on the continent and in our region. You also look at the different capacities that exist within these institutions. And with that, we have issues of the lack of data to enable the institutions to talk to each other. If you don't have data, you will not be able to generate information that will enable the decision makers to contribute to the discussions and make decisions on the basis of the right information. So we are talking to data and information. And from our region, we have what we call the SADC Groundwater Information Portal. And I believe this is a model that can be very helpful in the upcoming program that is being developed by AMCAL. We continue to participate in the upper group and the other initiatives that AMCAL is pushing within the pillars of improved stewardship, improved coordination through the regional economic communities and the tax, as well as other institutions at River Basin Organization, down to the communities where, as much as possible, vertical coordination is very important for that matter. So I think in a very short presentation, I'll end it there, knowing that time is a bit short. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think thanks so much because we are running out of time. And then I want to move to the next speaker, who is from African Development Bank, Mr. Greening. So the issue is this: all these things we can't do it without finance. This is a money matter. So what are the prospects and the challenges of attracting finance in the groundwater sector in Africa? 2-3 minutes maximum.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank AMCAL for this invitation. And I think that AMCAL and the African Development Bank through the Water Department are very close in this journey related to the water sector promotion through Africa. Having said that, I think that my predecessor speakers have highlighted the key issue this specific sector is facing related to data or knowledge in a broader perspective. But as far as it is about financing, I think through all our countries in Africa, the big or the main challenge is about out of this availability of information is ready prepared project to be implemented. What I want to say here, we're used to receive a lot of requests from countries because, as you know, African Development Bank is a responsive bank. It's not up to the bank to go to word and try to influence how to move things. But nevertheless, before starting any action, we should first receive a request from countries. It happened that we received a lot of requests from countries, but when we look at the available information supporting these requests. We found that we need to dig more or to go for further studies, detailed studies, and also undertake also environmental and social studies before moving forward. So, despite these challenges, what the bank is doing. What I maybe first is to highlight the existence of various trust funds within the bank to support countries to challenge this unavailability of ready project to be financed. One of these trust funds is the African Water Facility that has been launched by AMCAO and hosted by the bank, which key mandates is first to help countries to get ready finance, prepared project, just that can be financed downstream. The ongoing, for instance, portfolio of African Water Facility is about 24 million US dollar right now, comprising a set of 20 to 30 projects around in various countries. We have also other windows to support countries that have not access to the ADB, African Development Bank resources, which is called PPF, Project Preparation Facility, which help countries to address these gaps of studies that help to go downstream financing. We have, for instance, for the countries, the mid-income countries, for instance, there is another window which also support them to address these gaps of studies. In parallel also, we are supporting countries to mobilize all these climate-related funds. I want to highlight the green climate funds and the JEF funds, for instance. When we look at now the ongoing portfolio of investment related to the water sector, as at today, there is $5 billion US ongoing project, out of which around 20 billion are devoted for groundwater related activities in the portfolio. Maybe just as the time is over, I want to step here, but we should also think about sustainability after investment, because there are so many issues related to the maintenance of all this infrastructure that are developed, but unfortunately there is no thinking downstream. And I think this is another challenge that need to be addressed, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As
the time is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think to move to the last question, I mean, the finance stream is there, but there are some challenges in terms of the updated data to get that attracted. So now, Rukan Manas from the UNCDF, I want you to just briefly, as we are short of time, talk about the partnership and collaboration. I know UNCDF have been working in Uganda. You are developing some finance model of how to upscale groundwater development. So what is your experience? How do we deepen partnership and collaboration to advance groundwater resources management in Africa?
Thank you so much for inviting me to this panel, and thank you for the question. So we at UNCDF, we are really interested in identifying and developing financing solutions to respond to development challenges, including those that are related to water. When we look into groundwater financing as of now, we see clearly there is an over-reliance on public funding. So private financing is often not used at all or not used to its full potential. And we've heard multiple times on this panel today, this is often due to a lack of knowledge and understanding. This is why it is really important that we start with frameworks and tools that help countries and local governments to better understand groundwater financing ecosystems. And this is also why, in collaboration with BGR and the academia, so the Makerere University from Uganda, the University of Namibia, and the University of Dakar, we have developed a groundwater financing framework that really helps countries and local governments to better understand these financing ecosystems. This framework includes guiding principles and best practices, and it also includes an assessment tool that helps us to really make evidence-based analysis on the existing groundwater financing ecosystem. And it also helps us to make comparisons between countries and over time. The case studies we did in Uganda, Namibia, and Senegal showed us a couple of results. I just want to highlight one of them here. One thing that comes up very clearly is, again, that their private financing, private capital is not flowing towards groundwater projects or not enough. So this is why we at UNCDF, we are really trying to work on innovative financing instruments and models to unlock not just public, but also private capital towards groundwater projects. I want to give here a couple of examples on these models and instruments to demonstrate that. So first of all, we work with reimbursable loans. This helps us to support local governments and water utilities to build a credit history and to really build their capacities to mobilize and manage financial resources. A second example is that we work with municipal water bonds with credit enhancement mechanisms that help local governments and water utilities to get direct access to the capital markets through debt instruments. We are right now testing this in Tanzania with a water utility in the municipality of Tanga. So here we are talking about a revenue project bond that will help finance water extraction, water treatment, infrastructure development, etc. Although this is linked to surface water, the model itself is replicable for groundwater as well. Another example I want to give here is really interesting, especially in view of the strategic focus of AMCO towards mainstreaming groundwater also into river basin organizations. We are testing a model in West Africa with the Gambia River Basin Organization, where we are supporting an RBO, again, a non-sovereign entity, but on a regional level, to get direct access to the capital markets through debt instruments, so by the issuance of a bond. And we do so by also supporting them to create a portfolio of projects, a joint investment plan. So this is another potential entry point where we can bring in projects, groundwater projects together in one portfolio, together with big infrastructure projects, surface water projects, because the interesting point of that portfolio approach is really that it allows us to cross-subsidize between projects that are generating a strong revenue and those that are generating less revenue. I just want to mention two last points and then I'll stop. All our instruments and models are, if I may.
Round up, please.
Yes, I'm just wrapping up, but I think those are two important points. All our models are accompanied always with strong technical assistance and capacity building, and also stakeholder engagement. And with stakeholder engagement, we mean beyond the development community. So we work directly with finance sector stakeholders, and I'm talking about commercial finance sectors. So banks, investment banks, stock exchange, insurance companies, because the lack of knowledge that we've heard today goes both ways. There's not only a lack of knowledge in the water community towards financial ecosystem, there's also a lack of understanding in the finance sector towards the needs, the development needs, water-related projects, and the impact investment opportunities that they can have in Africa and other regions. Thank you
so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I think to round up, I want to thank all of us, and especially the high level panel on the high table here for their time and for the contribution. The key things that come out here is that we need data information first, better understanding, either to manage the system and to attract finance into the sector. So these are the key. So that resource assessment, that data information knowledge that we need, on which we have to base our decision in terms of management and development, on which we have to also be able to convince the financier to put money into the sector. I think this is the key. So on that note, I want to thank all of us once again for being part of this program. The program is still a kind of action in progress, so to say. So we welcome also input, we welcome suggestions. AMCO is willing to receive your comments and ideas on how to improve this draft program. Once again, I thank all of us for our time and for this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. I would like to invite you for the last session of the day that's going to start in 15 minutes. It's a very long 2-hour session on groundwater and gender. So make sure you stay around. Thank you. Okay, everyone, please, we have an emergency warning. Please walk out the room to the nearest emergency exit.
Can I get this one to you and then I'll close it as well? Because it will be a little. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez évacuer calmement le local à la sortie les plus proches. Ladies and gentlemen, please evacuate fasten by the nearest emergency exit.
Thank you, everyone. Because organizing a conference is never challenging enough. Everything is okay. The fireman has shut down the the alarm. Everything is okay. It was a false alarm. Congratulations on your performance during this drill. Very good. Let's just wait a couple of minutes for people to return. And then we can start. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us. And thank you also for the participants that are watching us online. This next session is going to be on groundwater and gender. It's a long, very interesting session composed of various panels, and it's going to be moderated by Mrs. Michela Mileto. I will now give you the floor. Thank you so much.
Many thanks. Okay, distinguished speakers, dear participants, good afternoon, and welcome to the session to the 2023 UN Water Conference and Multi-Stakeholder Approach for Accelerating Gender Equality. On behalf of the UNESCO World Water Assessment Program, WAP, and the session conveners, AMCO, UNESCO IWSSM, UNOSD, and UNU Flores. With no further ado, let me introduce Ms. Maria Begoña Lazagabaste, our freshly appointed Director of UNESCO's Gender Equality Division, who will welcome you and open this session. Begoña, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michela, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends all. It's a great honor to be here with you for the opening of these side events, a multi-stakeholder approach for accelerating gender equality to the 2023 UN Water Conference. But it's a double honor, as Michela has said, because this is my first event here in UNESCO, just recently joined. I'm still counting on days, my stay in UNESCO, but also because this is a thematic work that I was able to witness and to support in my previous jobs, looking and supporting, working with women and civil society in their advocacy to preserve natural resources, particularly water, but also to make sure they could participate in the decisions related to the management of these public goods. If I tell you one statement, let's go. Women are around 50% of the population, and water is critical for our survival. All of you are going to look at me and say, well, that's obvious. Indeed. The problem is that this obviousness, the truth is that linkage between water and gender, with the multiple angles that encompasses that, does not appear in most of the public policies, laws, or global decisions in the world. Still in 2022, we need to make the case. We need to make the case and explain why women need to access to safely managed water, sanitation, and hygiene services, and why it's important the inclusion of women in the water management and decision making. And not only because a human right, but also because it's the smart thing to do for a community, a country, and globally if we want to achieve peace, development, and prosperity. Allow me, and I know you know, to refresh our memories with some stubborn and dramatic figures. Still 1 in 4 people lack access to safely managed drinking water and sanitation and hygiene services. Moreover, women and girls remain as a disproportionately affected group by the lack of these vital services. Women's role in groundwater access and usage and their contributions to groundwater management are usually undervalued and under-recognized. Women and other groups such as youth and differently able people are critically underrepresented in water-related institutions and programs, leading to a sharp gender gap in governance, employment, knowledge, and economic empowerment. Education of young girls has a huge dependence on the access of water, of course, sanitation or hygiene, but also access to water is key to eliminate violence against women. On average, 17% of the people working in the water sector are women, 17. And the number of women in high level or managed position is even lower, 15. And what we can do? We need to accelerate the inclusion of gender equality in the management and protection of water, in view particularly not only the human rights that it is, but the significant shortcomings in progress toward achievement of SDG 6 and SDG 5. Our colleagues from UNESCO World Water Assessment Program launched the Call for Action Initiative, Accelerating Gender Equality in the Water Domain last year. This initiative is supported by a global multi-stakeholder coalition and aims to catalyze concrete and urgent action toward gender equality in the water domain. As you know, the coalition consists of a wide number of stakeholders, member states, international regional organizations, academia, private sector, NGOs, and civil society. This critically important initiative is in alignment with UNESCO's global priority on gender equality. And of course, is backed by many of the UNESCO resolutions related to hydrology, as recognized also in several regional and global instances. Today, we are going to showcase the work of the Global Multi-Stakeholders Coalition to accelerate progress towards gender equality in water, with a special focus on solutions and good practices. The session also will be important to have an opportunity to discuss a joint strategy to powerfully integrate gender considerations into the UN 2023 Water Conference in New York. Co-conveners will be also presenting their commitments and efforts in advancing gender equality at different levels and approaches, including policy, projects on the ground, research, education, advocacy, and methodological developments. But, and it's a big but, we need to have wider participation and commitments. UNESCO calls upon more stakeholders, particularly member states, not to shy away and join forces in this collaborative global effort. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, thanking for the work you are doing from the side of UNESCO colleagues, but also to each and all of you working in this coalition. I'm sure that we will be able to get on track with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development if we join all of us forces. But let's be clear, time for urgent action is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Begonia, for this inspiring introduction. And I think that we will go back to this important concept during our session, in particular during the open discussion that we will have at 6. So you stay here until 6, because then it will be very, very interesting, and we will have a totally open forum. And now I'm pleased to start the first part of today's session. And I would like to still provide a few words on the call for action and on the coalition. As my colleague, the director of the gender division, has already anticipated, we had a call for action that started in actually, we started in 2020. I'm looking my colleagues of the coalition, my foundational members of the coalition. And can you please just start with the first slide? Yes. Yeah, the one right. Can you go ahead? And maybe, yes, more. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Again. Yes. Okay. Another one. All right. Okay. So, so here is the call for actions, and we worked for this call for action with a group of the first members of the coalition. We did an assessment of the progress of the gender equality in our sector, in the water sector. As Begonia said, the result of this work was a little bit depressing because we didn't have any good news. So we thought that it was the moment to catalyze action and finally try to unlock gender equality in this specific sector. The result of our work also demonstrates that we need to go for concrete actions, and in particular, through a position paper, we selected few recommendations that are very much on the concrete on concrete actions. The first is act upon principle of gender equal funding. The second is narrow the policy practice gap, foster women leaders beyond participation, counter unjust social norm and stereotype, and prioritize the collection of sex disaggregated data. And please, can you have the second one? Okay. And these are the main pillars of the call for action. And there are the main pillars of the actions that also the members of the coalition are invited to implement. When we talk about the coalition is now a group of volunteers. We count on about 150 members. We have member states, organization, regional, international organization, NGOs, academias, and also individuals. And they are committed to implement actions or to advocate on the call for action. But as Begonia said, we need more. We need more people, and we need voluntary membership join us, and to expand the coalition and also implement regional and national actions. Something that I want to tell you is that is quite important, as the membership to the coalition does not imply any political or financial commitment. So it is totally free, very easy to join, just an email to us. It is a way of demonstrating willingness and dedication to push the gender equality in water through concrete actions. And in this, we align very well with the water action agenda and the approach that the UN 2023 conference has. And in this way, we will also accelerate the change needed for achieving the SDG 6 and 5. Okay, can we have the other one? This year, here is our roadmap, and this year we had mainly two goals. The first goal was see how measuring actions on the ground, so how we could measure actions at this stage, and we decided to have a survey, and a survey among the members of the coalition. And the other action was strengthening the multi-stakeholder coalition. Next, please. What we saw from the survey is that the majority of the members have been or are active mainly on advocacy and outreach, with 40% of the actions, and also activities to enhance women leadership and more inclusive water policies, which is good, but still we have very few on two other important actions that are gender financing and using the sex disaggregated water data. Next, please. And now this is the looking ahead slide, which is very important, and it is also because we will get there during the open discussion, and we have our invitees, the excellency that we have all along this table. We all know that the Water Conference of New York could provide a historical opportunities for us, the members of the coalitions and beyond, to showcase actions, share our experience to facilitate the ripple effect, what I call ripple effect, and open up to new cooperation and new partners. Indeed, the content of the call for action provides direct contribution to the SDGs accelerators identified in the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework, and is aligned with the thematic pillars of the global conference, the five pillars. Moreover, the call for action initiative coincides very well with the water action agenda that has been developed for the UN Water Conference. Therefore, for the last part of today's session, we will have an open discussion, as I said, starting at 6, on how to join forces towards the 2023 UN Water Conference and how to effectively integrate women and gender transformative considerations in the water action agenda. So please note in your agenda, we will have also a follow-up discussion on December 7. It will be an informal coffee treat meeting from 3 to 4:30, and it will be at room 3 at ground level in the same building. And now, concluding this presentation, I will open up to the next session, the next panel, which is strengthening partnership, key messages from the members of the multi-stakeholder coalition. So we select a few members of the stakeholder coalition and that we are with us. And as the first speaker, I have the honor to announce Mr. Sultan Ramizoda, Special Envoy of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan on Water and Climate Affairs. So, dear Sultan, I give you the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to be here and share with you our thoughts regarding this very important issue. For Tajikistan and the Netherlands co-hosting the UN 2023 conference, of course, it's very important to have everybody engaged in this process. And it's our honor, of course, to host this very important historical event next year. But at the same time, it's great responsibility. So around 2 years ago, we started our collaborative works toward this historical event. And we decided that we will go through the 3 main principles, both in terms of the preparation, but for the conference itself. So the inclusivity, cross-sectorality, and action-oriented. So the inclusivity, the first principle, which means leaving no one behind, including the women, youth, indigenous peoples, and etc. So, I mean that the progress we have so far in this process, it showed that we were on the right way, engaging different sectors, different major groups, different people, even individuals in this process, which is basically one of the goals of the co-hosts in this process. And we, taking this opportunity, would like to thank all the partners, friends, and supporting us in this process. So I would like to underline in this process the importance of the discussions on prioritizing gender issues within the water domain of the SDGs, as it entails a collective vision for the whole water decade process and the UN 2023 Water Conference in particular. You know that this conference is about the midterm review of the Water Action Decade, Water for Sustainable Development. And Tajikistan, as initiator of this Water Decade, of course, is very interested in this and putting significant efforts into strengthening the role of women in water sector. Acknowledging the importance of women's participation in all development areas, including water, we consider it gender in the Dushanbe water process, as we did it in previous Water for Life decade, which was for the period of 2005-2015. Which gender and water developments we have within the Dushanbe water process? So the 2022 Women Water Forum, which was part of the second Dushanbe Water Decade Conference this June, entitled Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, Water Unites Us, follow up on the inclusive processes and outcomes established in previous Women Water Fora. I mentioned about this, that started during the Water for Life Action Decade and continued into the current Water for Sustainable Development Action Decade. The process was built on the previous fora, looking into the three key areas. First, it's strengthening leadership for gender equality and inclusion. Second, gender social inclusion analysis. And the third one is equal participation for equity deserving groups, including women. So the core objectives of the Dushanbe Women Water Forum was to jointly identify and elaborate science-based solutions and actions that effectively address the needs of women and their communities, and that root in the gender reality on the ground level, no one behind approach, leave no one behind approach. It was also focused on how governments, the UN and its entities, other international regional organizations, financial institutions, private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders can catalyze water action and partnership to contribute to the implementation of water-related goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. By its closure, participants of this Women Forum supported and urged policymakers and implementers at all levels to recognize and apply their practical actions and commitments within such dimensions as gender responsive and women inclusive dialogues, applying a systemic approach, promoting innovative partnership and transformative funding mechanisms, investing in community-driven, evidence-informed and science-based solutions, gender disaggregated data collection and effective monitoring instruments. I'm finishing just for the last, and it's not least. The final declaration of the second Dushanbe Water Conference includes also the outcomes of the Women Forum, which was also included in the key messages for the New York conference. And of course, we are willing to have the women issues as a major part of the next conference in New York. Thank you very much for your attention. I think Hank will add the other part of this, our collaborative works within the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sultan. You are actually connecting the dots from Dushanbe up to New York conference. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Henk Albink, Special Envoy for International Water Affairs for the Kingdom of the Netherlands and a foundational member of the Multi-Stakeholder Coalition. Please, Henk, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks, Sultan. It's great to be here. I think the next year's UN 2023 Water Conference is not only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it should be a provocation in the context of where we are currently at. We all know that with women in the lead, and I learned this from my dear mother, that a process is more inclusive, is more equitable, is more resilient, and is aimed at more sustainability. This is the lesson that we learned. But to ensure that that provocation is also put into practice, and that coming out of the conference there are partnerships and not a bigger divide, because provocations can also, increase the divide instead of strengthen the partnership. That is the ambition of the Netherlands and Tajikistan, to ensure that this conference based on the principles of inclusivity, collaboration, and cross-sectoral and action orientation leads to those partnerships. So I think that is, in our hands as a global community, but it's definitely part of the principles that we push forward and lead. As you can see, as an example, for the side events, the principles were announced today or yesterday. And in those principles, gender is mentioned as a criteria. So side events, interactive dialogue panels, and more have to show that we represent the world, and not from the past leadership, but from the future and the existing. Investing in the position and the empowerment of women and girls is of critical importance. And the other side of that coin in the context of water is true too. It's girls and women that are affected, have impacted first and foremost with water security not being in place. So it's being impacted, but the flip side, the positive side is empowerment, the ensured position, and the leadership that we need coming from women and girls actually secures a better future in a better way. The Netherlands and Tajikistan, in our own policies and practices, we not only promote, but also put this into practice. To be very honest, we are often better at it outside of the Netherlands than in the Netherlands, but hey, this is often the case. And we try to do better, for sure. But we need women in leadership positions. So for us as co-host, we encourage and call upon you for those actions to ensure that those actions are inspirations for others, that they continue to be a provocation because the existing conditions are not right, are so off, that we have to figure out how we do this better, and that we can only take big steps to ensure that we land in a better place. So with that, being a 55 plus male, I'm not the best representative for this cause, but I learned a lot, as I often said, from my mother, who was an activist, one of the first female school directors post World War II in the Netherlands. She married an engineering father, who she taught that engineering could also definitely drive equality, equity, and gender position. So he managed to put it into practice, and in the context of those lessons learned, that is something I'm continue to help provoke in the existing system. So thanks so much for the work you're doing and the amazing partnership. But there's a lot of work ahead, a lot of work ahead, and I hope that the conference can be a key stepping stone, a catalyst for this, and help us figure out how we do this better. This is not easy. I've been saying this for quite some time. So we can only do this. The gap is so big. There's not an easy solution. It's not one way that well, let's do this, and that, and then we're there. So we need all the help we can get to get us across. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hank. Thank you, Hank. And we need more and more men actually to talk like that. It's not only women that need to wave and flag our needs. And thank you also to pointed out the need of women leaderships. That is one of the key aspects also to have all the others coming behind. And also thanks for you to you and Sultan, because you have provided very useful insights and also food for thought for our open discussion. So now we are more than ready to start. And with this, I would like to continue and now with extreme pleasure, I would like to introduce Ms. Mary Mburo Kimulu, former ambassador of Kenya at the permanent delegation to UNESCO and president of UNESCO IGC MOST, vice president of Eastern Africa PAO, Pan-African Women Association. The Ambassador Kimulu is not only a stunning personality in the diplomatic arena, she is also deeply committed at personal level to all matters related to women and youth and to gender equality in the water realm. So please, Madame Kimulu, Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I asked them, can I start when I talk? I was told it's not expected I sit. And I'm a teacher, I'm not used to sitting. Can I start there? Yeah, then I can use my hands. You know, it's nice to start. Yeah. Yeah, so it's happy that I'm given the opportunity. Organizers, excellencies, special people who are seated here, who are listening, despite the alarm we got, you came back. That means you are very serious to listen what's happening. Let me tell you, I'm really honored by the World Water Assessment Program as one of its multi-stakeholders coalition members. You know, when you retired, you are given such a title, you feel very important. You know, when I'm at home, they can think it's a paid job. I love doing it. I've done it many times at water, AMCAO, different places. It gives me such joy to do it. Michelle and your team, thank you for making me relevant in life. It gives me going. You can see my gray hair. So when you're retired and you are called, it helps. Member states, you are seated here today or you are listening. I hear, you know, I checked on the internet, you're about 200 member states. Only 17 have indicated an interest to join. Where are the others? Why are you not there? Do you know what you are missing? You are here gathered for the next 2 days to discuss about groundwater. How can your discussions on groundwater be successful when back in our countries, most of them, we lack good and fair representations of gender? Allow me to add youth and the disadvantage of the minority groups in the water sector domain in the area of management and leadership. Of course, I speak with authority. Once I left UNESCO, I was made in Kenya to chair 3 water boards. The first one, I was the only woman. Then the others, we are 2 or 3 who are chairs of the board. I also had the joy of working with the late former president of the late Honorable Mwai Kibaki, who was the special envoy of water in Africa. You know, I enjoyed working with him because he didn't like to travel. So I traveled. Thus, I met Mileta. And so she invited me. We were doing his work. We were in Botswana and we met. So rest is so in peace. AMCAO and all the other organizations. AMCAO, you've called me to make this call before in one of your meetings. I enjoyed doing it. And today you are organizers of this. It shows Africa, we are serious. We are interested to be part of it. Why? If you see an African lady with gray hair, real gray hair, it means they fetched water, they carried water, they understand about water, they took water to the kitchen, to the farm, to the animals. So why should we and the other women be left in the leadership level? Why? We understand more about water. We know about water. We know what is required. So if you want to make proper policies, proper decisions on water, bring the youth, bring. Another day I'll tell you how to motivate them, to make those who are not there, and also to make the women, once they get there, how to stay on what is expected of them. That will be a topic of another day. Today, it's asking you, member states, ensure you make this call. In Africa, I'm proud to say we have formed groups of associations of women in water or women in sanitation. And we are trying to teach our policy makers, women, girls must be included in all the sectors. We go around, we have regional meetings, we have national meetings where we are training and developing the capacity and making ladies feel they can be part of it. Miretta was supposed to speak about me and tell you what they are doing. She's already told you what they were doing. So please, member states, make sure you join. And the ladies, make sure you join. My background is in business and administration. And a teacher. I have nothing to do with water, yet I've loved, I've enjoyed being in the water sector. You don't need to be a scientist. You don't need to have degrees in science or whatever to work in the water sector. Come, let's join. Let's make this call. And anytime you want the call made, you've seen the website, call them, call us. We shall come and make sure we are there. Gender must be there. Women, do not be scared. Come in, join, and stay and be professionally. And we ask our governments to make sure where you work in the water, the policies, the environments are ladies friendly. Thank you for having me.
You are really true water and gender champion. And we admire a lot your dedication, really, and your worth and passion. So now it's my pleasure to introduce another special lady representing another very active foundational member of the multi-stakeholder coalition, the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Tanja Miskova, Ambassador at Large for Water Diplomacy, Republic of Slovenia. Madame Miskova, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michaela, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Yes, as Michaela said, Slovenia was among the first to join because gender in water domain is actually an intersection of two of our foreign policy priorities, water and gender equality. And in synergy between our water diplomacy and the women, peace and security agenda, Slovenia advocates for a meaningful participation of women in environmental peace building efforts and in water governance. Because we believe that women water diplomats should be in the front line of the efforts to advance cooperative and inclusive transboundary water governance, especially in the most vulnerable countries and communities around the world. A recent survey showed that of 117 transboundary river basin organizations worldwide found that fewer than 1/3 of their staff and fewer than 1/5 of the highest leadership positions are women. So if we look at groundwater, out of 468 transboundary aquifers in the world, only 12 benefit from cooperative governance. And when agreements on those 460-something remaining are negotiated, women must be on board. And a contribution in that regard could be a contribution to the joint strategy for the Water Action Agenda for 2023 conference, for example. And if anyone needs guidance on that, on how to do it, there is a great handbook by the Women in Water Diplomacy Network, for those who recognize this badge from Stockholm Water Week. It's a great handbook you can help yourself with, and we need more strategic papers like that. As you've heard, and I'm sure you heard from you hear from every speaker, when women are included in the management of water resources, including groundwater, the results are better for society, for economically and also environmentally. But still, the fact is that the majority of countries, women are not represented or sufficiently underrepresented. And this is why initiatives such as World Water Assessment Program's Call for Action are so important. And let me touch upon some of these 5 suggested actions that we heard in the beginning in the presentation. First, on data, the forms of gender discrimination can be quite subtle. So it's extremely important to identify all barriers, but also opportunities for women's participation and inform gender responsive policies to have an improved analysis and understanding of gender differentiated impacts of water interventions based on the collected sex desegregated data. We have seen too many projects not bringing expected results or even failing because sex desegregated data was not collected and local women were not consulted in the inception phase of the project. UNESCO has developed a very useful toolkit to collect gender responsive water data on a wide range of developmental topics, so let's use it. Capacity building, another key prerequisite for empowering women in the water sector, knowledge resource libraries, mentorship, peer-to-peer learning, role models, experience exchange are extremely valuable tools, especially to young professionals. But there's one remaining challenge, which is the knowledge production is still dominated by men, leading to gender norms and practices. So it is crucial to encourage women to enter vocational training and STEM-oriented studies. For example, my government partnered with different organizations in the business sector in a project called I Will Be an Engineer, which encourages women to study engineering and celebrates them with the Female Engineer of the Year award. So, and this is not just an ethical imperative, it's a practical necessity. In so many countries, including mine, there is a great demand for water professionals, and it can only be filled if more women join the profession. When it comes to closing the wedge between policy and practice, promotion of gender equality, of course, must be institutionalized, but also operationalized in all water-related processes. And this includes regular monitoring of relevant indicators, appointment of gender focal points. It means questioning organizations' procedures, for example, on recruitment, rules of engagement that could be masculinist or exclusionary. And finally, on the norms and stereotypes, which probably are the biggest obstacle and the most difficult to change. UNESCO's position paper includes very good suggestions such as public interesting messages, school curricula, local national leaders, celebrities, influencers, male champions. But I think there's nothing more efficient in bringing down stereotypes than proving them wrong in practice. When women get a chance to show they can do it as well or even better than their male colleagues can. And for the UN 2023 Water Conference, let us give women a chance. Let us make commitments on the 5 proposed actions on the call for action for gender equality in the water domain, because only gender equal water action will bring transformative results we need to achieve a more water secure world. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for the inspiring words. And also, you had also a component that was the one on transboundary, the transboundary context, because we talked several times on gender equality, but always without thinking what happens when you have water resources shared between 2 or more countries, or even conflicting uses between at the internally at the national level. So that's a very good point also to explore how we can work better on gender and leadership, women leadership in this cooperation domains. Okay, so I kindly ask you to maybe move from the table and leave the table to the podium to other 2 speakers. Mr. Young-Chul Son, who is the representative of the Republic of Korea, and Mr. Rashid, Executive Secretary of AMCO, who can make, yes, he made it, so he can join the podium. Okay. Thank you very much. And yes, please, you can, thank you so much. So, yeah. Okay, so now it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Young-Chul Son, General Manager, Key Water. And actually, he represents another active member of the coalition that this time coming from Asia, the Republic of Korea. So please, Mr. Son, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Young-Chul Son. I'm in charge of Korean National Groundwater Information Center in K-Water. I have the presentation file. Yes, thank you. The topic of this presentation is data-based groundwater capacity building in Korea. The main takeaway from this presentation is that data management and education play invaluable roles for making the invisible groundwater visible. Next. What you see now is picture depicting the dire situation in Korea during the 1960s. More specifically, water supply services were poor and water sanitation problems were severe. During that time, women were obligated to do the housekeeping, and women were main users extracting groundwater from the wells. Next, I'm going to show how Koreans has progressed from a developing country to become a global leader. During this transition, groundwater data management and education have improved status of groundwater in Korea. As you can see, Korea's annual groundwater use is about 3 billion cubic meters per year. It accounts for 5% of country's net water use. Since there are more than 1.6 million wells, it is challenging for us to maintain groundwater quantity and quality. Next. Now, I will explain what we do at the National Groundwater Information Center. Simply, our mission is to collect, analyze, open, and visualize data to manage groundwater sustainably and efficiently. Next. We collect a wide range of groundwater data, such as groundwater level, temperature, and water quality, from monitoring stations every hour. The verified and analyzed data is open to public, so everyone can easily access to data by not only visiting our website, but also by our mobile app and QR code. Based on this data, we launched Groundwater Digital Twin model. Groundwater Digital Twin is the most innovative way to visualize groundwater. The model can simulate groundwater level, which can be used for decision making. Next. Now, I will briefly explain about NGIC's education and PR activities. NGIC has been running groundwater exhibition and experience zone for various occupations, nationalities, and ages since 2004. In addition, we provide water tours focused on groundwater management and utilization, pollution prevention, and groundwater gender equality for visitors of our center. Furthermore, as host of Korean Groundwater Expo, we put diverse efforts into hosting seminars and booths for raising awareness and promoting importance of groundwater. Next. Today, I have shared with you Korea's groundwater management experience. I hope this presentation highlighted importance and value of groundwater data and education. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yonchul. I think that this was important to put things into the context, because we are talking very much on gender equality, but we are talking about water, and in particular, we are talking about groundwater. So we are in the Groundwater Summit, and we always say that having data is very important for gender and for women to have sex disaggregated data, and also the SDGs said that. So, but the same can be said for water resources and groundwater in particular, because we have even less data on groundwater. So thank you very much. And now I would like to thank Dr. Rashid Bazira. I'm sorry if I spell well. Okay, the Executive Secretary of AMCO. Thank you so much. I know that you were busy with your agenda, but you actually made it. And please, if you want to say a few words, very welcome.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen here present. Thank you very much, Michaela and UNESCO, for involving us. We've worked together on this. I remember last year's High Excellency Ambassador Mbari has highlighted when we were launching the movement during the virtual Africa Water and Sanitation Week. And for us, I think we go back a long way with this. And as you will recall, our African water and sanitation sector monitoring system tries to collect gender disaggregated data, because we believe that if you're going to make responsive decisions to the real challenges that we are facing in Africa, especially on the management and utilization of our water resources, we need to be able to provide evidence or empirical information that can support those decisions, so that we are responding to the real needs. And that's why since 2011, when we're formulating that system, we've been looking at it from that perspective. But also for us, yes, AMCO has got a youth strategy, a youth policy and gender, a youth strategy and policy. We've also got a gender strategy, gender mainstreaming strategy. Our role is to ensure that we put in place mechanisms that guide our policy, our program design, our tools to be able to bring about support elements of equality as we implement, remove elements of discrimination as we implement this. And that's what we are capable of doing, and that's what we promote in all our activities as AMCO. Last year, of course, looking at times have changed since 2011 and 2013, when these policies were first designed. We were looking at revamping the gender strategy, the strategy of implementation. And again, we are looking now that we are focusing on new elements of utilization, raising the profile of sanitation in our economic development planning, raising the profile of utilization of groundwater resources, again, in our economic planning. There are societies or parts of our communities that are directly involved in this. Earlier in the session we had before, I talked about the rural economy and what groundwater's role in driving the rural economy in Africa. But again, if you look at our rural economy in Africa, who are driving this rural economy? Again, you'll find that they are the youth, they are the women, they are all, yes, we've got societal roles. Water for production might be a men's domain, but then you'll find that water for domestic purposes is a women and youth domain. How do we reconcile how we support this to continue with their roles and promote equality and remove any inequalities in a way that is responsive and aware of these cultural norms and also these societal roles that we play. So for us, it's something that we are already keyed in and would be very eager to promote and continue. Yes, we rely on the research that you have access to that we may not have. Let's utilize it also, make the cause better in our implementation and vice versa. Please rely on us to also provide you that information that comes from our communities that could benefit how you pitch this, how you take this further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid. Yeah, it is very comforting to know that we have a partner from Africa like AMCO, and it is not only a foundational partner for the coalition. Actually, we have been partnering since 2013 because I don't know, Leisha and Marietta maybe remember, but the first round of gender sensitive indicators that we produced were recognized exactly in one of the AMCO conference at the beginning in 2013 or 13 maybe 13. So thank you so much. Okay, so now we can conclude, and thanks the speakers of the high-level panel for this support in advocating the call for action and also the recommendations and the ripple effect, as I said, to have other members joining the coalition. So now we can go ahead and have the next panel. And the next panel is another. It's an amazing part of the session because we will hear actions and stories and experiences from the field. So I'm very happy to ask the speakers to come to our podium, and I would like to introduce the first speaker, who is Mr. Obinna Anna, Senior Policy Officer, Knowledge Management, Communication and Visibility from AMCO, co-convener of this session, of course. And yes, please. And also there will be also Mr. Shaw. Yes, please. Okay, Mr. Obinna, Mr. Shaw, and Ms. Costantina Tolli. Okay. All right, so we need to go a little bit more. We are actually very late. So let's start with Obinna. So Obinna, you are presenting the strategy, the AMCO strategy on gender inclusion and youth inclusion. Okay.
No, actually, just want to give an overview of what we have done.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
What we have done to mainstream youth and gender in the water sector.
All right.
Okay. I'd like to just read out a few things to us quickly. The African Union Agenda 2063 talks about an Africa whose development agenda is people-driven, relying on potential of African people, especially women, youth, and children. And this, I'm presenting this to highlight issues on gender. So these are our building blocks. The African Water Vision 2025 also talks about the fact that there are numerous governance factors in Africa that need to be put in place, including inadequate stakeholder involvement in water resource management, which includes groundwater issues, particularly women and youth. Then recently, after the the 9th World Water Forum, Africa has come up with a blue deal, which we look forward to taking to the UN conference in 2023 as Africa's position on water and sanitation. So it says to mobilize adequate public finance resources, as well as those of development partners to invest in water and sanitation infrastructures, that includes groundwater, to develop blue and green jobs, in particular for young people, women, and the rural world. For us at AMCAL has showed its interest in mainstreaming gender in the sector by having focal points who take responsibility for the for such activities. I remember in 2020 when you started documenting an assessment report to show gender mainstreaming, and we made contributions into that document. So, and the executive secretary just mentioned how we are making effort to update our gender strategy. So the gender strategy has been presented at the past ESCO meeting of AMCAL.
Yeah.
And countries are making input to see that we finalize that strategy. This is to show you that as a continent, we're all interested in seeing how gender is mainstreamed in the sector. But for today, one big thing we want to mention is that during the World Water Week, 2022, AMCAL launched a knowledge management challenge. And this knowledge management challenge for the water sector, with preference to groundwater, which we're discussing today, is to help, we're looking at how we can improve Africa's ability to generate knowledge and also to share this knowledge. You can bear me witness that all through this week, we're going to be talking about the lack of adequate information and data on groundwater. And we understand women's role in being able to tell stories passionately of things happening around them. So we launched a knowledge management challenge with a condition that the countries will nominate 2 persons to represent every country, and 1 must be a woman or a young girl. So, and that tells us that by the time this nomination is done, we would have at least 55 women from Africa who are now going to be telling the Africa story. And that will help us to preserve the legacy that we have on water and sanitation with preference to groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Albina. Also to raise the point on the blue jobs, which are so important for youth and women. So we can go on with the next speaker, Mr. Winston Shaw, Senior Director for Technology, Training, and Technical Information Division, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, Jamaica. Mr. Shaw will tell us about a project in Jamaica and its gender activities. Please, Mr. Shaw, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mikhail. All protocols observed. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And I'll share quickly with you some of our experiences that we had in Jamaica. I want to say a special thanks to UNESCO and the UN, for the work that they're doing, because of this project, small island developing states such as Jamaica really could benefit in terms of knowledge and understanding the importance of recognizing women and their challenges in water and agriculture. Next slide. So the project is strengthening Jamaica's resilience to food and water insecurity. And based on the constraint in time, I would not read everything there, but we could go to the next slide. So RADA, Rural Agricultural Development Authority in Jamaica, it's the leading agricultural extension agency that is there. And we have approximately over 250,000 registered small farmers. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Some of the key areas for our extension service delivery to our small farmers involve home economic and social services, and those specifically are geared towards women, rural sociology, farmer training, plant health, food safety, on-farm water management, production, post-harvest and marketing, livestock, land management, engineering, and also technical publications. Next slide. We have a large database where we do digital profiling of all our small farmers. Information there is captured for further use. And I would just ask you to skip, go to the next couple of slides. You can go to the next. Sorry. The one before that, sorry. My apologies. Okay, so I just wanted to bring your attention here. From our 251,000 farmers that are registered, we have a total of about 80,000 female farmers represented. I think that was important for you to know. And out of that, we have 51,000 that is directly relating to livestock production in Jamaica. Continue. Next slide, and you can skip this one also, so that we can go to the, okay, so rather we do have a gender policy statement 2016, where we are committed to institutionalize gender mainstreaming in all our activities and projects. Next slide. So I thought this picture was something that I would share with you. And it's really showing how important the role of women is in the household. Because here, the gentleman, he has the responsibility today to stay home with the kid. And you can see the expression on his face. Because maybe for most of us men, we are not accustomed to that. But, you know, it's seen culturally accepted as a female role. And that is a general consensus most times, and where the limitations are when it comes down to women in agriculture. Next slide. So we looked at several levels, and this information here, this data is really from the project with UNESCO. We did some field surveys, and we look at some parameters that I'm sharing with you here. So the education level of our female farmers, you would see here, it's disaggregated in terms of secondary education. And this also indicates how much they have access, not only to education, but training. Next slide, because my time is almost up. 47% of the household that were interviewed were female-headed. Next slide. Next slide. 30% of the land, this is looking at how female farmers have access to land. Right here, it's showing us that on 30 is family owned. Very few are owned by women themselves. So that's a disadvantage. Next. Access to water, 75% do have access to drinking water. Next slide. But you will see that the water source is mostly from rainwater harvesting. Next slide. And this water that they would have used is actually, this rainwater harvest is actually used for everything. And my time is up, but I'd just like you to move to one more slide. Access to credit. And if you could go to the end, I would just say you don't have to go there with the PowerPoint slide, but just to say that the recommendations are based on the findings in Jamaica. Land, credit, and water is a serious limitation to women in agriculture. And as such, We are thankful for the support we are getting from UNESCO and UN, and we look forward to strengthen those from the policy level and drill it right down through technical and on the ground. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Winston. I think that this was really interesting. Finally, data speaks.
Yes.
That is important because we talk, but finally we have some data that we can elaborate more on that. Okay, so let's go on with the next speaker. I think it is online. We have an online speaker, Ms. Hernandez, Lizeth Hernandez from the International Executive Secretary, Trifinio Plan, who will share with us the gender policies in integrated in the Trifinio transboundary aquifer in Central America. Lizeth, can you hear us and you are connected with us? Lizeth?
Thank you very much, Ms. Michela, for the invitation on this important event.
Mucho gusto. Please go ahead. We are listening.
I will share with you the experience of the Trifinio Plan. We are an international organization that works for the sustainability and the transport boys included aquifers. The Trifinio regions is made of 45 municipalities from the Central American countries, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. The Trifinio Plan is made also the vice-presidencies of each country, the Trinational Executive, and the technical unit in each country. Next slide. To generate great impact in the territory, the institutional gender policies was approved as an affirmative action to incorporation inverses I made to the women around the water-producing areas. The policies was approved in August 2021. Nevertheless, we want to part of the water in the gender coalition responding to the call of the United Nations, mainly international treaties, the human rights, sustainability development principle 5 goals. Achieve gender equality in empowerment and the women and the girls. Next slide. The principles and policies equality, social equality, inclusion, respecting diversity, interality, gradualities, intersectionality. We work in large areas. Institutionalism for men in the markets, resource for the gender equality, human resource administration, staff training, or gender equality, communication and awareness and promotion in the participation. Please, next slide. Next. Thank you. Management in the implementation of specific initiatives that political, social, and economic empowerment of women. The institutional strategic plan has 4 programs. 1, economic and social, gender, youth, and indigenous people. 3, climate change and comprehensive environmental management. And 4, strengthening cross-border governance. And to program gender, youth, and genetic popes through the 4 sub-programs. Recent work, inclusion for the participation, identity and rights indigenous people, economic, automatic, and care systems. For example, the employment policy with a focused products value chains, credited initiative in agriculture or in agroforestry, activity population, women and jobs, fund for the promotion family entre partnerships.
Lizeth, si puede concluir, if you can conclude, because we have still 1 minute, or well, less than a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. The institutional strategy for the programs, we seek to integrate with integration work the region with directors health indication, access to financing, capacity building, systematization, dissemination for practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lizeth, and thank you very much also for connecting with us. I know this is difficult, and but this is very appreciated. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Costantina Toli, Senior Program Officer, FAO. Costantina will tell us about the GEF FAO project on the transboundary Cambodia Mekong River Delta Aquifer and how the gender perspective has been introduced into the project. Please, Costantina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to be addressing this audience that has stayed, the stamina for being here until 6 p.m. I'll try to keep it short and just make it to the important parts of this project. Would you please move on? Next slide, please. I'm here to present you the case of the GEF International Waters Project on the Mekong, the transboundary Cambodia-Mekong River Delta Aquifer, which is shared between Cambodia and Vietnam. It is a flagship project for the region because this aquifer actually connects the Tonle Sap lake with the Mekong Delta, and of course it provides water supply both to Ho Chi Minh City and Phnom Penh. And it is an area of great importance, not only for the water resource, but also ecological importance. It's home to 35 million people, in fact. And it hosts economic activities mainly around agriculture, and this is where 70% of the rice that we're consuming comes from. This GEF International Waters Project is funded by a grant of 15 million. And in order to address the challenges of declining ground level quality and even the quantity of the aquifer, land surface subsidence, and of course the degradation of dependent ecosystems. FAO is leading the Regional Office of Asia and the Pacific, and our partners, execution partners, will be UNESCO, the hydrological program, and of course the World Water Assessment Program leading the gender activities, and led by IUCN. Next slide, please. And while you see this, I don't expect you to read through this, but this is a typical architecture of a GEF International Waters Project. We follow what we call the Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis Strategic Action Program architecture. So we have a TDA, Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis. We have pilots to showcase the solutions, and then we build the transboundary cooperation mechanism. And we establish a vision and the strategic action program. And eventually we have all these cross-cutting activities. Next, please. And while you will see gender already presented in before that, please. So if you see gender, already there in two of the activities, eventually what we're doing is that we will be mainstreaming gender across all activities. We have what we call a gender integration and equality approach to transboundary aquifers that we aim to establish as a best practice, thanks to the World Water Assessment Program. Next, please.
And what this would entail, our objectives apparently are to address the systematic constraints on rural women and ethnic minorities, to strengthen the capacities of for gender integration, to include sex disaggregated data. We've always said, you know, how this data is missing and we cannot improve our policies without data. Include more activities about women, but engage also men in gender activities, and integrate a gender responsive approach at institutional and technical level. Next, please. Our activities include gender and water livelihood analysis, coordination, knowledge management, and communication of gender equality and women's empowerment. Apparently, capacity building on transboundary aquifer management and governance, supporting and integrating gender integration and the groundwater action plan that is already embedded in the project, and of course, monitoring and evaluation. Yes, next, please. And the tools, since WAP, UNESCO World Water Assessment Program, is our leader in this, the execution of this project, I think you have already received, or you might have received this. This is the toolkit that is being used by, you see, very handy. You just scan this, and those are the tools that are being used. The gender responsive indicators, the methodology for collection of sex disaggregated data, the guidelines for the collection of these data, and the questionnaire for the collection of these. We're very happy, and we truly hope that we will establish a global case, and that can be further then applied in other aquifers for the management of transboundary water resources. This is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We accepted the challenges and of this big project, so we are ready. And thank you very much to give us another concrete example. So with this, we are ready to move to the second part of this session that focuses on cooperation tools to advance progress towards SDG 5 and 6. So that's very crucial topic, and I invite the speakers to come here, and also the two moderators. We will have the session moderated by Mr. Dahe Eli Park, Senior Program Specialist, UNESCO IWSSM, and by Mr. Lawrence Tui, my colleague, Capacity Development and Communication Officer, UNESCO WAP. So please. You need it to, do you need another? Oops.
Hello, everyone. I'm
Hey, thank you very much, Michela. It's a great honor to be with you today on behalf of UNESCO IWSSM. Without further ado, let's hear. Yes. Let's hear from our speakers on the key topics of cooperation and tools. I kindly ask again to stick to 5 minutes per intervention. Now, I want to give the floor to Ms. Kim, Senior Sustainable Development Officer from the UNOSD.
Thank you, Ellie.
It's a great pleasure to be here at this meaningful event on behalf of UNOSD. Just to give you a quick introduction of UNOSD, it stands for the United Nations Office for Sustainable Development. And we are a project office of UNDESA based in Incheon, Korea, with a global mandate of supporting the member states in designing and implementing the sustainable development strategies and policies. So today, next slide, please. I would like to present our office's project on water called Water in the World We Want. So as you all know, the fragmented data, missing data are the main obstacles to achieve the effective decision-making in the water sector. And since 2016, UNOSD has partnered with various organizations, including UNU-INWE, Ministry of Environment of Korea, K-Water, K-ECO, and UNESCO IWSSM, and several national governments have also contributed to this project. Next slide, please. And the aim of this project was to develop interventions that work in data-limited conditions and facilitate decision-making for accelerated achievement SDG 6. And the main output of this project was SDG 6 Policy Support System, SDG PSS. And it's a free online tool that anyone can use, and where the users can enter data, information, and trends, and then translate them into fit for policy evidence. So this system aims to produce evidence on the enabling environment of the SDG 6, and it addresses 6 critical components, which are capacity, finance, policy and institution, integrity, disaster risk reduction, and of course, gender mainstreaming. Next slide, please. So each component of the SDG PSS is organized around 2 main features, questionnaire and reporting. So once you access the system, you can see the list of questions under each component. And once you're done with the answers, the system will instantly show the results of the analysis with the visualization. Next, please. So this is the summary page for policy and decision making. And the summary view shows the evidence produced by the system for all SDG 6 indicators for all 6 critical components. So this is where the users can identify the level of progress for SDG 6 at the indicator level with the color coding. So we use green for adequate progress, black. No, this is blue, yes, light blue for progress in development, red for inadequate progress, and black for missing data. Next, please. So when we have a closer look at the gender component, there are 3 subcomponents, which are gender analysis, participation of women, and training resources. Next, please. So now we currently have 4 hub countries participating, and most of the countries are finding this system very useful. And for gender, a lot of countries are feeling that it's very challenging to find the sex aggregated data to put into the system. And our colleagues from Tunisia has shared that they identified these critical gaps through use of this system, and it led to the government's decision to fill these data gaps. Next, please. So this slide shows how the data gaps were filled by this decision of the government, and there's adequate progress for the participation of women. Okay, next. I'm wrapping up. So to facilitate the use of the system, we are organizing workshops, and the system is also available in multiple languages, and the self-paced e-course is available online. Next, please. So if you are interested in using this system, please access sdgpss.net. And if you would like to participate in the workshops, please let us know. So thank you very much for listening. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for this, Ms. Ju Jeong. And it's really wonderful to see how UNOSD takes action in this field for closing the gap of notably sex disaggregated data with respect to SDG 6. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Serena Cauchi. She's an Associate Program Officer at UNU Flores, and also Ms. Sabina Katri, who is with us in presence. I believe Ms. Serena Cauchi is giving an online introduction. The video, yes. And we have with us here Ms. Katri from the Alexander von Humboldt International Climate Protection Fellow at UNU Flores. So please, we are very pleased to hear from you. Thank you. Yes, the video can go.
Serena Cauchi, and I'm working for the United University here in Dresden, UNU Flores, as an associate program officer. I'm really unfortunate that I
Louder,
cannot
please.
Be today. Hello everyone, I'm Serena Cauchi, and I'm working for the United University here in Dresden, UNU Flores, as an associate program officer. I'm really unfortunate. Hello everyone, I'm Serena Cauchi, and I'm working for the United University here in Dresden, UNU Flores, as an associate program officer. I'm really unfortunate that I cannot be today with you in Paris, but I would like to take the chance to thank the UN Water Summit on Groundwater 2022 team for organizing this session, and I'm pleased to be one of the organizers. Today I would like also to talk briefly about our institute and how the United Nations University, and especially UNU Flores, addresses groundwater as a key resource that remains overlooked, undervalued, and most of the time mismanaged. With our mission is to look for advancing the resource nexus, and there we aim at integrated water and groundwater governance that are key for improved natural resource management. Flores strives also for participatory and bottom-up governance strategies, which are fundamental as well to address resource security. At the University of Flores, we are not only focusing on producing research output to improve actually the knowledge on groundwater and water resources, but also we can operate at the science policy interface in which policy making and their research come together and create a positive global change. With Flores, we also provide excellent platforms that are related to young researchers and professionals to advance their research and innovative idea. This is especially linked to gender and how to create new leadership, that are gender sensitive, but also where gender is also the new integrated in the new hiring of leadership position. At Flores, we also connect with water leadership, and we know that this is vital also for enhancing the resilience of the socioeconomic system. We understand that, of course, socioeconomic realities in relation to groundwater management, conflict over water, and also how the effect of gender-influenced decision are far from reaching consequences. This is why we highly prioritize creating a gender-equal research environment and where empowering of women and young professionals are key. We also know that water and climate impacts do not recognize political boundaries. This is why we need to all join forces and prioritize diversity, inclusion, and also to invest in collaboration of smart and sustainable water policies. With that, I would like just to conclude that it's a pleasure to bring forward the new generation and gender-sensitive education as a tool for new leadership in the groundwater innovation. With that, I would like to give the floor to my colleague here, Sabina Khatri. Have fun at the UN Groundwater Summit, and please bring a lot of success.
So as you just heard my supervisor there, and thank you for staying this long. So very good evening to everyone. So I'm Sabina Khatri. I'm currently visiting scholar at UNU Flores. So I want to start with a recent vision statement of the Secretary General on transforming education, where he states that education is a fundamental human right. Throughout the history, it has been a source of personal dignity and empowerment and a driving force for advancement of social, economic, political and cultural development. Well, we all are gathered here and we all are example of that advancement. And also he states that yet today, beset by inequalities and struggling to adjust to the needs of 21st century, education is in crisis. The impacts of this crisis play out over time and often go unseen, but they are profound and will be felt for decades to come. This implies to the crisis in the current education system and is not just limited to equity and equality, but also it is no longer fit for purpose. So to address the education sector's changing needs and to minimize those impacts in forthcoming years, cooperation between the organizations in developed nations could have impactful result in capacity building and instilling leadership towards meeting the SDG 5 and SDG 6 in the developing country. So I stand here today in front of you as a case study or as an example. So yeah, I'm a civil servant. I'm a hydrogeologist working for the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation back in Nepal. But currently I'm pursuing my research in groundwater sector, the sector I'm passionate about at UNU Flores with Alexander von Humboldt International Climate Protection Fellowship. So I'll explain why this is rational at the end. So this research stay has not only enabled me to get back to academic practice in terms of education, but also has facilitated long-term impact in groundwater sector with my current role and beyond my country and beyond designing and constructing boreholes. So yeah, it has a multi-sectoral impact and it has a long-term impact. So it has also improved the scope of females from a developing country to have an advanced career in future. So also it has enabled me to engage with the young and senior groundwater professionals throughout the world in different capacity, mainly as a lead to project coordination committee at UNESCO Groundwater Use Network. So as I have the privilege, I would like to consider it a privilege that I have access to time and I have access to resources now. So that is why the Nexus approach and the worldwide cooperation implemented by institutions like UNU Flores in collaboration with the foundations like Alexander von Humboldt or any modality of collaboration or partnership bears immense potential to address the changes in achieving SDG 5 and SDG 6 directly or indirectly. So the faces and the forms of educations are changing, and we need to adapt with those changes. And thus the tool of cooperation coupled with this collective leadership, it can be the way forward to meet the goals we all in this room aspire to achieve in our respective sector, especially groundwater. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Sarana and Sabina, for your great efforts to contribute to the future water leadership in the gender mainstreaming context. Now I want to introduce Mr. William Reedhead, Global Monitoring Officer from the UN-Water. Mr. Reedhead, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. In case you don't know the Integrated Monitoring Initiative, this is an initiative under UN-Water where we bring together the 8 custodian agencies who are the custodians for the 11 global indicators on SDG 6. So these are indicators that member states are requested to report periodically at the national level to the UN, and which are then consolidated globally to look at global trends, emerging issues, and things like that. So the IMI, for short, the initiative has been around for 7 years now. We're just finishing our 2nd phase. And starting next year, as we go into our 3rd phase, we're going to really shift gears and get away from just focusing on getting the data into New York to how we can enable countries to use these global indicators for their own national objectives, in particular, how they can feed them into their national and subnational policy making. So that's really looking at these indicators in quite a different way. It's a challenge for us because we've been thinking, kind of globally all this time, but it's so much more important because we can't expect to see the goal, the SDG 6 delivered in countries unless this feeds into their national policy making, investment decisions, action planning, and things like that. So what does this mean for gender? That's a good question. But the real issue is that when a country is making a decision based on one of these global indicators, for example, water stress, it's all fine to know that, this country has a score of 120% of water stress, and it's gotten worse. It was 110 a few years ago. What does that mean for gender? Well, we need to look at this through a lens that says what this number might actually mean for the role of women, either as a driver of that indicator or as someone who's impacted by that indicator. And the example that was given by our colleague, I think it was from Jamaica, about access to credit. If you think about that in terms of financing for tube wells and pump sets in a context of water stress, okay, look at that water stress indicator through the lens of access to credit by gender. As a good example of how we would contextualize this kind of this static global indicator to make a lot of sense for policymaking in the gender space in a country. So the Integrated Monitoring Initiative then has started this new exercise where we're looking at each of the 11 indicators to see how we can develop tools and approaches for interpreting those numbers through this gender lens, and that's called contextualization. We're going to hear about the WAP toolkit. We've been working with WAP and with other partners in the initiative to see what indicators make sense. And we've gone through a consultative process. We've convened a group of global gender experts to review this. And now we're entering this phase of pilot testing. So we're going to be doing pilot testing in 5 or 6 countries in the coming 6 months to see how these draft approaches actually translate and how useful they will be for policy making at the national and subnational level. And it's our hope that as we make these global indicators more meaningful for policy generally, it'll be additionally useful for mainstreaming gender into those national water and sanitation policies. My time is up. I just want to say thank you to all, and back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thank you for basically showing how gender considerations are at this moment further integrated in the UN Water Framework for the SDG 6 targets. And WAP has had the pleasure to work alongside with you. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the last speaker of this panel, our dear colleague, Ms. Laura Imburgia. She is the Senior Water and Gender Program Specialist from WAP. Please, Laura, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. And it is a bit tricky to be the last speaker of the last session of the day. And thank you very much for all the ones that still are here. So I have a presentation and I will try to be quick. We wanted with this session, this section of this event, to present very concrete tools that are available for all member states, institutions, organizations to be used. Next, please. So by now, the sex-disaggregated water data is not any longer an obscure topic. We all know that there is a big gap on data availability. So I will go to the next, please. And with some of the figures and gaps have been already set. And we wanted to share what we do at WAP in terms of working with data. And also Bill has just mentioned part of what we do, that is under the UNESCO Gender Equality Priority, we have a number of activities in 4 key pillars. One is methodological approaches, gender indicators and tools. There is capacity development programs. We also design and implement tailored projects in the field. And we have a quite rich and active area of advocacy and outreach. For example, the call for action that initially Michaela presented. The next one, please. So this is the toolkit on, that WAP has developed together with a large number of gender experts. Some of them are here today, and we thank for that and all the continuous collaboration. And this toolkit consists of 4 tools that contains more than 100 gender responsive indicators, methodologies, guidelines, and questionnaires ready to be used. As also Konstantina said, it is an open source resource. You can download it from the UNESCO repository. Next one, please. We have it in English and also in Spanish in the next one, please. And we will be publishing very soon the Russian version, and we are preparing also the French translation. So we are covering several key languages. And the next one, please. So the toolkit contains, as I said, more of 100 gender responsive indicators that by design are all interlinked to the 17 SDGs. And I will go very quick to the next one, please. There is a graph. These indicators are designed to support at different scales, different levels, the collection of sex-disaggregated data. For example, in Colombia, we work at the local level. That is what is shown here. The next one, please, just to go quicker. In Argentina, we work at the national level. For example, studying in all the public science system, the presence of women and men in different job positions, and this typical scissors graph that we see in employment when we analyze gender was identified with many women in the bottom of the career levels and very few in the highest level positions. So this is repeated in many sectors related to water. The next one, please. And a big part of our work and efforts goes to capacity development activities that we have been developing in different regions. Here we have also Mr. Shaw that was telling us of activities that we have done in Jamaica, also in Central America, and the core part of these trainings that are really available for all the countries and regions is this core material for collecting sex-disaggregated data. Also, we have an important aspect of producing and accompanying countries with projects. Konstantina also mentioned in the Mekong River Basin. And also images that you are seeing here are from Belize. We were shortly working there also in training in the classroom, but not only, also in the field, implementing surveys, collecting data. And this is something that we have developed as regular programs. The next one, please. Next one. And we have these regular biannual programs, capacity development programs, that have a hybrid online and face-to-face modality. And we are this year concluding West Africa and Central America. We are also working in the Pacific Seas and South America. And the next cycle will include Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and Eastern Africa. So the next one, with this, I stop here. And I hope we can see many of you and other countries in the next training graduation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. We'd like to thank all of our distinguished speakers for showcasing these inspiring actions that are truly of key importance to advance gender equality. So now I will pass the baton to Ms. Michaela back again, our master of the ceremony.
So I think actually, yes, I see that you have, when do you want to, I mean, this place?
Yes, now, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So you go ahead then.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So thank you for your time. Finally, I'm so grateful to be here to announce the great collaboration, the result of our great collaboration here. As a member of a coalition group of the gender and water mainstreaming, our center, IWSSM and WAP, have working closely together to disseminate the water and gender equality agenda at all levels. And as a concrete action to accelerate the gender equality in the AP region, we co-hosted a 2022 Water and Gender Equality Contest for youth engagement in the region. And it aims to provoke young professionals, participants in the agenda, as well as to listen their actual voices that they are facing in the daily lives and in terms of water and gender equality. So now I'm happy to announce the final winners for video and the submission paper sectors. Could you please share my slides? IWSSM contest or something. Yes, the third page, next page, please. Yes. So the first winner in the video sector is Mr. Bashdev Upain here. I think he will be in online participation. He's a young professional. No. Okay. I hope he can see it. Yes.
Let's show it very well
Okay.
to the winner.
Yes, he's a young professional working in the water sector, Chitra, Nepal, and he made a wonderful video to share the actual project to improve household water supply in Kaski region. And congratulations again. And next slide, please. And the first winner for the submission paper is Ms. Masuma Bubashar from the Pakistan. Please give a big applause for her. Yes. She's from the Lahore College for Women University, Pakistan, and she addressed her community projects to improve understanding and habits for their hygiene and the environment in a sustainable way of interventions and the systems. Congratulations, winners, again. I think this is a kind of a very small step, but a concrete action can contribute to all of us who work together and collaborate each other towards gender mainstreaming in the water domain. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Very nice. I'm sorry, it was a long day actually, and probably it is a long day for everybody. So I propose to skip the open discussion because it is too late, and I can see the colleagues saying, okay, we need to close. And we have the informal meeting tomorrow between 3 and 4:30 at the room 3 at the ground level. So that will be totally informal, and it is about how to move forward and to prepare the gender agenda for the UN 2023 water conference. So that would be very interesting to have you on board and discuss our actions and prepare ourselves for the conference. So thank you very much for this splendid interventions and support. The room is room 3 from 3 to 4:30 p.m. Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice evening and enjoy your summit.
So thank you everyone for joining us today. I would like to thank also our group of technicians and the interpreters that did a great job today. Thank you up there. And I would like to invite everyone for the opening ceremony tomorrow in room 1 starting at 10:25. Don't miss it, please, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.